Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Kaiju Transform Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Earlier today, at a neighborhood park in northern Musutafu, the villain known as Red Cobra took several families hostage in an attempt to escape arrest. Statements taken from some of the surviving hostages indicate that the villain killed one of his hostages in anger when the situation wasn't going the way he wanted. A woman, later identified as Midoriya Inko. Before the heroes could extract the hostages, a forest seemed to appear out of nowhere. A frenzied monster appeared above the treetops. In its rampage, Red Cobra was killed along with several of the hostages and some bystanders. Even more civilians were recovered with injuries. Although the heroes were quick to adapt to this new threat, the monster disappeared without a trace, leaving behind the forest that grew with its arrival. Police and volunteer teams are still out combing the area, trying to find the monster or where it may have gone. Law enforcement is asking the public to remain cautious when outdoors. If you see anything strange, report it at. Sharp claws clicked on the ground, dulling with every failed pounce at the rats that ran among the city's trash. The wind rustled the leaves on his spine, giving away his position to his latest target. Frightened squeaks signaled the departure of what he hoped would be dinner tonight. An annoyed growl rumbled low in his throat as he listened to the rats scurry off. Have confirmed 13 individuals were killed in the attack, including the villain Red Cobra. 27 more individuals were injured in varying degrees, including 2 pro-heroes. Sun's Park has declined to comment, but Avalanche has stated that she doesn't think the monster was a villain at all. She believes that it wasn't human at all and that it was some sort of enraged nature spirit. Footage has since been released of the monster, although it does not provide the clearest of visuals. Recorded on a civilian's phone, we are able to see the size of the monster where it breaches the treetops. Some have likened its appearance to that of a kaiju. There are mixed reports on whether the monster was green, black, or brown. It does seem reptilian in nature. Whether you believe it to be a spirit or a kaiju, a monster or a villain, or something else entirely, please keep yourself safe while outdoors. No traces have been picked up yet and police are warning those in Musutafu to stay out of heavily wooded areas. Do not let your children out alone. Shifting along the branch, he made his way out to a bird's nest that he had spotted during the day. Eggs sat inside of it. His prize for his little late-night adventure. He slipped one inside his mouth, closing his jaws around it and swallowing it whole. All 4 eggs went down the same way. With his tongue wetting his snout, he thought about where to go next. While a delicious treat, for little bird eggs were hardly enough to be a full meal for him. The bakery a few blocks from here usually dumped their stale or moldy bread on Fridays if he remembered correctly. And so gliding gently down from the branch, he headed off in the direction of the bakery he frequented. It's been 3 months since what's been dubbed as the Musutafu Horror appeared, killing 13 people and injuring many others. But the creature responsible still hasn't been found. The forest that sprouted with its sudden appearance remains in what was once a small neighborhood park. There have been talks about removing the excess plant matter to restore the park, but locals who believe it may have been a nature spirit are arguing against these plans. They fear that destroying the creature's forest will cause it to return. Currently, the forest in the park's previous location, now known as the Kaiju's forest, has been sectioned off by the police. People are discouraged from entering this forest since little is known about the plants and their unnatural growth. There is also concern that the monster is still inside, hidden from prior search attempts. Remember, if you see something related to this monster, report it to the non-emergency line at. Rain dripped down, dampening the sounds of the night. People hid indoors or were simply muffled by the heavy drops pattering on the pavement. Even the local wildlife sought shelter, hiding in trees or bushes, under awnings or benches. He found himself tucked inside a damp cardboard box with a cat and her 2 kittens. He was thankful for her kindness. One of the kittens flinched when a raindrop caught the nose they stuck too far out of the opening. Instinctively, he curled his tail in front of the kit, pulling them back into the relative warmth of their flimsy shelter. Mewling protests were cut off when the kit noticed the moss on his scales, soft and chewy. Since it was non-toxic, he let the kit chew on him. It didn't hurt anyway. 1-year anniversary of the incident that led to the death of 13 people and the creation of the Kaiju's forest. At this point, police have determined that the creature will not be found by their typical search attempts. Resources are being rerouted to more pressing cases, and the mystery of the Musutafu Horror will be declared a cold case. Should the creature ever reappear, both heroes and police will do their best to prevent the same kind of tragedy from reoccurring. Civilians are asked to stay away from the Kaiju's forest indefinitely. If the creature is, in fact, a spirit, encroaching on its territory may only anger it. This weekend, a memorial will be held for those who were lost in this incident, excluding the inciting villain, Red Cobra. Other victims of the Musutafu Horror include Taguchi Norio, Nakata Aoi, Hirata Fumio, Hirata Tobio, Kuramoto Yoshi, Hano Kichiro, Hano Minori, Hano Noboru, Midoriya Izuku, Tanabe Misaki, Chiba Satoshi, and Chiba Kazuki. Midoriya Inko, the woman murdered by Red Cobra, seemingly triggering this incident, will also be remembered. A heavy impact echoed in the alley. His leafy spines stood on end as he registered the sound. Silent footsteps followed, heard only due to his enhanced senses. He hunkered down in the pile of garbage bags he'd been rooting through. The vines winding down his neck trembled in fear and anticipation as the newcomer approached his hiding spot. If they found him, he'd run. Unexpected sounds, a pop and a grating metallic noise, assaulted his ears. The clink of a can being set down on the concrete came shortly after. He peeked out as best as he could without exposing himself. The scent of fish wafted toward him, barely detected over the smell of trash. "Here, kitty. It's okay. PS. Fizzers. Flattened at the unusual hissing sound that reminded him a bit of the rats he'd chased. "I've got some tuna for you." Indignation rose in his chest. He was not a cat. Quiet stretched out between them for several moments. "I'll just leave it here." With that, the stranger left, taking to the air and landing on the rooftops above. He waited for as long as he felt necessary to be sure that they had left. Then he slipped out of the trash to inspect the can of food. It was tuna and it smelled safe, untampered with. It was the freshest thing he'd had in a while that he hadn't had to hunt down himself. It was devoured quickly. He never expected this exchange to become a regular occurrence, let alone that they'd become so important to him. The scuffling under piles of trash bags and the sound of claws on pavement were hardly unfamiliar to him. Being a hero who typically patrolled in the dead of night, he often had run-ins with the local strays who would generally hunt during late or early hours while most humans were asleep in their homes. There is less chance of them being harassed by cruel people then. It also wasn't the first time a stray had refused to show themselves to him. They were usually terrified and he couldn't blame them. Not after how many people, including teens or children, he'd had to bring in for animal cruelty. They treated animals like expendable toys or worse. Deciding the stray was probably a cat due to the lack of barking or whining, he pulled out a tin of tuna and left it open on the ground for the creature. Then he took to the roofs, hiding just out of sight. He waited. And he waited. And he kept waiting. Eventually, this oddly paranoid animal slipped out of the piles of trash. Since the moon wasn't directly overhead, shadows were cast over the alleyway, obscuring his view of the cat. Something about its silhouette is off. Fuzzy but patchy, as if it had lost large swaths of fur. That wouldn't be surprising for a stray. They often fell ill with no one taking care of them. Concerned for the cat he'd found, he promised himself that he'd return. It may not be in the same spot next time he visits, but it should be in the area somewhere. Feeding it would help a bit. But if things went well and he earned its trust, he might be able to take it home. His husband would protest at first but ultimately give in. That's how it always went. The other 3 cats he had adopted could verify that. Finding the cat again was not as easy as he'd hoped. It took nearly a week before he stumbled across it by accident. In a tree of all places. The harsh, grating hissing that came from the cat kept him out of the tree, although he longed to climb up and see it. Whatever dark color it was helped it blend in with its leafy surroundings. It was only the glowing eyes with slitted pupils that had tipped him off to the cat's presence. "Come, kitty. PS, 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 PS. He tried again. The burglar tied up at his feet, the only reason he'd been by this tree out front of someone's home, groaned and rolled his eyes. "You're trying to catch a cat now?" they scoffed. "I already caught you," he retorted. "I need something to do while I wait for the cops to come and haul your butt to jail. Technically, I haven't stolen anything yet. So they can't put me in jail," they replied with a cocky grin. "Technically, you did bust their window lock after trespassing on their property. That's at least 2 chargeable offenses. And on the off chance that you have anything incriminating on your person, well, their cocky grin fell off so quickly. He relished in that for just a second. Then he turned his attention back to the cat. He was sure that this was the same cat. While he couldn't see it, the way it obscured itself reminded him of the one he saw in the trash. Most stray cats would at least swipe at you, exposing a single paw. Enough to figure out what color they are. And confirm they're a cat. This one had made no move to lash out. It just backed up, hissing fiercely. A moment ago, the cat had nearly fallen out of the tree trying to keep him at a distance. Obviously, he didn't want to risk it getting hurt, so he wouldn't get too close to the tree itself yet. Animals had boundaries too, even if the majority of humans bulldozed over them. "What about a snack?" he offered, pulling another can of tuna out of one of his many pockets. "Of course, he just has cat food." "Why not?" the burglar muttered to himself. Gleaming green eyes focused on the tuna for a few seconds before flitting away, scanning their surroundings. Probably looking for an escape. Its pupils remained narrow, indicating that it was on edge still. How badly had this cat been treated by humans to resist the lure of food without a second thought? Strays are usually so hungry that they'll take risks for a bite of nearly anything. For one to resist food just to avoid humans, it had to have been hurt badly. Its fear of humans now outweighed its hunger. Its survival instincts were reprioritized. Flashing lights let him know that a cruiser was here to pick up the burglar. Red and blue danced between the leaves, revealing a partial silhouette of the animal. Defensive posture, patchy fur, and the shine of large claws were easy to pick out. The twisting, curling shadows on either side of its head stood out as well. Had some kids attached something to it? Or was it quirked? Eraserhead. One of the officers approached for his statement. Reluctantly, he pulled his eyes off the tree to take care of business. Leaving the open can of tuna, he followed them to the cruiser to fill out the arrest paperwork. Basic details would do for now until he could get a chance to do the rest at the precinct or at home. When he was finished, he returned to the tree to find the whole can gone. Along with the cat. This was going to be difficult, wasn't it? Weeks later, after occasionally spotting the cat around the area, the cat vanished. In that time, he had learned a few things. When it liked trees. He was pretty sure it was terrorizing the local bird population given the amount of loose feathers and destroyed nests he'd found in its wake. 2. It was a big cat. A little bigger than the average Maine CN if he was seeing things right. It was hard to tell for sure with all the shadows it obscured itself in. Once it vanished, it took him 2 weeks to find it again. This time it was in a different area of town. Briefly, he wondered if it relocated just to avoid him. If so, it was definitely quirked. The main difference in their most recent encounter had been that he seemed to have stumbled across its den. For the first time, the cat went beyond just hissing and avoiding him. It screamed like someone had cut its tail off, dashing off into the trash maze around its home. He had barely managed to avoid some rotting lumber that it knocked down. He was sure it was on purpose. He promised not to get that close to its den again and quickly left. Tonight he intended to keep that promise. "Hey kitty, I brought some more tuna. I also have some fresh water," he announced from the mouth of the cat's alleyway. He wouldn't be entering. "I'll leave them over here by this fruit crate." A soft hiss answered him. It was still there and refusing to come out. "Tomorrow, if you're still here, I was thinking about bringing some chicken. I've noticed you like birds." If the cat was indeed quirked, there was a good chance it would understand him. Quirked animals were usually a bit more intelligent than their unquirked counterparts. Then there were quirked animals whose quirk was intelligence. They were on a whole other level. He worked for one of those. It was humbling. "I have to get back to my patrol. Enjoy your meal. This time as he left, he heard quiet rustling approaching the mouth of the alley. He kept walking, unwilling to scare it off. But he was pleased that it didn't feel the need to hide for so long after his departure anymore. That was progress, no matter how little it seemed. He just needed to keep working on earning its trust. The persistent stranger was still calling him a cat, much to his annoyance. At least the man had the excuse of having never seen him. Still, he was pretty sure he was larger than a cat now. When he was younger, he had been smaller than most cats. But this form grew with him, and now he was on par with several small to medium dog breeds. As always, the can of tuna was safe. The water, which was new, smelled safe. Plus he had heard the click of the seal when the bottle was opened and poured into this bowl. A blue, plastic bowl with a smiling pink fish at the bottom. This stupid cat confusion was embarrassing. Not that he wouldn't keep the dish. The man had clearly gotten it for him. It was his now. If something was his, it was part of his hoard. And he took good care of his hoard. He was a proud dragon after all. 3 years ago, Midoriya Izuka died. At least, that's what the memorial stone outside of the Kaiju's forest said. He was actually fine. Or as fine as a homeless, traumatized child can be. No one really bothered to look for his body. He had been registered as quirkless, after all. And he had been. Until that day. Fear and anger overtook him when that villain poisoned his mother. Watching her struggle to breathe for mere seconds as the poison worked quickly to snuff out her life, graying her skin and pouring blackness into her veins until her eyes bled rotting blood. No child should ever see that. But he did. And a monster formed inside him, bursting to the surface in a whirlwind of cracking bones, sprouting leaves, and expanding flesh. He found himself at dizzying heights, confused, before realizing he was just that tall. Trees surrounded him, bending to his will. It was his will that the man who killed his mother know the same fear she did. Blinded with rage and lost in what he later learned was a force-manifested quirk, he took things too far. It wasn't until the monster was safely tucked back inside him as he stumbled down an evacuated street that he came back to himself. The night sky above told him hours had passed. In the corner of a quiet train station, a TV played the news story of the disaster he caused. He didn't even remember fighting the heroes. Just the fear he felt. One of the few others in the station scoffed something about, "Another day, another villain." It sent a chill up his spine. That's what he was, wasn't he? Villains killed people. Villains fight heroes. Villains cause destruction. Monster, the news anchor had said. He wasn't just any villain. He was a monster. That realization had sent him into hiding. The police were looking for him. Aside from that, he had no family other than his mom. If he wasn't just arrested and sent to Tartarus, he'd go into foster care. No one would ever adopt a monster like him. It was better to disappear. So that's what he did. Living on the streets, hiding in abandoned buildings, or even sleeping in dumpsters. He did what he had to in order to both survive and stay off any radars. After failing to find adequate food for days, he discovered another part of his quirk. A smaller dragon form, less monstrous than the one he'd taken before. Some poor rat had scurried across his path and instincts took over, warping his body as an unseen force urged him forward. In this form, he could hunt. During the day, he would take his human form since he was more likely to be spotted in the lighter hours. But at night, he shifted and used that form to keep himself fed. It took him a few weeks of mourning and self-loathing, but he eventually realized that if he were to become a hero like he always said he would, he could save enough people to atone for what he'd done. No longer did he want to be a hero like All Might, saving everyone with a smile. No, now he planned to be a hero who could use his monstrous nature to stop the real monsters. Currently, he attends online school as Midoriya Izuka. His real name couldn't really be used for obvious reasons, but he was determined to finish his schooling. It was important for his plan. The courses he took were informal, which is probably the only reason he could sign up so easily under a fake name. He figured that as long as he could pass the UA entrance exam and dismiss the gap as homeschooling, it would be fine to have some missing paperwork. Taking advantage of the local library's non-existent computer time limits and the thousands of resources it had in book form, he kept up with his schooling. Honestly, he was probably a little ahead in some areas at this point. And he had plenty of free time to study quirks. As long as he ignored the memories of his mom helping him fill out his first analysis journals, he could do it. If he thought too much about her, well, let's just say some of his new draconic traits bled into his human form. That's why Midoriko Izuha had a simple lizard mutation quirk. The police were looking for any combination of plant and dragon and monster. Several suspects had been pulled in for questioning before ultimately being cleared of suspicion. If he could, he would hide that he had a quirk now at all. But some traits were permanent and others surfaced in reaction to his emotions. While his eyes had always been green, they now held flecks of yellow and brown, the irises holding a distinctly animalistic appearance. His pupils expanded and dilated in ways that non-mutant eyes simply wouldn't. Near-invisible scales covered patches of skin across his cheekbones, the backs of his hands, and his shoulders, giving his skin a slight shimmer. Every single time he blushed, the scales grew darker in color and protruded further from his flesh. Sometimes they even spread beyond their usual areas. There was no hiding that. Although lizards didn't have visible ears, dragons apparently did. Deer-like ears covered in scales rather than fur replaced his old ears. They also reacted to his emotions, perking up when something caught his attention or laying flat when he was irritated. Lastly, his teeth were sharp and he could sprout strong claws. He's pretty sure he could forcibly manifest other traits as well. Instead of trying to hide all that, it was just easier to say he had a lizard quirk. And so, 3 years ago, Midoriya Izuku became a hidden monster. There were still 2 more years until Midoriko Izuha could atone for it. A purple cylinder with a silver lid was placed on the table in front of him, drawing his attention from the math worksheets he'd printed off a little earlier. He eyed the container for a few seconds before looking up at the one who had placed it there. The stranger who mistook him for a cat wasn't the only person focused on him lately. What? Izuku asked flatly, staring her down. She wasn't fazed. One of my friends has a snake mutation and she says this is the best salve for dry scales, she replied in her usual blunt manner. I asked since I noticed the ones on your hands flaking off, Karo. Ajuitiu. A girl his age with a frog mutation quirk and 2 younger siblings. Her siblings were the reason she came to the library so often. And then her big sister instincts are why she had approached him a few weeks ago when she noticed him struggling with the literature lesson. Not being properly socialized apparently affects your ability to comprehend certain hidden meanings and metaphors in the so-called classics. Sue, as she insisted on being called, didn't really understand all of the poetic lessons the classics taught either, but she at least recognized what they were saying. What they want you to get from the story is to let old prejudices go and that life without love is worthless. But to me, it's more of a lesson in the consequences of impulsive actions and the importance of communication. Still, put the other thing. That's the answer that gets full points. As much as it felt like she understood him, he was hesitant to get too close to her. She was a good person while he was secretly a monster. My scales are fine. Besides, I can't afford things like that, he dismissed, refocusing on his math. I know you can't. No offense. Izuku tried not to bristle at that statement. No judgment here, Karo, but I know how much it hurts when my skin dries out. It can't be that much different for the sensitive skin under your scales. So I got the salve for you. It's a gift, Karo. A gift? He blinked down at the container in surprise. A gift, she confirmed. Even if you don't take it, I'm leaving it here. So you might as well accept it. It was pretty hard to argue with that. He thanked her for it and put it in his yellow backpack with the bowl from his tuna stranger. Then he got back to work on his math while Tsu quietly read an adventure story to her siblings. When he tried the salve later, he found that it soothed the burning itch he'd been putting up with. Thankfully, his scales didn't cover much surface area. He'd be able to use Tsu's gift sparingly. His favorite part about it, aside from it being a gift, was that it smelled like lavender and chamomile. Even just smelling the scent straight from the jar calmed him down a bit. Sniffing it post-hunt at night helped him relax and fall asleep faster. It became a habit. The little blue cat dish that Shoyuta had left near the mouth of the alley was missing. It had been there every night since he first placed it, although it was absent during the day as he found out when passing the space once or twice. The cat was clearly smart enough to hide it so that it wouldn't be stolen. So it being missing now was a little concerning. "Kitty? You there?" Shoyuta called, stepping a little further into the alley. No response. Cautiously stepping up to where he remembered the den being, he still didn't get a response. Given how mad the cat had gotten the last time he was this close, he was pretty sure that it either moved again or it was missing. But it was definitely not in its den. He was so sure that he'd been gaining its trust. Did it move for another reason other than avoidance? Was this area unsafe for it now? Disappointed, he continued on his patrol route. He'd just have to track it down again. He's done it a few times already, so it shouldn't be too hard, right? Wrong. The elusive cat was a menace. Sure, he spotted it here and there, but wasn't sticking to one area. It was like it couldn't find a spot that it liked enough to settle down. When he'd see it, he left out tuna or chicken for it. As far as he could tell, it was eating his offerings. So at least he knew it wasn't going hungry. A little over a month passed before it finally picked a new den. After a few consistent spottings, he went looking for where it was staying. A regular spot to leave food was best to have. He was only a little surprised to learn that it was denning in the large, tangled roots of a tree. The tree itself was deep in a park, near a man-made stream and a walking path. The walking path that he used as a shortcut between the two neighborhoods that he patrolled most frequently. At this point, he highly doubted the cat's choice was a coincidence. This time, it led him closer to its den. The blue bowl was hidden from a distance, tucked behind a wide root. Shoyuta was able to pour water into the bowl without moving it. Then he set his offering of food next to the bowl. Green eyes peered out at him from the depths of the roots, blinking slowly in a sign of approval. Perhaps as a sign of trust as well. Every night, he stopped by the tree to give the cat a meal. It never ate while he was there, choosing to wait until he left. It just didn't trust easily. He could be patient. There was something about this one. He wanted to take it home eventually, but he respected its autonomy. One day, he was rewarded for his patience. The cat left him a gift. Sitting inside the bowl when he arrived was a wrapped hard candy. Reading the wrapper, he saw that it was coffee-flavored caramel. If he had any doubts about the cat being quirked, they were gone now. He wasn't even sure how it knew he liked coffee. Did he smell like coffee? "Is this for me?" he asked, wanting to be sure. Relaxed blinks answered him from the shadows. He smiled down at the candy in his hand. This was definitely a sign of trust. "Thank you." "Bugs?" "Eat crickets specifically." "Why?" "I'm a frog, Izuren." "Oh." Izuku stared at the brownies she'd brought into the library. There was a rule about food around the books, but they were at a table doing school assignments. No library books were involved, so the librarians wouldn't scold her. He hadn't expected her to offer one to him. "Lizards eat bugs, but is that not a preference for you, Karo?" "I get that mutations don't affect everything." Sue shrugged. He thought about the raw rats and bird eggs that he often ate at night. Weird things were on his menu, but he'd never considered bugs before. "I don't know. Haven't. I never tried." "Well, if you want to try one, these are food-grade crickets. They're even safe for non-mutants, so if your quirk didn't add bugs to your palate, you won't get sick or anything." Yeah, he tried them. They were delicious. He wondered what other bugs he might like. Weaving between piles of broken, abandoned furniture and squeezing past a tilted refrigerator, he made his way deep into the secluded clearing he had discovered months ago. It was easily made bigger by moving some of the smaller mounds of trash. Pieces of discarded objects could be carefully pulled out of stacks and repurposed for the very reason he found this hideaway. Training for the UA entrance exam. After getting beaten up by another homeless person for getting too close to their shelter, Izuku realized that if he wanted to become a hero, he needed to be stronger. Claws and quick reflexes just weren't enough. It might also be good to be stronger so that he doesn't get killed before he can even make it to the entrance exam. So along with his homeschooling, he needed to train. But being homeless and having poor access to nutritional meals, he knew he would struggle with things like strength training. Bulking up so he could punch things wasn't an option for him. Instead, he focused on agility and watched martial arts videos at the library. If he could dart around his opponents and use their own strength against them, he might win. Most recently, he built an obstacle course that focuses on parkour skills. A few old washing machines pushed within jumping distances of each other. Not too hard to move a few inches once he's ready to increase the difficulty. Some hurdles, made out of whatever long pieces of metal or wood he could scrounge up. And then a questionably stable pile of oil drums and wooden crates for climbing practice. The course was a disaster, but it was the best he could do. Once he was safely in his clearing, he fell into the routine he'd made for himself. Stretching, easy exercises to warm up and build a little muscle, and then practicing the moves he'd learned from videos. The obstacle course would come last, allowing him to simply collapse in the sand once he's exhausted himself. Parkour was exhausting in his human form. He needed to learn to be a hero in his human form. Maybe his smaller dragon form could be used for infiltration or tracking when no one was watching. If anyone saw him like that, they might connect him to the monster he could be. He definitely couldn't use his monstrous dragon form. That would terrify people, not to mention, probably get him arrested. Getting arrested was not an option. Being a hero was the only way he could atone. So all his training was done in his human form. All the research he did for fighting techniques and easier ways to move was done with his human form in mind. He had a few lizard, Quirk traits that could help in his human form. His senses were enhanced and, obviously, the claws would help with fighting and climbing. But it was still so different from his dragon form. In his dragon form, he moved with ease, slinking around in the cover of night. His wings cut the difficulty of his trips around town down to practically zero. His tail was great for balancing. Even so, no one could ever know about his dragon forms. He could never be recognized as the Kaiju. To prevent that, he threw himself into training his human body. Sit-ups, jumping jacks, and lunges. Running along the strip of land where the beach and the ocean met. Swimming in the safer depths of the water when it wasn't too cold. Practicing kicks and punches that he learned from instructors on YouTube. And running that obstacle course until he couldn't move. 2 years needed to be enough time to prepare himself for that exam. It was all he had. "I brought you a treat, kitty," Shoyuta said quietly as he approached the tree. "My husband made too much shrimp for a recipe he was trying out." He opened the little container he had brought the extra shrimp in and set it next to the water dish, balancing it precariously on the tree roots. Then he did the same with the usual can of tuna. This time, no bright eyes blinked at him from the darkness of the hollow. Instead, a soft, breathy sound greeted him. Snoring. The cat was asleep. It slept knowing he was coming. While it may seem like a good opportunity to get a peek at it, he wasn't about to break its trust like that. "I'll just leave these here," Shoyuta whispered as he filled up the water dish. "Sleep well, kitty. I'll be back tomorrow night." Almost a year after his first encounter with the cat, he was still working on gaining its trust. It had moved again recently, so he was looking for its new den once more. At this point, he was pretty sure that it wasn't moving to avoid him. Rather, it seemed that it moved when the prey numbers in the area dropped or if there was some other environmental change. Occasionally, it left him gifts in the water dish. Usually some type of candy or a rock. Once, a bright yellow button that matched his goggles. Sometimes it was a mini hero figure, like the kinds you could find in kids' meals at some restaurants or those little coin vending machines outside of shops. Possibly because they were making a connection to him being a hero. Other than the candies, which he ate, Shoyuta kept every single trinket the cat left for him, safe and sound in a black shoebox. A handful of his favorites were kept in a green, velvet pouch on his person. Green, like the skittish creature's eyes. His friend and co-worker, Kayama Nomuri, noticed them one day when he took out the pouch to fidget with one of the smooth, polished rocks. She proceeded to tease him for an entire week. Of course, she knew that he wasn't really the type to be too sentimental over objects. If he bothered to keep them, it meant they came from someone important to him. Most of the time that was her or his husband. Admitting that it was a stray cat piqued her interest. She still tries to convince him to take her with him the next time he visits. He says no every single time. It was hard enough getting it to trust just him. Throwing other people into the mix could ruin all the progress he's made. He still planned to take it home, probably get it some medical care, and make it part of the family if he could ever get it to trust him fully. No rhyme or reason to the den choices. How am I supposed to find you? He murmured to himself at the end of his shift, sending one last glance over the neighborhood he was in. It had been a couple of weeks already. While that wasn't the longest time he'd gone without seeing the cat, it was getting up there and he was a little worried. Hopefully he'd find it tomorrow. The next night, he was surprised to find that the cat tracked him down instead. He'd been resting on a rooftop when he heard a quiet clink behind him. Rather than an attacker as he'd been expecting, the blue cat dish sat in a patch of moonlight. Shoyuta couldn't help a small smile. "Hey kitty, do you want some water?" It wasn't in sight, probably hidden in a shadow nearby or behind a vent. But he still approached the bowl and poured in some water from a bottle that he always kept on his person just in case he found the cat. He pulled out a can of tuna too, sure that it was probably hungry. Setting it down once it was open, he took several steps back from the cat's meal. A green, scaled arm reached out of the shadows and into the patch of light before he could consider leaving so that the cat could eat in peace. Clearly, he'd gotten his identification of the creature wrong though. Years of masking his reactions for the sake of his hero work were the only reason he didn't audibly gasp as the dark claws on the reptilian limb grasped the tuna can. Metal grated against the concrete surface of the roof when the creature dragged the can back into its shadowy hiding space. Its eyes, still slitted and cat-like, glowed slightly in the darkness. He could feel the tension in its gaze, waiting to see what he would do now. "Not a cat then," he commented calmly. No, it was definitely not a cat even if it liked tuna. It seemed to be a giant lizard of some kind. He didn't really know much about lizards. "I guess I can't call you kitty anymore." Green, glowing eyes relaxed and its attention moved off him. Not entirely, but enough to start eating the tuna. Shoyuta started thinking out loud rather than just staring at the creature to help it relax further. "I don't think lizard is much of a name. There's kitty, puppy, birdie. Lizzie." It hissed at him for that. "Fair enough. Midori? Since you're green." It growled this time. "Pickle?" The empty tuna can was tossed at him from the shadows. "Understandable." After thinking about it for a few moments but being unable to come up with anything, Shoyuta sighed. "How about I think about it and get back to you? I'm not the best with names." And thus began the longest name search he'd ever dealt with. Then again his cats, Dumpster, Mayhem, and Radio didn't really have the ability to veto their names like this critter. But you know what? The names his husband came up with were worse. Deciding to let himself be seen by the Tuna Man, or Eraserhead as he'd learned, hadn't been a choice that Izuku made lightly. It's just that in the year or so that he's known the hero, he's proven to be trustworthy. And he didn't like only cats since he'd seen him feed dogs too. Plus, as a hero, and yes, he absolutely watched Eraserhead do hero work from various hiding spots. The man could be trusted to save everyone. He interacted with everyone as if they mattered the same to him as any person with a more socially acceptable quirk. Of course, he could be a little antisocial or awkward, but again, that was with everyone. Eraserhead didn't seem to discriminate against anyone. He was even kind to some of the criminals he arrested. Izuku would take it to his grave that he witnessed the hero letting a few petty thieves go because they were only trying to survive, desperate and hungry. So yeah, Eraserhead seemed like a good person. And Izuku was sick of being called a cat. "I don't think lizard is much of a name." Izuku watched the man stare at the sky and thought as he ate the gifted tuna. "There's kitty, puppy, birdie. Lizzie? Absolutely not." He hissed to get his opinion across. "Fair enough. Midori? Since you're green." He growled, unnerved by how close that was to his actual identity. "Pickle? Why the F no?" He threw the now empty tuna can at the man. "Understandable." Eraserhead seemed to think on it for a bit before sighing tiredly. "How about I think about it and get back to you? I'm not the best with names." And thus began the longest string of horrible, ridiculous, and appalling names he'd ever heard. After a year of training at his trashy literally training grounds on the beach, getting semi-regular meals from Eraserhead, and studying with Tsu, Izuku was starting to feel better about his chances of making it into UA. He was also pretty sure that he could call both Eraserhead and Tsu his friends. Different kinds of friends, but still friends he could trust. So when Tsu asked the question one day, he answered honestly. Aizu-chan, I haven't said anything because I didn't want to overstep, but… She looked nervous for once. Unusual since she wasn't one to emote outwardly that often. You're homeless, right? He panicked in his head. He definitely thought about lying. Yet, at the end of his mental grasping for damage control, he decided that he could trust her. Yeah. Please don't tell anyone. I won't ask why. You can tell me when you're ready, Karo, Tsu promised. But I've been thinking that you should sleep over sometime. Sleep over? Like at your house? Izuku clarified, confused by the offer. Michim, I don't know what your shelter is like, but a house is probably better. You could get some good sleep for once. Don't think I haven't. Noticed your eye bags, she said bluntly. You can also take a nice, warm bath, Karo. Hey, I keep clean. Izuku defended, before hesitantly asking, I don't stink, do I? No. That's not what I meant, Tsu assured him. I just mean that a full, warm bath with guaranteed privacy is probably more relaxing than whatever you've been doing. Well, she had a point there. Would your parents be okay with it? He asked uncertainly. I think so. They might pester you a bit since I've only brought one other friend over before, Tsu shrugged. The other kids at school tend to dislike how blunt I am. Izuku nodded in understanding. He didn't mind because he knew he could get the same way when it came to topics like quirk analysis. Wouldn't they want to speak to my parents? I don't think so, Karo. They've never asked Habuko-chan. Alright, I'll think about it. The bowl. Except with a pink fish, not orange. 3 key things made up a great den. 1. The available resources in the area. 2. The security the chosen den can provide. And 3. The comfort of the den itself. As a dragon, Izuku seemed to be particularly picky. He wasn't sure if that was because he was a reptile in general or if dragons had some specific instincts that made it harder to find a satisfactory home. Either way, every time he thought he found a good place, he couldn't bring himself to stay for long. The food would run out or the weather would change. Sometimes kids found his den and ruined it because they're little assholes. He also felt like something was missing in each one. Frustrated with his seemingly endless search, he decided to follow Eraserhead home. As a hero, the man probably lived in a decent neighborhood. Maybe. He talked about a husband sometimes, so Izuku was fairly certain he didn't live in a box under a bridge somewhere. So here he was, watching the hero slip into an apartment through a window. Honestly, that made a lot of sense for Eraser. He couldn't bring himself to find it weird. Doors were overrated anyway. It's not like Izuku didn't also travel by roof and take obscure routes whenever he was in this form. He was skilled with climbing, jumping, and flying all while staying hidden. That's how he was able to follow Eraserhead home without being noticed. All this time around the hero, and hiding from society in general, had taught him to mask his presence. Having seen where the man lived, Izuku set out in search of his own den in the area. The roof of Eraser's building? Too close for comfort and there weren't many hiding spots. An alley across the street? Nope. Already claimed by some territorial cats. A small, boarded-up flower shop a couple of blocks away? It could be perfect. He needed to investigate it a little bit first. After finding a way in through a broken basement window, he paused for a moment to let his eyes adjust to the darkness. It smelled of dirt and rotting plants, mulch and rusted iron. He could see garden tools so old and ill-cared for that they had started to erode. Broken flower pots and spilled bags of potting soil. Despite that, it really didn't seem that bad. He could hear rats scurrying around in the walls. Once he caught them, they'd be a good meal. Cleaning up the basement wouldn't be too difficult, especially since he can switch between forms. It'd be nice to have a den large enough that he could use it while in his human form too. Finding the stairs, he made his way into the actual flower shop. Dusty counters and nearly empty shelves filled the space. Here and there, a flower pot or a vase sat with long dead flowers, dry and crusty inside. He couldn't do much for the ones in vases, seeing as their roots were already cut. But the planted ones? He should change the soil first, but he could regrow them. It might be a fun little hobby. and it would probably count as Quirk practice. The practice was much needed. He almost never used that aspect of his quirk these days. Making up his mind, he headed back into the basement. He would set up a hidden nest here. If anyone ever bought the building, he'd hear them enter upstairs and be able to flee through the window before they ever saw him. Until then, it would make a perfect home. "Thank you for letting me visit your home," he stammered with a polite bow. "Oh, it's no problem, dear," her mom replied kindly. Still, the boy thanked her again, this time handing over a small potted flower. "Come on, I'll show you where you can put your things, Caro," Sue said, coming forward to save her nervous friend from any more adult interactions. "After that, maybe we can play some board games?" "Sure," Aizu-chan agreed. He followed her cautiously to her room. A guest futon was already laid out for him. She also had some snacks she either bought or made earlier in the week that she kept in her room so that her siblings wouldn't eat them. Little siblings could be a pain. "Do you have any board games you like? I can see if we have them," Sue offered as Izuku looked around her room with slight awe. "I don't remember ever playing any," her friend admitted. "And didn't that worry her? I used to play Go Fish on Mom's days off. But that's okay, Caro. We can play a bunch to figure out what you like," Sue assured him. "Let's play one you like," Aizu-chan suggested with a shy smile. She nodded and went over to the pile of games she'd set out to pick something. Hope was a simple game that would be a good start. Plus, it was frog-themed. "This might be a bit cliché, Caro," Sue laughed, turning to show off her choice. He was looking around her room again. Maybe he'd want to explore first? "What is it?" "I like your room. The plants seem so happy," Aizu-chan said, pointing briefly to her collection of ferns and succulents. "Thank you. I do my best to take care of them," Sue replied. "You're doing a good job." He looked back at her and noticed the game. "Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Let's play." Together they set up the board and she read him the instructions. He proceeded to beat her 5 times in a row. And in every game after that. "I'm so sorry." "It's okay. If you're smart, Sue shrugged. Still, Izuku felt awful. "Besides, if you had let me win, I think that might be worse, Caro. I'll just have to get good enough to beat you myself." "Are you mad?" Izuku asked nervously. "Not at all. Everyone has their strengths. Yours is clearly strategy." "I guess." Izuku frowned, worried despite her reassurances. "It's almost dinner time, so you'll have to endure my family for a bit. But after that, maybe we could watch a movie." "Caro." "Okay." Izuku agreed. He hadn't seen a movie in a long time. All he's ever seen were All Might ones. There were a lot of those. Something new might be nice. Hanging out with Tsu was relaxing. Dinner with her family was a little less so. He was used to her siblings, Samidare and Satsuki, from the library. They were 9 and 5, respectively, and very sweet. Her parents, who introduced themselves as Baru and Ganma, were new. And adults. Tsu's mom seemed similar to Tsu. Except she emoted more than his friend did. There was almost always a kind, warm smile on her face. Tsu had definitely gotten her lack of expressiveness from her father, Ganma. Although everything he'd said so far had seemed kind and respectful, his face was etched in a permanent display of indifference. "Tsu tells me you're homeschooled," Burr commented at one point. "Is that difficult?" "I don't think so. I like working at my own pace," Izuku answered, trying and failing to keep his stuttering under control. "When I went to public school, it was harder. Because of bullies and the teachers not liking me." A soft, concerned frown took over Baru's face for a moment as she nodded in understanding. "Yes, people can be very cruel about quirks like ours. I'm glad you were able to find something that works for you, though." The gentle smile was back, somehow encouraging. Would she still smile at him if she knew that he was bullied because he was quirkless back then? Somehow, he thought she might. Hesitantly, he smiled back. Being at Sue's house was nice. Her family was nice too. After dinner, and managing to avoid questions that could expose his situation, Sue insisted he take a bath before the movie. He watched as she lit candles and poured bubbles into the bath. She was taking this very seriously. He made a mental note to gift her spa-type stuff after seeing her collection of soaps, lotions, and what she called bath bombs. Tsu love baths. You get in and relax, Caro. I put some of my pajama pants and a plain t-shirt that should fit you on the counter when you're done. Okay? Yes, ma'am, he teased, earning a fond eye roll. She left him to the bath she had meticulously prepared. After he washed up, he got into the bath and tried to relax as she told him to. It was unexpectedly overwhelming. Tears welled up in his eyes. He hadn't realized he missed something as simple as an actual soak in a bath so much. Maybe he should save some of the spare change he gets to go to a bathhouse once in a while. Or maybe Tsu would let him come over again. That would be nice too. When the bathwater started to get cold, he got out. Green flannel pants and a yellow shirt had been left on the counter as promised. He dressed and met Tsu in her room. I'm gonna take a bath too, and then we can pick a movie, Caro, she told him. Make yourself at home while you wait. Snoop if you want, Caro. I don't care. I wouldn't invade your privacy like that. Izuku protested. He really wouldn't. Following Eraserhead home didn't count, okay? That was different. I'm just saying I don't mind if you look through my things to keep yourself entertained, Tsu clarified with a faint smile. Oh, okay, Izuku hummed, eyeing her plants. I might then. Just a little. A soft snort escaped her as she headed out of her room. Izuku approached the plants almost immediately in her absence. They really were very healthy and happy. There were no blooms on the ones that could flower, but that's because they weren't in season yet. He had come to trust Tsu long ago, although he didn't quite trust himself not to ruin her or her life with what he actually was. A monster. Seeing her plant collection now, he found himself trusting her even more. No one who was this kind to plants could ever be cruel. Even if she learned what he used to be, she wouldn't hate him. His quirklessness wouldn't matter. She wanted to be a hero, he had learned, so he wasn't entirely sure how she'd react if she found out he was the villain the police had been searching for. While he didn't think she'd be cruel, she was responsible enough that she'd probably turn him in. That's the right thing to do, right? Tsu was a good person. She'd definitely do the right thing. As long as he succeeded in becoming a hero and atoning for what he'd done, surely he could be her friend for a little longer? Could he be just a little selfish for a bit longer? Wow. Tensing, he turned around and spotted Tsu, dressed in pajamas with her hair damp. Wow, what happened? Was he mumbling? He thought he had mostly curbed that habit. I didn't know you could do that, Caro. He followed her gaze to the plants he'd been gently petting, feeling the leaves and stems to gauge their health fully. Minute. Several of them were blooming early. He'd used that part of his quirk without meaning to. Reflecting on his friendship with Tsu had completely distracted him. Izuku responded stupidly. How was he going to get out of this? Did you grow that plant you gave to my mom earlier? She guessed. Why was she so smart? Tsu's gaze softened. We don't have to talk about it, Caro. Please don't tell anyone, he pleaded quietly. I won't. I'm not going to pretend to understand why you're hiding it, but I won't say anything, Tsu promised. There was no way she was being anything other than sincere. He trusted her. Thank you. Friends keep friends' secrets, Caro, she dismissed. And they're also there to listen when their friends are ready to talk. Remember that. Okay. Come on, she gestured for him to follow her out of her room. Dad's making us some popcorn, so let's go pick the movies, Caro. There should be time for 2 before we should get some sleep. Out to the living room they went to browse the Ajui family movie collection. Frowning at her blushing friend, Tsu couldn't help it. You've got to be kidding me, Caro. I'm not. Or at least, if I have seen any, I was young enough to not remember. Aizu-chan couldn't recall having ever seen a Disney movie. What did he watch when he was little instead? All Might movies and documentaries. The boy was definitely a gifted child if he had the attention span for documentaries as early as she still couldn't watch those without getting bored, and she was 14 now. Something about the droning voices and awkward interviews. I'm gonna have to make a checklist for us to go through, she decided, amused by how his scales darkened and spread across his face. His mutations were so neat. Tonight? He asked, looking confused. Eventually, she corrected. Because you're coming back, Karo? I am, he questioned, clearly a little lost. As many times as it takes to fix this tragedy, Karo. It's not that bad, he tried to protest. It is. But don't worry, Karo. I will save you. She giggled when he groaned at her attempt to be dramatic. But seriously, she'd make sure he watches all those movies along with other classics people tend to reference. Being able to keep up with jokes and stuff like that would be helpful in making friends once they get to UA. In the end, the first movie he picked to watch was The Princess and the Frog. He said he liked the dress Tiana wore on the cover. That made sense. It looked like it was made of plants. For the second movie, he insisted Sue pick. She picked Luca to stay with the amphibian/water reptile theme that his movie choice had started. Unsurprisingly, both movies made him cry. Sobs of "she achieved her dreams" and "did you see his face when he betrayed him?" explained his many tears. Genuinely concerned about him getting dehydrated, especially since she wasn't sure what kind of lizard he had the traits of, she made him drink a lot of water. When the movies were over and they managed to get Aizu-chan's tears to stop, they got ready for bed. Brushing their teeth, Sue taking her vitamins, and Aizu-chan putting on some of the salve she kept getting for his scales. Soon they were all cuddled up under their blankets, in her dark room lit slightly by a single mushroom-shaped nightlight. It was cozy and she was content. "Hey, Sue," he whispered through the darkness. "Yes, Aizu-chan," she replied. "Thank you for inviting me over. You're my friend, Karo. I wanted to spend time with you. Still, I used to sleep over at a family friend's when I was really little, but it wasn't the same. I really had a lot of fun tonight and I appreciate it." "I had fun too. Maybe one day, you and Habuko-chan can come over at the same time. Then it would be a slumber party. We could paint each other's nails or something, Karo. I think I'd like that." He didn't even seem bothered by the idea of meeting a new person. "I'm glad I met you, Aizu-chan." "That I'm glad I met you too, Tsu." Hesitantly he added, "Chun." Pleased that their friendship had grown deeper, she smiled. She loved her friends so much. "Still couldn't find Kitty?" "Nope. I've gone a few days without seeing it before, but," Shoyuta sighed. "It's never had this much trouble settling somewhere before. I hope it's just den searching and that it finds one." His husband hummed in acknowledgement. Yamada Hisashi, his best friend, his sun in the sky, the love of his life. Shoyuta would die for this man. By some miracle, the loud, blonde extrovert felt the same way about his gloomy and awkward, introverted butt. So they got married. "Perhaps it was offended by you offering the name Blinksilla last time," Hisashi teased. "I get it. It was a stupid name," Shoyuta replied, exasperated. He wouldn't shut up about it. "But it was logical. Godzilla is a giant lizard thing and this lizard blinks at me a lot." Hisashi snickered as he went about making some tea and coffee. "What if it got sick though?" Shoyuta continued worrying. "Assuming it is sick, how would you even find it?" "Go out and search," Shoyuta answered, pointedly ignoring the fact that it was a ridiculous plan. He could look for weeks and he probably still wouldn't find the lizard. It was hard enough finding it when it was leaving its den regularly. But sick and possibly immobile? No chance. "Just be patient," Hisashi insisted. "You've already been waiting for a year." Taking the coffee that his husband handed him, he agreed to try. "But we should start watching lizard documentaries or something so that we know how to care for it when it comes to live with us." "If it comes to live with us," Hisashi corrected gently. "I will wait however long it takes," Shoyuta vowed. "Okay," his husband accepted, sitting down on the couch with his tea. "For tonight though, come cuddle with me. It's cold and I need snuggles." Shoyuta settled on the couch, angling his body so that Hisashi could lean into him. Wrapping his arms around his husband, he instantly felt a little calmer. Being around Hisashi had always settled his nerves when the man wasn't intentionally trying to rile him up. Even back at UA. That's just one of the many reasons he grew to love him. He hadn't gotten too far from his apartment when a strange sound made him stop. Pausing on the roof of a convenience store, he listened for the sound in hopes that it would happen again. A squawk of sorts rang out after a few seconds. Now, the lizard hadn't done more than hiss or growl so far, but that seemed like it could be a reptilian noise. "Kitty!" An irritated hiss followed. "Show you to side," though he was amused. "I don't have a name for you yet and I've been calling you Kitty this whole time anyway." Looking around, he spotted familiar glowing green eyes in the shadows of a vent. When it realized that he saw it, it turned and snuck off, hiding behind things and keeping to the shadows. It had never moved while he was watching before. Those glowing eyes reappeared under a stack of crates near the edge of a roof, blinking slowly. Waiting for something? For him. It wanted him to follow. Well, that was unusual. It was incredibly skilled at staying hidden even while on the move. Impressive even. Following it became a game of finding those glowing eyes in the distance and trying to keep up. He wasn't sure how it was getting from roof to roof without being seen. Far too soon, they came to a stop in a small shopping district that was unnervingly close to his home. Clanging on some garbage cans lined up between a closed flower shop and a cramped antique shop brought the chase down to the ground. Slipping between the buildings, he kept an eye out for green eyes. He finally spotted them peering out of a busted window. "Is this where you're staying now?" Shoyuta guessed, crouching to look in through the small window. He would never fit in there. Most of his students wouldn't either. The green eyes blinked back from a suffocating darkness. There wasn't a bit of light let in at night that would allow him to see what the place was like. Maybe during the day, but he was sure that the creature had somewhere to hide when it was light out. "Where's your bowl? I'll give you some water." The eyes blinked and then vanished, some quiet scuffling letting him know the lizard was heading somewhere inside. About 2 minutes later, it reappeared, gently, pushing the blue dish out of the window. He took in the claws and scales that he had seen before, this time noting the fuzzy, green growth further up its arm. Was the lizard moldy? Could that happen to reptiles? The arm disappeared before he could get a better look. Shoyuta dutifully filled up the dish with fresh water and pulled a tin of tuna out of his pocket. "Now that I know you're here, I'll come back once a night. Try to find somewhere safe out here for your bowl. I don't want to have to skip giving you water if you're asleep when I come." Slow blinks answered him. He couldn't help a small smile in response. They had made a lot of progress tonight. Tuna. That's a snack. Not a name. Basilisk. Cool, but he didn't want the reminder that he was a monster. Kiwi. The sour fruit or the bird. Either way, no, thank you. Lizard Beth. That was so much worse than Lizzie. Peridot. Better, but still no. Leonardo di Lizardio? Was he serious? Why was he backtracking here? How did he even come up with that? Squiggly? Okay, that was kind of cute. For any other animal. Izuku still had his dignity. The awful names continued for a few weeks, only 1 or 2 offered each night. In the end, he was so worn down by the atrocious names that Eraserhead kept suggesting that he agreed to the first kind of decent one the man came up with. Bean. Because he was green, like a green bean, and small like a bean. Not small for a lizard, mind you. Just small compared to Eraserhead or other humans. It would do. He let out a rumbling noise that vaguely resembled a purr more than a growl. "Alright, Bean it is," Eraserhead replied with a nod. "Any chance I can see all of you, Bean?" Hissing, he backed away from the window a few steps. Not far enough to fall off the bookshelf he'd moved against the wall so that he could sit at the window, but enough to show the man that he'd run if he insisted. He was recognizable as a dragon. The hero would figure it out. That he was that monster that destroyed a park and killed people. That's fine. I just thought I'd ask, Eraserhead shrugged. Can I at least know if you're a boy or a girl lizard? Or would you rather I use they/them pronouns for you? Or do you not care? Yes, he was aware that the man had been calling him this whole time. He wasn't really bothered by that since it was common for people to do that with unknown animals. But sharing something as simple as pronouns wasn't going to expose what he actually was. Crawling down from his bookshelf, he headed over to where he had his backpack stashed. He heard a quiet sigh from Eraserhead. The hero probably assumed he'd retreated for the night, so he needed to be quick about this. Magazines he finds in the trash are something he started collecting so that he'd have something to read away from the library. They weren't a part of his hoard, so he'd toss them or use them as fuel for small fires when he was done reading them. This particular magazine had an allergy medicine ad with a boy and his dad in the image. He tore out the page, bringing it with him. Eraserhead was just starting to leave when he got back to the window. He made a noise to get the man's attention after pushing the page outside. "Oh, I thought I upset you," Eraserhead admitted, crouching back down to accept the page. "Allergy meds? A boy and a man? Is that your answer?" He/him pronouns. Blinking slowly was usually a good way to indicate yes, with Eraserhead. Being the lizard lad, Eraserhead tried. Izuku intentionally refrained from blinking at all. A nervous chuckle came from the hero. "Sorry. Just Bean. Kami forbid the man ever have a child." The Perkid. Meeting Tsu at a new place was a little nerve-wracking. It took days for her to convince him to go to a cafe with her on her yen. Or, technically, her parents' yen. But she really wanted him to meet Habuko-chan in an environment where he could more easily leave if he was uncomfortable. He ran his thumb over the smooth pieces of glass in his palm. His mother always taught him to never arrive somewhere empty-handed. It wasn't polite. A frog, a lizard, and a snake walk into a cafe. Izuku smiled to himself. That sounded like the start of either a good joke or an even better story. Either way, he sat down at a table with the girls. Mengusu Habuko, the snake-quirked girl, introduced herself as. Her neck and head were entirely snake-like and topped with wild, red hair. The rest of her body didn't seem to have any mutations. She was a lot taller than both Tsu and Izuku. I'm Midoriko Izuha," he had managed to reply. "Here, T, this is for you." The offered gift was accepted and she turned it over in her hands, inspecting it. "Is this sea glass?" "Yes. There's a beach I go to a lot. It's yellow," she pointed out. "Is that bad?" "No. Yellow is just really rare. It happens when there's sulfur present," she explained. He perked up at that. "Another person who likes rocks and minerals? I thought that it could match the one I have for Tsu," Izuku said, holding up the moss-green piece he'd brought for his friend. "Oh, I get one too, Karo?" "Yes. Because you're treating me. And also, I just wanted to give you something." "Tsu, I know you said he was sweet, but he's like pure sugar." Habuko giggled. "Yeah. He's skittish too though," Tsu added bluntly. "You guys talked about me?" Izuku felt himself blushing. "Of course," Tsu replied at the same moment Habuko commented, "Whoa, your scales." He touched his cheek with his fingers. "Is something wrong with my scales?" "No. The way they appear is just really cool," Habuko assured him. Tsu nodded in agreement. Izuku blushed harder until Tsu suggested that they order. He awkwardly stammered his way through ordering a small berry parfait and a matcha. For herself, Tsu ordered a chocolate eclair and some peach tea with jelly pieces. Lastly, Habuko ordered a strawberry-topped sponge cake and some plain coffee with milk. "So the reptiles like the bean juice," Tsu concluded jokingly once they realized that both he and Habuko ordered coffee. "Then again, so do some amphibians. Mom drinks a lot of coffee. I have a friend that drinks so much coffee that he smells like it constantly," Izuku hesitantly shared. The three teens laughed at that together. "Yeah, they get along fine. Why didn't you tell me you were hurt?" "I'm fine. I was just lightly stabbed." "You were stabbed?" "Lightly." Aizawa Shoyuta was a stubborn, borderline pessimistic a-hole with little regard for his own safety and a self-sacrificial streak that he liked to live in. Denial of. Great at making friends with stray cats because he practically was one, but terrible at interacting with actual human beings. A caffeine addict who acted like he was allergic to hospitals and self-care. That being said, he was also a kind person who always prioritized the rescue. Despite his awkwardness with people, he genuinely and deeply cared for their well-being. He was clever, priding himself on being logical and efficient. Even if he could be grumpy, he was never cruel regardless of how irritated he was. Patience was something he had in spades. And Hisashi loved him with all his heart. Except for right now. Right now, he hated him a little bit. "Dimenit show. Get back in bed. I agreed to go along with you leaving AMA as long as you actually rested at home. You're gonna tear your stitches again. I've missed 2 days already, Zashi. What if he thinks I abandoned him?" For FS fine. I will go, okay? Leave him some food and water like you do, and then let him know what's going on. You said he's quirked, right? Even if he understands you, he's not going to like you being there. Territorial and grumpy, yeah? Just like you. I can handle it. Seriously, get back in bed. And that was how Hisashi found himself at an abandoned shop only 2 blocks away from his home. Yeah, there's no way that critter hasn't followed Shoyuta home at least once. How else would he know where they live? You can't convince him that this is just a coincidence. Slipping into the thin alley between the shop and its neighbor, he located the window that Shoyuta told him about. The little blue bowl that he'd watched Shoyuta pick out was tucked safely behind a pallet that was leaning against the wall of the shop. He filled it with some bottled water and opened 2 cans of tuna. Shoyuta insisted on leaving extra to make up for his absence. Scratching noises drew his attention back to the window. Oh, hello, B. The creature inside growled defensively. It sounded both angry and full of fear. Wait, hold on. Shoyuta sent me. I'm his husband. That did not appease the lizard. A crashing sound followed from inside the shop's basement. Hisashi frowned, hoping that Bean wouldn't hurt himself. He said he thinks you can understand him, so, hear me out, please. Shoyuta got hurt on patrol a few days ago. He'll come back when he's healed, but until then I'm going to come in his place, okay? Not okay, judging by the piece of terracotta that shot out at him, shattering against the neighboring shop's wall when he dodged. He sighed. I'm sorry, Bean. I know you don't trust easily or really even like people, but I promised I'd take care of you for him. A slightly terrifying, low hiss came from inside the window. He could swear he saw a flash of green scales near the remaining glass on the edge of the broken window pane. I'm not going to hurt you. I promise. Shoyuta cares a lot about you and tells me about you all the time. I'd love to get to know you, actually. Please give me a chance, Bean. The lizard growled again, the sound fading as he retreated further into the basement. That was a clear dismissal, so Hisashi got up to leave. He probably wouldn't have more than a week with Bean before his husband healed. Didn't mean he still couldn't try to befriend Bean. Now, how does one make friends with a lizard? Eraserhead never missed nights. Eraserhead never missed nights. In the entire time that Izuku had known him, as long as Eraserhead knew where he was denning, the man showed up with water and food. Not that he needed the food. He could hunt, after all. But he liked Eraserhead's visits. They were consistent and comfortable in his otherwise structureless, difficult life. Yet Eraserhead had already missed 2 whole nights. He couldn't even find the hero along any of his usual patrol routes when he went out to look. Pacing on the floor below the window, he waited to see if the man would come tonight. It was a little later than usual when he finally heard footsteps. The smell of tuna reached his nose as he crawled up the bookshelf. The usually appreciated snack masked the smell of a stranger. That was not Eraserhead. Oh, hello. Izuku cut off the stranger with a growl, trying to sound bigger and scarier than he currently was. Why did a stranger know how to find him? He wanted the stranger to go away. Wait, hold on. Shoyuta sent me. I'm his husband. Shoyuta? Who was Shoyuta? Why should his husband mean anything to him? He scrambled back down the bookshelf, knocking over a small table in his haste to hide. The following crash made him wince. Several flower pots now laid broken on the floor. He said you can understand him, so, hear me out, please. Shoyuta got hurt on patrol a few days ago. He'll come back when he's healed, but until then I'm going to come in his place, okay? Patrol? Gears turned in his mind, trying to work with the bits of information he was getting. Was the Shoyuta his Eraserhead? Was that Eraserhead's civilian name? Then this was the husband Eraserhead talked about. He was a stranger. Izuku did not say this stranger could come to his den. He did not say Eraserhead could bring strangers to his den. He wanted the stranger gone. Vines rose from the remains of the broken flower pots, launching one of the pieces out the window. There was a quiet yelp followed by a quieter sigh. I'm sorry, Bean. I know you don't trust easily or really even like people, but I promised I'd take care of you for him. No, he was not looking out the window to make sure he hadn't hurt his friend's husband. He did not care what happened to the stranger so long as he left. Eraserhead might be sad if he were hurt, though. Hissing out a warning, he made it clear that he did not want the stranger here. If they didn't leave, he would do something. Just not anything bad enough to make Eraserhead really sad. Because that would just make Izuku sad. I'm not going to hurt you. I promise. Shoyuta cares a lot about you and tells me about you all the time. I'd love to get to know you, actually. Please give me a chance, Bean. Growling again, he left the window to head for the stairs leading to the main floor. He'd practice with his quirk or something until that awful stranger left. Eraserhead better come back soon. The front door opened and then closed, signaling his husband's return. Except about 10 minutes passed after that without Hisashi coming to check on him. Should he risk getting scolded again to go check on him? Any excuse to get out of bed was a good one. He found Hisashi in the kitchen with an excessive amount of food spread out on the counters. Their little dining table had some more bags on it along with a thick, fuzzy blanket. He looked back at his husband just in time to see him pull a mouse out of a box. What the F dash? What are you doing? At his sudden and admittedly loud question, Hisashi dropped the mouse on the counter with a surprised shriek. Shoyuta, don't sneak up on me. But what are you doing? Hisashi collected himself with a couple of slow breaths before picking up the, apparently, very dead and very frozen mouse. Bean hated me. I told you that he would, Shoyuta reminded him flatly. Yes, I know. But I don't really want him to. Or at least, I don't want him to be that afraid of me, Hisashi explained, tucking the mouse into an unfamiliar bento box. He freaked out pretty badly, Sho. If you ever bring him home. When you bring him home, he cannot be that scared of me. He'll wind up hurting himself. How does that explain all of this? Easy. I went to the store and bought everything lizards like. There's quite a bit of variety if you don't know the type of lizard. Oh boy. He was going to overwhelm Bean. Obviously, I can't do the bugs. But I can pack a little bit of everything else. Fruits, veggies, meats, and yes, even a mouse. Lizards also like heat. I'm not sure if he could use or power a heat lamp, so I got a blanket. The thickest, softest blanket that I could find. I got it in black because of your costume. Well, this would be interesting. The stranger was back. Eraserhead was not. This was unacceptable. Listen, I know we got off on the wrong foot, Eraserhead's husband said, ignoring Izuku's growling. My name is Yamada Hisashi. And I would really like it if we could get along. Like hell that's gonna happen. I brought some peace offerings. From his place in the shadows, Izuku watched the man pull things out of a tote bag. First, I got you a blanket. It's not a heat lamp, but I figured it'd still be warm enough. If it isn't, I can just get you more blankets. The blanket in question was very plush. It looked like the kind of blankets people in movies pulled out in the winter, cuddling on a couch near a fireplace. Solid black, so it would blend into dark places easily, not drawing attention to him. Was that really for him? Second, while I did bring your usual tuna, I also brought a bento for you. A bento for a stray lizard. This man was weird. I wasn't sure what you would like. The internet wasn't super helpful if you don't know the type of lizard. Which we don't. My solution was to just add a little bit of everything that was suggested. There's an assortment of fruits, veggies, and meats in here. Suspicious, Izuku eyed the bento box with narrowed eyes. It was a green, two-tiered bento with Totoro designs on it. Kind of bright, but his blue dish from Shoyuta was too. Not as bright, though. Eraserhead's husband opened it, setting out the two trays within reach of the window. As promised, they were both filled to the brim with sample-size servings of several foods. He spotted some lettuce, yellow squash, melon, strawberries, salmon, a meatball, carrots, and even a whole mouse. There were also plenty of things that he didn't immediately recognize. Whatever you like the most, I'll bring more of, the stranger declared cheerfully. Did this stranger really expect him to eat while the man was still there? How else did he intend to determine what Izuku liked most? Would Izuku eat this? What if it was poisoned? Then again, Eraserhead's husband probably wouldn't want to make his spouse sad by killing Izuku. Now Shoyuta did mention how you wouldn't eat while he was around for most of the past year, and I don't want to rush you anyway since it's a lot of food. So I came up with this. Out of the tote bag came a large folded paper. Once it was unfolded, Izuku found himself looking at a giant chart, decorated with stickers and glitter. Images of all the foods presumably in the bento were pasted onto it with empty squares next to each one. This man was doing way too much for a stray lizard. He didn't know whether to be insulted or impressed. I wasn't sure if you could read. Insulted it is. That's why I put pictures of the food. As for how you'd rate them, can you count? Izuku huffed, offended even if the question made sense for the situation. Right, just checking. I was thinking that you could use your claws to poke holes in the squares. Rating them 1 to low would be 1, while 3 is high. Leave it blank if you hate it. Eraserhead married this man. Was he drunk when he did? I can come by in the afternoon tomorrow during my lunch break to pick up your responses. Then I'll pack tomorrow night's bento using it as a reference. Sound good, Bean? Seriously. Where did Eraserhead find this person? Enjoy your meal, the stranger said, already getting up to leave. He didn't even wait for a response to his question. Not that they had an agreed-upon communication anyway. Not the way he and Eraserhead did. Because Eraserhead was not a stranger and was supposed to be here. After waiting a bit to be sure the stranger was gone, Izuku crawled out of his flower shop to retrieve the food and water. He had to make a second trip for the blanket. And with a bit of hesitation, he decided to bring the stupid chart inside. It couldn't hurt to try it out. Come on, the stranger even put glitter on it for him. He had to take it inside. Monitor lizards are indigenous to Africa, Asia, Australia, and Indonesia, living in habitats as varied as deserts, forests, and savannas. Some monitors are primarily terrestrial, while others are arboreal. Most monitors are good climbers regardless of where they are found. Touted as the most intelligent reptile on Earth, they make fascinating pets, if one can provide enough space for them. Monitors can vary greatly in size. Smaller species can be less than a foot long, but many larger ones can grow to be 6 feet or more in length. Being stuck in bed, Shoyuta decided to look into lizards. While he knew they were cold-blooded and this one definitely ate meat, that was pretty much it. Just from seeing part of Bean's leg along with his general size, he was able to rule out most lizards. Monitors had similar feet. Scaled skin with large, dark claws. They were one of the largest reptiles out there. Even if he was wrong, Bean had to at least be similar physiologically, right? Watching videos about how to care for monitor lizards seemed like a good start. As is true with all monitor species, the more room you can provide your pet, the better. Large, screen-walled habitats with wooden framing and screen roofs to accommodate overhead lighting apparatus are the most cost-effective way to house your monitor. Arboreal species such as the black tree monitor will require a vertical arrangement, and terrestrial species require plenty of horizontal space. Of course, he wasn't going to be putting an obviously quirked animal in an enclosure, but just as his cats had toys, beds, and a cat tree in the apartment, he wanted there to be things for Bean. He was probably arboreal given how often Shoyuta found him in trees. Although, his dens were always more like burrows on the ground. Or under it. Perhaps he was a mix of both types? More importantly, could he even get an actual tree into the apartment? He could probably ask Power Loader for help building something. If he texted Hizashi now, he could ask their mutual coworker while he was still at UA. Half Feral, can you ask Power Loader if he can make an apartment-sized tree? Sunshine, what thief show? Half Feral, for Bean. Just to see if it's possible. Sunshine, fine you weirdo. In the daylight, Hizashi could see just how run down the abandoned shop was. Would Bean get sick if there was mold growing in there? Shoyuta had mentioned seeing possible mold on Bean's leg already. Would Bean flee forever if he went inside to check? Probably. Still he was worried. He took a picture of the storefront to look up the address in the public records later. The extremely narrow alley looked worse in the daylight. There was way more broken glass than he thought. Not just from the window but from bottles too. Nails and trash were scattered around as well. Could lizards get tetanus? Maybe he should bring a broom back here sometime. Dismissing the idea of cleaning up for now, he headed to the pallet the bowl was behind before. It was gone now. But pushed further behind the pallet was the bento, somehow stacked neatly, and the food list, folded the same way he'd had it before. Obviously, Bean had quite a bit of dexterity if he was able to do all that. Good to know. After he gathered up the bento and list, he knelt down to peer in through the window. Bean wasn't anywhere in sight and the basement was silent. A bit of sunlight managed to get in through a few small, dirty windows, lighting the basement dimly. It looked nice enough. Safer for a stray animal than the streets. It was cleaner than he expected it to be. Briefly, he wondered if Bean had cleaned it up. If that lizard was capable of neatly folding paper, Hisashi could see him also being capable and aware enough to clean. He hoped that was the case. If it was, he wouldn't be as worried about Bean getting sick out here. Satisfied with his peek into Bean's home, he headed back to work. He was excited to share the list with Shoyuta tonight. The urge to read the list now was hard to fight off. But Bean was his husband's problem lizard. He deserved to see the list at the same time. He did, however, look up the building that Bean was hiding out in. Previously named Chisana Hanataba, it was owned by an elderly woman. Writing down her number, Hisashi made plans to call her about it later. Was he ridiculous for thinking about buying a building for a stray lizard? Yes, he absolutely was. But he didn't care. Staring at the list unfolded and spread out on their dining table, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hisashi had apparently told Bean that he wasn't sure if the lizard could read. Bean responded by writing the numbers instead of poking holes into the paper. Shaky horizontal lines drawn with blue crayon made up the kanji for the numbers. Granted, 1, 2, and 3 were simple kanji, but it's not funny. It's good to know he can read. Hisashi squawked in reaction to Shuta's amusement. Yeah. And it's also FNG hilarious, Shoyuta argued, still lightly laughing. This is spite. He did this out of spite. Sounds like someone else I know, Hisashi grumbled, turning his attention back to the list. I'm not even going to deny that. Shoyuta took the jab in stride. I run on spite and coffee. Hisashi rolled his eyes and didn't bother replying to that. Looks like he likes seafood. Tuna, salmon, and shrimp are all highly rated. All of the berries are too. Absolutely no celery. Got it. You put strawberry mochi in there? There wasn't anything saying I couldn't. It only got a 1 though. Steak and the meatball are high. I guess he likes beef, Shoyuta observed. No to the mouse though. I would have thought he'd like that, Hisashi pouted. He can catch his own mice. And other rodents, Shoyuta pointed out. That makes sense. It looks like he also likes venison. Where did you even find deer around here? Shoyuta asked, a little surprised. Game meat wasn't really commonly found in cities. I found a little specialty store that had some dried meat, Hisashi told him, looking a little excited by his discovery. They said they can get fresh meat if you special order it. The owner has a brother who lives in Nagano. He does the hunting. You'll have to take me there sometime. Already planned to. They have imported coffees and custom blends too. Okay, that might be his new favorite place. Of course, second to the locally owned cat cafe that will always be number 1 in his heart. Nothing will ever surpass that cafe. I think I'll make him a salmon and berry bento tonight, Hisashi decided with a smile. Just food tonight? Nothing else to bribe him with? Shoyuta teased. I will have you know, I have found a way to guarantee the safety of that little shop he's hiding out in, Hisashi beamed, clearly proud of himself. No one else will go in and find him or drive him out of there. If you agree, that is. Agree to what? Shoyuta frowned, suspicious. To buy the building. Hisashi revealed with jazz hands. It was a ridiculous idea, especially considering Bean might not even stay there. He hasn't stayed anywhere else yet. But out of curiosity, how would we do that? I already spoke to the owner, Ano-san, and she said she was open to selling it. I guess she was forcibly retired due to illness years ago and none of her kids were interested in taking over. He might not stay there very long, Shoyuta warned. Or maybe he will stay because he'll finally have a protected place. The blonde did have a point, and it would be nice to have Bean nearby long-term. Until he convinces the lizard to live with them. Sand slipped through his fingers as he dug into the ground. His claws finally clicked against something that was not sand. He pulled it out. A shark tooth. He added it to his little pile of things that he dug up on the beach today. He'd mostly found sea glass and seashells so far. He was also trying very hard not to think about how mean he was being to Yamada. Obviously, if Eraserhead trusted the man and even married him, he was safe. He knew that. When he was in his human form, at least. In his dragon form, he just couldn't ignore the blaring warning of stranger in his mind. Ignoring his instincts while in dragon form could be difficult. That was something he'd learned pretty soon after discovering it. Usually they were useful. His instincts had kept him alive so far. Fed and relatively healthy. The chances that Eraserhead's husband would ever hurt him were incredibly low, but because he didn't know the man, his instincts just couldn't handle the sudden, new presence. A little crab attached itself to one of his claws with a vice grip. It didn't hurt. While his claws did have nerves, they were only at the root and were heavily protected. For a second, he considered eating the crab. Instead, he let it go closer to the seawater. Returning to his search, he started digging a little further up the beach in drier, more unstable sand. About a meter away from where the trash pile started, he found fewer beach treasures and more trash treasures. A few bolts, a red panda keychain, yen coins, and even a spoon. He kept digging until he was in the zone, spaced out and lost in his own thoughts again. Yamada seemed familiar outside of his dragon form. Now that his head and heart weren't screaming, stranger, at him, he could swear he recognized the man. Had he maybe seen a picture of him on the lock screen of Eraserhead's phone or something? Either way, Yamada was really nice. He was probably safe. He brought delicious food and a warm blanket. And yet Izuku had thrown a flower pot at him. He had to apologize somehow. How do you apologize to someone that one entire half of your being can't stand? Writing an actual note while in his human form would be too much. Writing the kanji for numbers was different. If he tried actual sentences? Yeah, they'd figure out he's not just a lizard. He couldn't apologize in person because he'd need to be in his dragon form and his instincts would never go along with that. If he left a gift while in human form, maybe that would work. What would Yamada like? Looking over his pile of today's finds, he considered the options. After a bit, he decided on the cream-colored agate that had been polished by the ocean waves. He nibbled on it a little to make sure that it passed the bite test. What was the bite test? Whether it was biteable or not. It made a nice sound between his teeth, so it passed. This would be Yamada's gift. Hearing and seeing nothing at the window, Hizashi headed over to the blue bowl's usual hiding place. He opened a water bottle and was just about to pour the contents in when he noticed that there was something in the bowl. Shoyuta had mentioned this. The little gifts from Bean. Picking up the object, he found himself holding a pale, polished rock. It was too dark in the alley to see it very clearly. With a soft smile, he finished filling the blue bowl with water. Then he took the bento he made out of his bag. Sushi-grade salmon and a mix of several kinds of berries. Did a lizard need sushi-grade? Probably not. But Hizashi would rather be safe than sorry. Quiet scratches came from the window indicating Bean's arrival. Hizashi turned to the window but, of course, saw nothing. Hello, Bean. Thank you very much for the gift. Hissing answered him, but it seemed less threatening than before. Like Bean was still nervous about his presence but not as angry as he was before. Shoyuta gets his stitches out on Thursday. I doubt I'll be able to keep him resting once that happens. That means just a few more days until he comes back. Are you excited to see him? The hissing faltered, breaking off into a strangled chirp. I'll take that as a yes. Lizards did not sound like cats. Or any other animal that Hizashi was used to, actually. It would probably be good to look into what range of sounds reptiles can make and what they mean. That would probably help him get used to how alien and unnerving some sounds were. You know, you seem like you could have lived with humans at some point, Hizashi started conversationally. You just come across more feral than wild. The fact that you're obviously quirked could play a part in that though. Slowly, he reached a hand out toward the window, ignoring the hissing that started back up. He let it rest just outside the frame and pointedly looked away. I'm not gonna try and grab you or anything. I'm just curious if you'd like pets. I won't look, I promise. There was a moment of silence before something sharp and wet grabbed onto his outstretched fingers. Bean wasn't biting him hard enough for it to hurt. Barely a nibble, honestly. After a few harmless chomps, Bean let go of him. Then a snout rested in his hand. Oh, he was so gonna brag about this to Shoyuta. Seconds later, Bean pulled away and vanished into his den. When Hisashi got home, he looked at the stone again. It was a beautiful cream-colored agate. He was totally going to have this made into a necklace. He was leaving the library earlier than usual, walking with Tsu over to a park that she'd suggested. Her siblings had extra energy to get out, and she pointed out that he seemed to be a bit wired too. How could he not be? He let that Yamada guy touch him. After he bit him no less. Rather abruptly, his instincts screamed at him, barely muted beneath his human form. That was the only reason that he was able to grab Sammy Dare by the collar of his shirt, holding him back from being run over by a motorcycle. A growl escaped him, but before he could do more to defend their group, the motorcycle skidded out, crashing into a light pole. The rider got up quickly, clearly panicking as a hero finally arrived on the scene. Ingenium, who had been chasing the cyclist, apparently shouted for him to halt. The cyclist did not listen, foolishly trying to run. While that went on, one of Ingenium's sidekicks checked on their little group before telling them to leave the area. Yeah, he wasn't going to argue with that. He took both the kids' hands and walked away quickly with Tsu following close behind. No one was hurt, but his mind was racing with panic and a sense of longing. They made it to the park and sat down near some trees. Couldn't let the kids go play. Aizu-chan? Tsu questioned cautiously. He clung to both of the kids, stressed at the thought of them walking over to the playground equipment even if it was within his sight. What's wrong? Not safe, he ground out between clenched teeth. We're safe, she promised, placing her hand on his arm. You saved Sammy Dare. No one was hurt. Ingenium is dealing with that guy now, Karo. We're far away from the fight. Wrong, he growled. Somehow, she understood that he wasn't arguing. What's wrong then? What would help? He tried to slow his thoughts enough to actually think of something. Then he cringed. For some reason, I want to lick all of you, he admitted. That's not weird. Habuko-chan does that sometimes, Karo, Tsu replied with a shrug. Reptiles have a special organ in their mouth that lets them get information from smell and taste. It can also be a way to mark territory. I don't think I own you, Izuka frowned, confused. No, I'm not saying you do. But you probably subconsciously need to indicate that we're under your protection, Karo. And you're fine with that? Instincts happen, Karo. Right, guys? The kids nodded, equally unperturbed by his admission. Sammy Dare added his own tidbit. When I was a tadpole, I froze whenever someone moved too fast or if something scared me. Dad always had to pick me up and carry me until I unfroze. And so much to his embarrassment, Izuka gave in to his instincts and liked each of the Azui kids, sticking to their arms rather than anywhere more invasive. Oddly, that panic and longing died down almost immediately after he did. Now he's someone who licks people. Being liked wasn't really that weird in the world of animal mutations. But Aizu-chan's complete lack of awareness of his own instincts was strange. He acted like he'd never experienced them before. That was really concerning. Had he been suppressing them this whole time, or had he just never had anyone that he was close with before? Either option was worrying. Tsu watched her friend while also keeping an eye on her siblings as they played. He seemed a lot more relaxed now, but something might trigger his instincts again. Dangerous situations tend to stir up repeated flares of instincts. And Aizu-chan clearly didn't know how to deal with them. Hopefully he would be okay once they split up for the day. That's it. I'm coming with. Absolutely not. You need to get your stitches out first. But he let you touch him. I need to see him. You need to rest and heal. I met him first. Really, Sho? You're being childish. Stop pouting and get back in bed. I'm a grown man. You can't tell me what to do. Don't make me get Namuri in here to knock you out. That I'm going to go lay down. Michim. That's what I thought. People always assumed Hisashi was the dramatic one, and while he could be, Shoyuta was just as bad if not worse at times. That's one of the reasons they were a good match. They could both tell when the other was exaggerating and when they were genuinely distraught over something. Polar opposites according to others, but somehow perfectly in sync. He was fully prepared to let Bean know about how much Shoyuta missed him, but the alley was so cluttered that he couldn't get through. Where had all this stuff come from? Most of it was trash. Was the owner of the neighboring shop dumping garbage here now? Bean. Hisashi called quietly into the alley. Bean, I can't get through. It was silent for a little too long. His heart dropped. Bean. Had he fled because of the trash? Did he not feel safe here anymore? How would they find him again? This is how Shoyuta felt every time Bean dropped off the grid, wasn't it? Off. A quiet scratching gave him a sudden flare of hope before he yelped, dodging a shovel that suddenly fell from the top of the trash pile. He looked up just in time to see the tip of a green, scaly tail disappear from sight. Were there leaves stuck to him? Bean, are you okay? It was quiet again until a clawed limb stacked an empty soup can on top of a tattered cardboard box. Bean was putting the trash here. On purpose. Had he upset the reptile somehow? Did I do something? Hisashi asked, simply watching as more trash periodically appeared on the pile. Or are you cleaning? Do you need help? He waited for any indication of either being the reason. Bean ignored him and kept stacking trash. Bean, I'm kind of worried here. If I did something, I'm really sorry. A rasping, nearly whispered reply made him freeze in shock. Asafi. Bean can speak? More importantly, unsafe? As in, I'm unsafe? Why would Bean suddenly growling cut off his panic? Bean usually used that in place of a no reply. Not me? Did someone else come by here? Fortifying his den against an invader would make sense. But then, did someone else know that Bean was here? Would they come back to try and catch him? There wasn't a response this time. He wasn't sure if that indicated a yes or a no. Can I help somehow? Hisashi offered. He wasn't sure what else he could do right now. Again, Bean didn't respond in any way. Standing there awkwardly, he considered the situation. He could stay. Make sure no one comes around to hurt or take Bean. Getting tonight's bento through the trash wall would be hard. Maybe if he placed it on top, Bean could retrieve it. Several minutes had passed when the tip of a scaly snout poked out of the trash wall. The rest of Bean was obscured, as always, but that was fine. He could take his time revealing himself. They'd expect nothing less. Holding out his hand to the snout, he waited to see what Bean wanted. Puffs of warm air settled over his skin as the lizard sniffed him. Then his fingers were nibbled again, even gentler than the first time Bean had done that. Finally, the back of his hand was licked, coated in saliva by a wriggling forked tongue before Bean retreated back into the wall. Lizard kisses. I'm gonna leave the bento on this box, okay Bean? A quiet chirp replied this time. Once he'd placed the bento, he decided to leave. He would stop by in the morning to check on Bean. And again during his lunch break. And on the way home. He was just worried, okay? That was perfectly reasonable with how strange Bean was acting. After parting ways with the Azui kids, Izuku found himself tense and pacing his den. It wasn't because his friend and her siblings left though. He didn't feel like chasing them down and holding onto them forever the way he had earlier. It was something about his den. This time. Wrong. It didn't feel safe enough. First, he tried digging into the floor of his little sleeping nook. As strong as his claws were, he couldn't dig up concrete. Burrowing deeper for safety wasn't an option. Second, he considered blocking off the broken window. But there were other windows. And upstairs there were more windows and even doors. So many ways to get in. His third idea was to block off the alley. If it was overflowing with trash, no one would want to come around, right? The usual strangers still did. But he couldn't get in. Izuku's defenses worked. For some reason, he felt the same urge to lick the stranger as he did with Tsu and her siblings. So he did. The stranger was his now. When he woke up the next morning, Izuku felt a lot better. Exhausted, but better. The feeling of wrong was finally gone. He felt less defensive and was back at his normal levels of territorial feelings. Now that he felt normal again, he was starting to regret the trash wall he built. Not only would he have to take it down, but he wasn't able to get any water last night after blocking out his stranger like that. At least he still got the bento. Stretching and shifting into his other form, he stood up to approach the green box he'd left on a cleared-off work table. Yamada handled Izuku's bizarre behavior really well. He vaguely recalled slobbering all over the poor man's hand. There had to be an alternative to liking people. Opening the bento, he smiled at the mouse-shaped rice ball Yamada had included. Such a strange man making a cutesy lunch for what he thought was a regular animal. He couldn't help but imagine that he also makes cute lunches for Eraserhead. Probably cat-themed. Yamada was just incredibly kind and thoughtful. Izuku approved. Eraserhead picked a good mate. Spouse, he corrected himself. Humans have spouses. Izuku was human too. Why was he forgetting that? After eating, changing into cleaner clothes, and brushing his hair so that he'd look presentable, Izuku shifted back into his small dragon form and slipped out the window. With a silent apology to the city sanitation workers and his neighbors, he knocked the trash wall down into the conjoining street. Then he left the now empty bento in its usual spot for the stranger. He shifted back a little ways away from the alley where he was sure he wouldn't be seen. From there he headed off to his first stop of the day. A beach. Not his trash beach. A clean one where people actually could hang out and swim. The reason he went here was that they had public bathrooms that had showers so that people could rinse off the salt water before going home. There usually weren't many people there this early in the day. They were at work or school. That meant he could get some relative privacy and wouldn't have to risk people complaining about him. One thing he'd learned is that people don't like when homeless folks hang around, and they'll either bully them away themselves or get some authority to do it. Like a cop or a manager. Walking there in his human form took a good chunk of time. He preferred when he could fly around at night. It was faster. When he got there, the on-duty lifeguard recognized him and waved from his chair. The only other people on the beach were an older couple having a picnic date and a young woman by herself reading. The bathrooms were empty when he got to them. He set down his backpack and took out a folded plastic tarp and some clothes pins. A makeshift curtain in case anyone came in. That had happened a few times. Then he got out some 3-in-1 soap that he admittedly shoplifted. Money was hard to come by, okay? He paid for things when he could. He showered as quickly as he possible, not wanting to be there for very long. Then he dried off with an old shirt that was too small to wear, got dressed, packed up his things, and headed out with damp hair. It would dry as he walked to the next place. Next was the library. It's where he spent the majority of his time. He'd use the computers for his online classes while it wasn't too busy. When schools let out, Sue and her siblings would show up. When they did, he'd either work on worksheets he had printed out or just read for fun. Not that Sue agreed with his assessment of Quirk theory, principles and applications being fun. There were over 15 books in that series. He was already on the 7th. Today, he actually had something specific to look up. Information on his own quirk. Lizard quirk, why do I lick people? Mutant quirks, territorial instincts. How to deal with territorial instincts. Can you ignore quirk instincts? What is instinct storm? Instinct storm, or a feral state, is a phenomenon that happens when quirk instincts get out of control. Adrenaline, norepinephrine, and cortisol are released in excessive amounts which cause stress, panic, and extreme tunnel vision in mutant quirked individuals. The exact nature of these episodes vary depending on the specific quirk. Feral mutants become trapped in their baser instincts. These episodes can be triggered by trauma, fear, pain, or health issues. Suppressing natural quirk instincts can also result in instinct storm due to the stress this puts on the individual's mind. People in a feral state may become hyper-focused on specific things, uncharacteristically aggressive, or even dangerously depressed. If the instincts experienced during a feral state are further ignored or unable to be fulfilled, this can make the individual physically ill. Severe cases can result in death. Well, that wasn't good. No wonder Tsu didn't mind him liking her. People could literally die if they ignored quirk instincts. That was probably just in extreme situations though. So the run-in with that cyclist the day before had made him fearful. He feared for Samader's safety and that triggered protective instincts. That made sense. But why had he built the trash wall outside his window? Would feeling protective for the Azui kids somehow extend to also feeling protective of his den? Or was he also subconsciously afraid for his own safety? A few more searches didn't really turn up any answers to those questions. Mutant quirks were just so varied that it was impossible to record every aspect of them. It probably didn't help that dragons were uncommon. Pro-hero Ryukyu was the only one he really knew of. He still felt bad that she got questioned by police because of him. Frustrated with the lack of answers, he switched over to his online classes. School came first. If it weren't for the bento tucked safely in its usual place, Hizashi would have assumed the worst happened with the trash wall knocked over. Whatever reason Bean built it for, it seemed to have fulfilled its purpose. And as before, a peek in the window revealed an empty basement. He wondered if Bean was hidden away sleeping, or if he went somewhere during the day. Picking up the bento, he was ready to head back to work when he heard something rattle inside the plastic box. He opened it and found a mottled brown seashell. The kind hermit crabs wear. Another Bean gift, he murmured happily to himself. He was winning him over. Do you know about Instinct Storm? Sue stared at him with visible concern. Yeah. Did you not? No. Her eyes widened a bit, hinting at her alarm. Didn't they warn you about that in Quirk counseling, Karo? He winced. I never had Quirk counseling. What? She screamed, louder than he'd ever heard her before. A librarian shushed them and she apologized before turning her attention back to Izuku. What do you mean you never had Quirk counseling? Did your schools bar you from it? Because that's extremely illegal, Karo, not to mention blatant discrimination. There wasn't I didn't, he hesitated, wondering if he could really tell her. Probably. If not, it was better to lose her now than after he'd gotten even more attached. I'm a late bloomer. So during the grades when kids got Quirk counseling, I was assumed to be quirkless. And they didn't get you Quirk counseling as soon as it manifested? She demanded, seemingly ignoring the used to be quirkless part of his confession. I wasn't in school after it manifested. But you said you were bolo. You were bullied for being quirkless, Karo. Yeah. What about your parents? They could have signed you up. I'm sure my mom would have, if she were alive. Sue faltered, more stunned by that admission than the quirkless one. She took a few moments to think over her words before speaking again. I'm sorry, Aizu-chan. I kind of figured you were an orphan, Karo. I hope that's not rude. But I hadn't considered for how long. Why else would a kid my age be homeless unless they were an orphan, disowned, or a runaway? Izuku shrugged. Either way, no parents in the picture. It's a fair guess. Did you run away? From foster care? She asked. No. I ran away to avoid going into foster care at all. She nodded, absorbing the information. That makes sense, Karo. I'm aware that it's not a kind system to many kids, let alone someone quirkless or with a mutant quirk. I'm safer on my own. But is it the safest option? Sue questioned sadly. I mean, you don't even know about your quirk instincts, Karo. I've been learning as I go, he defended weakly. I'll teach you, Karo. And you're gonna sleep over more often now, got it? Yes, ma'am. I'll ask Habuko-chan if there are any common reptile-specific instincts she can think of, Sue said as she hugged Izuku goodbye for the day. You can try them out and see if they feel like something you've been missing, Karo. Okay, Izuku agreed. She had scolded him pretty harshly when he admitted to sometimes intentionally ignoring instincts. And then other times just because he couldn't figure them out. Are you sure you don't want to come over for dinner? She asked again. I have something to do. And I don't usually have trouble getting food, he assured her. Do you have a job, Karo? No. I'm just training. To get into UA's hero course. How have I known you this long and not known that you're also trying to get into UA? You didn't ask, Izuku shrugged. Plus, he was used to people laughing at him any time he mentioned wanting to be a hero. He'd learned not to say anything. Old habits die hard. She gave him a considering look before smiling softly. I think you'll be a great hero, Karo. Scales rippled over his cheeks as he blushed. No one had ever said that about him before. Looking over the edge of the fridge he'd landed on and surveying the distance from the broken-down car, He decided that he might be ready to try jumping across rooftops in his human form. He'd been steadily increasing the distance for months. This particular gap gave him confidence that he wouldn't miss some of the wider jumps between buildings. Would a human boy doing parkour attract attention, though? What daylight heroes even hang out on the roofs in Musutafu? None that he knew of. It should be fine. Next week, he'll switch up his training location temporarily. For now, he hopped down from the fridge to push it back another couple of inches. It was difficult to push the DMN thing on the beach with his feet slipping through the loose sand. It took a while before he was even able to move it this far. For all the enhanced senses and reflexes that he got, he did not gain enhanced strength. Even if his dragon form seemed stronger, he was pretty sure it was just the musculature of his dragon body combined with a difference in gravity and additional limbs that made his other form seem stronger. Proportionally, at least. So yeah, no strength enhancement with this quirk. It made Izuku eventually realize that he needed to add some strength training to his regimen. Yes, he would be focusing on agility. Yes, strength training would be hard for him. But if he could at least reach higher levels of normal, non-quirk strength, it would help him a lot. Even having leg strength could improve his agility. In the end, his strength training wound up mostly being moving stuff around in his obstacle course. He wasn't trying to be as buff as All Might or Endeavor. Just lean but strong like Best Jeanist or Eraserhead. Eraser was an agility-focused hero, but he was still strong, right? And now that Yamada was bringing him a more varied diet, he was actually able to maintain most of the minor muscle growth he'd made. Strength training wasn't a waste of time anymore. Though as grateful as he was to Yamada, he still wanted Eraser back. The dry, outdated potting soil crumbled under his fingers as he tried to reach the roots of the plant he was working with. Sighing, he picked up one of the buckets he'd collected rainwater with. Leaky roofs were a decent source of water. Just not for drinking. After pouring in water until the soil was adequately damp, he pressed his fingers back into the dirt, seeking out the roots. Normally, he wouldn't need to do this, but this plant was diseased. There were no healthy leaves left for the plant to activate an immune response in, so he was going to force one in the roots. The plant should then drop off. The diseased plant matter. The leaves eventually began to fall off, along with portions of the stems. He'd been successful then. Pulling back the rapid growth he added, he decided to let the plant do the rest itself. He was brushing the dirt off his fingers on his pants when he heard the footsteps outside. Yamada was here. He shifted into his dragon form and made his way to the window. The ridiculously cheerful man was humming to himself as he filled the Izuku's blue bowl with water. Hissing non-aggressively, he let his stranger know he was at the window. "Oh hey Bean, how are you?" Did his stranger expect an answer? But he always asked that. "I made some tamagoyaki tonight. No sugar since I noticed you liked all the egg dishes on the list except tamagoyaki. I figured that's because it's sweet," his stranger explained as he opened the bento in front of the window. "Just in case I was wrong, there's also hamburgers. Then I added some sliced cucumber and apples. I also brought some oranges for you to eat later." Izuku pulled one of the bento trays over to himself, obscured in the shadows, as his stranger pulled orange after orange out of his bag. He counted silently to himself while trying the tamagoyaki. It was lightly salted this time. It was so much better that way. Now, what was he going to do with 12 oranges? "I'm not sure how much a lizard your size needs to eat, or how much prey is in the area for you. These will last about a week. You can eat them all at once or split them up over the week." That wasn't a bad idea. Extra vitamin C this week. How poor was his diet if he was excited about getting his vitamins? His younger self would be appalled. Abruptly, his stranger gasped, making Izuku tense. "You're eating with me here." "Oh no. You really trust me enough for that already?" "No, wait. He was just curious about the tamagoyaki. I can't wait to tell Shoyuta that we're officially friends." He and his stranger were not friends. It's a good thing this happened today. Since tomorrow, Shoyuta comes back. What was that? "I'll still come around sometimes, but I don't want to intrude on your reunion." Eraserhead was coming back. "Don't worry. I'll keep making the bentos and send them with him." Eraserhead and delicious bentos. What is that? Are you wagging your tail? Izuku froze instantly, stilling his tail. Irritated, he growled at his stranger before fleeing into his hidden sleeping nook. He could still faintly hear his stranger at the window. Wait, I'm sorry. I wasn't making fun of you. It's sweet. Really? Stupid stranger. Shoyuta was not kidding about the frequent, one step forward, two steps back moments with this critter. Bean was so skittish. It broke his heart to think about what that meant. Sighing, he packed up the bento so that no other animals would get into it. He left it behind the water bowl as usual. He never knew how long the lizard waited to retrieve the food after he left. Shoyuta had once mentioned waiting hours to spot him because Bean stayed hidden that long. Extreme paranoia in an obviously hurt, quirked animal. So, another Nizu in a way. Maybe they should reach out to Nizu for advice. He headed home, finding his husband waiting up for him on the couch. How'd it go? He ate the tamagoyaki while I was there. I think we're friends now. How are you winning him over so fast? He even tried to speak to you. I'm used to dealing with you, my love. Shoyuta narrowed his eyes. With a huff, he turned back to what he'd been watching. Another lizard documentary. I finished going over the finances. Buying the building is more than possible for us. Mostly because Ano-san is insisting on selling it well below market value. We should give her more than what she's asking anyway, Hisashi frowned. Obviously. I budgeted for that too. With a smile, he curled up on the couch next to his husband, cuddling into his uninjured side. There was another one of the many reasons he loved this man. Too excited to sleep, Izuku took to the rooftops, gliding across the alleys. He stopped when a burst of blue fire cut him off. Peeking down into the alley he just tried to leap over, he saw a man with a smoking shirt run away from another man in a long leather coat. The seconds weighed heavily in the air until the man who made the fire slumped down against a wall. That's it. Next tweaker who stabs me is gonna become a roast, the man muttered. Then he leaned his head back, catching sight of Izuku atop the roof. Fantastic. I'm hallucinating. Every inch of the alley was drowned in the scent of blood. Letting the man die wasn't an option if he was going to be a hero. Slinking down the wall, he hid in the shadows, analyzing. He had to do something to help. The man, still slumped against the wall, let out a pained groan. He lifted his hand from where it had been tucked into his side, the moonlight revealing skin coated with blood. Even without the stab wound, the man didn't seem to be in great shape to begin with. Large swaths of his skin were charred and practically rotting off of him. Staples held what he had left together. The man growled, voice harsh in the quiet of the alley. This is what I get for going easy on him. Note to self, don't pity the people trying to mug me. His hand returned to where the stab wound presumably was. With his clean hand, he shoved the collar of his jacket into his mouth. To protect his teeth while he cauterized the wound with his quirk. Izuku grimaced while the man let out muffled screams. Well, that works. But he can't even begin to imagine how much that had to have hurt. The man clearly wasn't immune to fire. He should be. Bodies are supposed to have natural protections against some harmful effects of quirks. Like him, for example, he didn't feel pain when shifting even though his entire skeletal system was growing, shrinking, and rearranging itself as he grew new tissue and even limbs. This guy had quirk incompatibility syndrome. Intrigued as well as concerned, he crawled out of the shadows before he could really think about it. Panting breaths paused when he was spotted. What the F dash? Stopping halfway to the man, he wondered what the hell he was even doing. Blood loss is no joke. I'm out here hallucinating fairy tale creatures. His hesitation melted as he lashed his tail in annoyance. Fumi would get a kick out of this. She always liked unicorns and sheet. Recalling how he'd managed to force a word out in this form the other day, he tried it. Again. Haha, Sil. Talks. I'm hearing voices too. I guess this is it. I die tonight, the man sighed. Ha, Cecilio. Listen, weird little dragon thing. If you're trying to say, hospital, that's a no-go. I mean, sure, that's probably a good idea if I were anyone else. But I'm not. And I know this. So why would my subconscious even conjure a tiny dragon to tell me to go to one? Maybe I want to be caught. Caught? Was this person a criminal? No. That can't be it. I don't want my effing dad to find me. I'd rather die. That was relatable. Granted, Izuku didn't know where his dad was, but he was avoiding foster care like it was the plague. He couldn't go to hospitals as a runaway either, but he had gotten seriously ill once when he had helped that time. Fufani. That one came out better. I have a crappy phone, but I'm not calling the police, the man scoffed. Closing the distance between himself and the man, he started sniffing at the man's pockets in search of a phone. Tactile hallucinations too? Geez. I'm so effed. Avoiding the hand that tried to push him away, Izuku found the phone and yanked it free with his teeth. Hey! He ducked out of the way when the man tried to grab his phone back. The man tried lunging at him but collapsed instantly from the pain of jostling his injuries. Izuku darted away, out of the alley, stopping a little ways away. He listened carefully to see if he was being followed. Holy shit, that was real. And I got robbed. The man giggled hysterically to himself. Shifting back into his human form, Izuku dialed the number that was whispered among the underground. He continued to listen to the man while it rang, making sure that he didn't get up or die suddenly. I got robbed by a dragon. Me. Hello. The call connected. Hi. Someone's hurt. So, I don't know him, he told her awkwardly. How'd you get this number? She asked sharply. They were defensive of their clinic, but he understood why. An underground, unlicensed clinic treating everyone indiscriminately from homeless kids to abuse victims to major villains? They needed to stay a secret to all but those who needed them. I was a prior patient. A few years ago. Izuha? I had pneumonia. Right? The lizard Quirk child. I remember. Her voice softened. Why does this person need our help? He mentioned hiding from his father. I'm not sure about the details. Location? He wandered a little further away in search of a street name. When he found one, he relayed it to her along with directions to the alley. Will you be there when we arrive? A fair question. No. Someone should be there for him in 10 to 15 minutes. She hung up first. With help on the way, Izuku shifted back and brought the phone back to its owner. The man was still lying on the ground where he fell. He groaned when he saw Izuku. I don't have any cash. Just the phone, the man muttered. Izuku ignored him and placed the phone on the ground within his reach. Change of heart then? He turned and left without responding. Sitting on a nearby roof, he waited until someone came for the injured man before he left the area. As the man was carried away, Izuku felt himself preening, pleased with his very first rescue. He was finally on his way to atonement. The day that Eraser was meant to return, Izuku could barely concentrate on his schoolwork. Waiting for Tsu that day had been difficult. He was so antsy by the time she arrived that she gently told him to leave and go figure out what his instincts were screaming at him about now. Trinkets. They were screaming about trinkets. Specifically, the trinkets he had subconsciously hoarded with Eraser in mind. Which one should he give him? It had to be special. A keychain with a star-spotted cat on it? Sea glass the same deep red as the man's eyes when his quirk was used? That wasn't right either. None of the plants he'd grown lately seemed to convey how much he missed the hero. With a sigh, Izuku sprawled out on his trove of tiny treasures. A yen coin fell off the edge of the pile. The light clinging sound made Izuku perk up. How many coins did he have? Sorting through his pile, he located as many as he could. Barely 1,500 yen in all. Was it enough for a present? Maybe. A good one? Probably not. But part of a present? Yes. He had an idea for something great now. The narrow alley was cleaner than it had been the last time he was here. It seemed that Bean's temporary trash wall had the bonus of removing a lot of scraps from the alley. He couldn't see any more glass. Cardboard boxes rotted by rain and time were gone. Overall, it looked a lot safer to walk through. Safer for Bean. That was the most important part. When he approached the broken window, he paused. Hanging from a jagged brick in the wall above it was a necklace. The shine of the sturdy metal chain and the green, shimmering scale are the main reasons he noticed it. Alongside the scale hung a polished tooth. Did Bean? Excited chirping came from the window. Looking down, Shoyuta could barely make out the familiar form of Bean in the shadows. "Is this for me?" A few chirps that usually meant yes with Bean answered him. He carefully took the necklace down from the wall and inspected the unique charms. The scale was hard yet soft, like a fingernail. On one side it felt like it was covered with a thin layer of velvet flock. The reverse side was just smooth and glossy, shining every time it was exposed to the moonlight above. The other charm, the tooth, was smooth as well. It was much larger than he would have expected based on his lizard research so far. It was larger than a monitor's, but most likely smaller than an alligator. He would have to look that up at home later. "I love it, Bean, but please tell me you didn't rip a tooth out for me," Shoyuta fretted. Scales were shed pretty often according to what he's read, so he wasn't as worried about that. "Lucy," Bean rasped, surprising him. Sure, Hizashi said that he could, but Shoyuta hadn't thought Bean would speak to him yet. And actually hearing Bean speak, well, it sounded like he badly struggled with speech. That was probably why he hadn't before. It was a loose tooth? An affirmative chirp followed. Shoyuta sighed in relief. "As long as you aren't maiming yourself. I don't want to see you hurt." Setting down the bento he brought, he settled in to chat with Bean for a while. "I've missed you. Bedrest ithi," he told the lizard as a scaled limb reached into the light for the apple slices Hizashi prepared. Hizashi overreacted. "I was fine." Bean hissed in disagreement. "Wonderful." Another person to hound him over his health. After the bento had been picked clean, Shoyuta was still hesitant to leave. He wasn't on patrol, needing to wait at least 3 more days before he was cleared for fighting again. He didn't have to leave. So he stayed and Bean started showing off some trinkets. "Is this for me too?" Shoyuta had asked when the first item, a pink thimble, was placed on the windowsill. Bean hissed and snatched it back protectively. "Just showing me then." The thimble didn't reappear, but an 8-pack of crayons, missing 5 of the crayons, was placed on the windowsill next. "All excellent colors. Would you like more? I can get you some." Bean hesitated but quietly chirped. Uncertain? Either way, he'd get Bean some crayons. "Very pretty," Shoyuta commented when a row of sparkly gems were placed on the windowsill. Not real gems. They looked like those giant, plastic craft ones that small children use. There were real gems later in the lineup. Quartz mostly. Agates. An amethyst. Plenty of small, cheap hero figures were featured in Bean's collection. What would make a lizard such a fan of heroes? Did he just like how the figures looked? Or was it because Shoyuta was a hero? Was he a fan of heroes before he met Shoyuta, or had he inspired this? "Do you have a favorite hero?" he asked after the 10th figure was shown off. Bean blinked at him, eyes glowing from the shadows that obscured him. Why was he looking at him like that? He almost seemed incredulous. "Oh. Eraserhead? Me." Chirps confirmed his guess. "What about other than me? Do you like any other heroes?" The lizard considered this, eyes disappearing briefly when he turned to examine his figures. They reappeared to inspect the ones still on the windowsill. Finally, Bean set a poorly painted fat gum figure out for Shoyuta to see. Then he vanished back into his den. Given that he left his trinkets, Shoyuta knew he'd be back soon. And sure enough, he was. With a magazine that had All Might on the cover. He hadn't seen an All Might figure in the lineup he was shown tonight. Is Fat Gum your favorite of your current collection, and All Might is your favorite hero in general? Shoyuta guessed. He got another affirmative chirp. Well, he'd just have to get Bean an All Might figure then. Not that he particularly liked the loud, foolhardy hero. But he didn't need to. More trinkets were paraded along the windowsill, and he praised each one, finding something positive to say about all of them. He didn't sound enthusiastic, but Bean was unfazed by that. The lizard was already used to his usual lack of emoting. A few trinkets were insistently pushed in his direction. Ones that Bean wanted him to keep. He accepted them happily. It may not show on his face, but he was ecstatic. This was the most that he and Bean had interacted yet. Maybe he should get stabbed more often. Kidding. Jeez. Eventually, Hizashi called and told him to come home. Apparently, staying out until 4 a.m. on a night that he didn't have patrol was a bit much. Bean whined and grumbled but put his trinkets away. Before Shoyuta could leave, a snout peeked out of the shadows, chirping hesitantly. Remembering Hisashi's story, Shoyuta held his hand out and pointedly looked away from the window. Seconds later, something was pressing into the palm of his hand. Curling his fingers slightly, he gently pet the bumpy, scaled skin of his lizard friend. A moment later, Bean left. He got to pet Bean without getting bitten. Take that, Hisashi. Have you ever cried just because you are you? Curling up on a thick tree branch, he coaxed the leaves to grow over him, hiding him from those who sought him out. The heroes were far enough away that he thought he might be fine. Until leaves rustled and a skeletal man appeared on the path. He moved another unkempt bush away from his face as he passed it. Izuku curled up even tighter in his hiding spot. Please go away. Please. It hurts. Kaken. The cry of another teenager for the one trapped in this awful situation was the last thing he heard before a horrible cracking sound filled the air. Vines and trees pushed up through the concrete, shoving the crowd out of the way. A furious roar brought everyone's attention to the massive creature that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. It was that kaiju again. With another roar, it rushed forward, toward the slime villain who was attempting to suffocate a teenage boy. Both the eyes of the villain and the boy he trapped widened as the monster raced toward them, crushing the walls lining the alleyway as it did so. Kamui Woods and Death Arms rushed to protect the gathered crowd from falling debris. Almost no time passed but the villain was already dealt with, shredded to pieces by the kaiju. Clumps of slime lay strewn across the alley. That would need to be contained soon. And the boy? The kaiju held him, claws caging him in on the giant hand. The same explosions that the boy had used in panic against the slime villain reemerged, burning the kaiju's hand and causing the scaled flesh to smoke. The smell was terrible. Mount Lady wasted no time, reaching out to restrain the other giant being. She didn't seem to care that the kaiju easily released the boy into her custody. No, she used her free hand to deliver a solid punch across the beast's jaw. It cried out and tried to back away. What were they doing? The giant hero took the boy to safety while Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and Backdraft all began targeting the kaiju. Trapped in the alley, it was forced to further destroy the walls just to defend itself. Vines as thick as old oak trees burst through brick and concrete, freeing it from the cramped space. It cried out as blows from the heroes landed repeatedly. It wasn't fighting back. It was just trying to run. Why were they attacking it? It had just rescued that boy. Anger coursed through him, igniting the lingering flames of his quirk. He leapt toward the fight, getting in between the heroes and the beast, taking the hits meant for the kaiju. It is okay. Because I am here, he said to the creature, smiling brightly. Shrieking, it kept backing away. Understandable. He turned to handle the heroes. All Might, what are you doing? We need to stop this monster. Do you not see that it rescued that boy? All Might demanded, his smile turning tense. And it destroyed buildings and almost hurt the people in the crowd. Kamui Woods exclaimed. For all we know, it's some kind of territorial spat, Mount Lady said, rejoining them in her usual, smaller size. We are pretty close to the kaiju's forest. This thing is dangerous, Death Arms insisted. All Might turned to check on the retreating beast, narrowing his eyes on the tears he could see in its scaled skin. Blood leaked slowly out of the wounds. He turned back to the heroes, no longer smiling. That thing is trying to get away from you. Mount Lady would have caused similar damage if she had tried to get into the alley. It wasn't intentional. It killed people, All Might. Did you forget that? 13 deaths on its hands. What if that was an accident? It stopped a villain then too, didn't it? He demanded, pulling memories of that old case forward. He hadn't worked on it, not living in the area, but he was briefed the same as every hero in Japan. It hasn't bothered anyone since. It's still a killer. It needs to be stopped. Death Arms growled. The hero rushed past him after the creature, only succeeding because Kamui Woods assisted by blocking All Might with his branches. He quickly broke through them and raced in the direction the kaiju had fled. He needed to find that poor creature before they did. It only seemed to want to protect people. Acting without thinking? Sacrificing for another? That makes someone a true hero. It vanished. The other heroes were still looking for it. More heroes and police were called in on the search. He was sure there were dozens of news stories about its appearance already. He had lost his hold on his quirk hours ago, leaving him to search in his civilian form. Yagi Tashinori, a frail, skeletal man that no one would ever suspect of being a hero, let alone of being All Might. Hello, he called into the Kaiju's forest. He came here when it was confirmed it was not roaming the city. If it called this place home, surely he could find it here. Right? I know you weren't trying to hurt anyone. Please come out, Yagi pleaded into the dimming forest. You're a protector, right? That's very noble of you. Not a single noise answered him. The kaiju was gone. Eraserhead had been here. He paused for a moment at the window to look at the bento and water bowl left for him. How long had the hero waited? Last night, he'd fallen asleep in that tree after hours of waiting in terror. He hadn't meant to, but the whole thing exhausted him. Passing out was hardly something he could control. Wincing, he turned away from the food and water, slipping in through the window so that he could lick his wounds in a more secure spot. Bruises covered his body, hidden by his scales. His jaw was sore and swollen. Cuts and splinters were scattered over his skin courtesy of Kamui Wood's quirk. He might have sprained an ankle. And there was a large, but shallow tear in his skin caused by the sheer force of Backdraft's water cannon move. Who knew water could hurt? He tried pulling the splinters out, but he couldn't reach a lot of them. Instead, he lapped at his cuts, cleaning blood off of himself as best he could. Then he crawled into his den once he was sure that he wouldn't stain the blanket his stranger had gotten for him. Then he ruminated on the words of the heroes until sleep claimed him again. We need to stop this monster. This thing is dangerous. Looking around the library, Tsu frowned. Izuha wasn't here. He was never not here. She hoped he was just occupied with whatever he'd been so excited about yesterday. Still, she had a bad feeling in her gut. Bean. Shoyuta called, concerned about the lizard. When he came here last night, Bean had remained hidden for the first time in months. He hadn't moved, had he? But his bowl was still here. He never left that behind. Hours passed with no sign of Bean, and Shoyuta had to go home. Now tonight he'd arrived to both the bento and the bowl of water untouched. Bean, are you in there? Are you okay? Shoyuta tried again. No answer. No little chirps or growls. No claws clicking or scratching across hard surfaces. He packed up the old bento and dumped out the water. Left fresh food and water in the usual spot. And then he left, circling back on the rooftops to wait for his elusive friend. Hisashi called him home before he could spot Bean. Where is he? Satsuki whined, leaning on the table they usually sat at. I don't know, Tsu admitted. I'm sure he'll be back soon. Samidare watched as his little sister relented and went off in search of a new picture book. Tsu had to fight to keep a calm expression when he looked at her expectantly. Something's wrong, isn't it? I don't know, Tsu said again, her voice coming out a little weaker this time. Where was her friend? Where was Aizu-chan? Frowning at the untouched bento, Hisashi tried not to panic. You called it. He's not eating. This is the second time already. Third, if he doesn't respond tonight either. Shoyuta crouched in front of the window and softly called for their mutual friend. Nothing. No shifting or scratching. No glowing eyes blinking at them from the dark. Here, Hisashi said, pushing Shoyuta out of the way. He placed the bento and the dish of water inside the window on the surface that Bean usually stood on. It felt like some type of shelf. Maybe something spooked him and he doesn't want to come out. If it's inside, it's easier for him to get to without exposing himself. Bean, we're leaving food inside the window for you this time, Shoyuta announced. If the lizard heard him, he gave no indication. They waited a few hours, trying to chat about light topics to pass the time. Nothing that could further spook the critter. Hisashi sang a few songs as well on Shuta's suggestion. They left without receiving any sign that Bean was even there. Shouldn't we look for him? Samidare asked. And they should. They really should, but I wouldn't know the first place to look. He only meets me at new places if I suggest them. He hasn't mentioned where he lives? No, of course. Tsu had never told her siblings or her parents that her friend didn't have a home. I don't know where he stays. He told me he's training for UA, but he never said where. We could check the gyms in town, Sammy Dare suggested. Maybe. It was half a plan at best, but what else could she do? Looking in through the window, Shoyuta could see the bento sitting there untouched. That's it. If you don't respond, I'm coming in there, he warned. He generously waited several minutes for a response. I'm coming in. I meant it. Leaving the alley, he headed to the front door of the shop. Some boards were nailed across the doorframe, but they were easy to remove. The wood snapped under very little pressure. Then he pulled out the key. They'd started the buying process. Ano-san gave them the key so that they could do a property inspection before finalizing everything. He hadn't planned on using it. The door creaked open, the hinges whining from lack of use. He didn't know where the light switch was or if the electricity was even on, so he pulled out his phone to use the flashlight on it. When the light flared to life, illuminating the small shop, he was surprised to see dozens of plants covering the tables and shelves. He would have thought that they'd all die without regular care. Hell, he's killed plants while caring for them. How were they thriving like this here? A quick sweep of the floor turned up no sign of Bean. That was fine. Shoyuta was pretty sure that the lizard lived in the basement. He located the door that led to it, opened it, and called down before descending the stairs. I'm here. I meant it. If you respond now, I'll hold off. Nothing. A part of him wondered if Bean had left without his dish. He made his way down, immediately stumbling across more healthy plants. Some even wound their vines around the banister, crawling up the stairs. Ignoring all that, he started to look around for Bean or anything that might tell him where Bean was. Footprints trampled through soil spilled on the floor. The bag it poured from was slashed open by something. Probably the clawed critter. Was Bean responsible for the plants? He didn't think a lizard could garden, but a quirked one? Maybe. Bean, please. I'm worried, Shoyuta said into the dark, silent basement. Soon he came across a short bookshelf with all the trinkets Bean had shown him, along with some that he hadn't seen yet. He highly doubted the lizard would leave without these. But he was also starting to doubt that Bean was here. Could someone have taken him? Continuing his search, he found a yellow bag. He was hesitant to look through it yet. Nearby, some feathers lay in a pile on the ground. Many different kinds, all local birds. Most likely, ones that Bean had eaten. A little later, he stumbled upon a flower pot filled with their bones. Bean's actual den was hidden surprisingly well. Large potted plants rested near a large box vent of some sort, lined up in front of it and along the wall. Behind them, the corner of the large contraption was punched inwards, creating a decent-sized hole. The air system in this building wouldn't be able to be used unless that was fixed. That was okay though. He knelt down outside the den. Shining his light in there would tell him if Bean was there. It could also destroy the trust he'd managed to build with the lizard. Thinking it over, he decided it would be better to just stick his hand in the hole and feel around. Bean might get less angry over being touched at this point compared to being seen. It was a risk he had to take. His hand passed over the soft blanket Hisashi had gotten, something cotton with buttons, possibly a teddy bear, a towel, and several other soft things before his fingers met smooth scales. Bean startled at the touch, growling weakly but not moving at all. You scared the effing hell out of me, Shoyuta told the lizard. The limb, probably a hind leg, shifted slightly. Something sharp was sticking out of the scales. Are you hurt? There wasn't an answer. Whatever was lodged in his skin felt like a pin. Making up his mind, Shoyuta felt around until he had the object gripped between his fingers. When he yanked it out, a sharp, pained sound escaped Bean and the lizard finally pulled away. Shoyuta pulled his arm out of the den and shone his phone light on what he'd just plucked off the lizard. It looked like a splinter. I'm guessing you have more of these? Will you come out so that I can get them, or am I going to have to go fishing blind? Bean grumbled quietly but refused to come out. This would take a while. It was a little bigger than Shoyuta had initially thought. The stubborn lizard refused to come out but didn't seem opposed to Shoyuta sticking his arm in his space. He felt around carefully, trying to locate splinters. In doing so, he could feel just how big Bean actually was. There was also the realization that Bean wasn't covered in mold like he originally thought. It was moss. He figured this out when he asked Bean to at least stick his leg out so that he could get a particularly stuck splinter out of his thigh. Moss on his legs, leaves on his tail. Bean was growing plants on his body. That certainly put the plants he'd seen earlier into a new light. This must be Bean's quirk. Splinters seemed to litter the lizard's hind legs and waist. He couldn't feel any on the upper limbs or torso at least. However, he did find another issue that got him a swift bite. "You have an open wound," Shoyuta commented as he looked at the sluggishly bleeding bite marks on his hand. Touching that wound had probably hurt. He couldn't blame Bean for lashing out like that. "I need to see it to treat it." A hiss answered him from the depths of the den. "What a problem, lizard." That felt pretty large. "Wounds like that can get infected," Shoyuta lectured the lizard. "I'm going to need to go home and get proper medical supplies to even do anything about it." He sighed at the lack of response and took out the bento he'd brought. He stuck it just inside the entrance of the den. "I'm going to go get my first aid kit. Try to eat while I'm gone, okay?" Then he stood up and headed for the stairs, being mindful of the vines that climbed them. Monster. Dangerous. Can't be human. Murderer. Beast. A threat to the public. Villain. Both the past news stories and the heroes the other day made it clear that he was unwelcome. Hated even. People wanted to hurt him. And he sort of understood why. From that kaiju. It was terrifying. It broke things. It hurt people. It even killed people. How could anything like that not be a horrendous monster? Why did he think he could be a hero? When he woke up, the pain honestly wasn't that bad. He still ached everywhere, some spots more than others, but he didn't feel like he was dying. Maybe it would be better if he did. If he was gone, he couldn't hurt anyone else. The monster inside him would be gone too. He didn't really feel up to moving with a sprained ankle and a burned front foot. Kaken's quirk had certainly become more powerful since he last saw his friend. The burn was bad. So he stayed in his nest, wallowing in self-pity. He stayed for days. The calls from Eraserhead and his stranger sounded so far away. He couldn't bring himself to respond. He didn't want to move. Sue was probably worried. But wouldn't it be better for her to not be around a monster like him? That thought only solidified his decision to stay put, his motivation to move still failing to return. Eventually, his tummy rumbled, growing angrier and more insistent as time passed. It only took a few days for Eraserhead to get fed up with him. "That's it. If you don't respond, I'm coming in there." Izuku snorted into his blanket. That man would never fit through the window. What on earth was he thinking? "I'm coming in. I meant it." Footsteps told him the man left the alley. Izuku thought it was a bluff until he heard footsteps upstairs. What the F dash? That wasn't allowed. But he felt too weak to do anything about it. "I'm here. I meant it. If you respond now, I'll hold off," came from the direction of the stairs. That was really close. He didn't like that. "Bean, please. I'm worried." Well, it's not like the man would ever find him. He was super well hidden. No one could possibly. A hand touched him and he jolted, growling at the offending touch, though it came out rather pitiful. "You scared the effing hell out of me," Eraserhead told him, making him feel just a little guilty for hiding away like this. He shifted in discomfort, stopping when the hero's hand bumped against one of the splinters still in his skin. "That effing hurt." "Are you hurt?" Now the man would never leave him alone. He was proven right when the hero suddenly yanked the splinter out. He yelped in response, ready to turn and bite the retreating hand, stopping when he realized that the pain was quickly ebbing away. It felt better with the splinter finally removed. "I'm guessing you have more of these? Will you come out so that I can get them, or am I going to have to go fishing blind?" Fish blind, Eraserhead. There was no way that Izuku was coming out and exposing himself as a dragon to a literal hero. The man had to have heard of the kaiju attack. Both the one in the past and the one the other day. Surely he would arrest Izuku on the spot if he found out. As usual, the man respected his boundaries. He was just so nice. Why was he so nice to a monster? Because he was lying to the man? Duh. But he didn't want to tell the truth yet. Splinters were slowly plucked out, one by one. Small ones, large ones, straight ones, twisted ones. All were removed carefully from his skin. Relief slowly settled in, until Eraserhead's hand brushed up against the larger tear made by backdraft. He bit the man before he could even process the blinding pain. It was extremely sensitive even if it wasn't bleeding anymore. You have an open wound. Astute observation. I need to see it to treat it. Absolutely the if not. The wound was too close to his wings and head for comfort. He'd be exposed. That felt pretty large. Wounds like that can get infected. I'm going to need to go home and get proper medical supplies to even do anything about it. Briefly, he considered fleeing when the man left. The ache in his body and the growling of his tummy shot that idea down immediately. A bento appeared in the doorway of his den. Did Eraserhead hear his tummy growl? That's embarrassing. The smell of shrimp and cheese pushed his embarrassment to the back of his mind. I'm going to go get my first aid kit. Try to eat while I'm gone, okay? He really didn't deserve the food. A monster like him shouldn't burden others. The cheese was cut into tiny little cubes. Maybe a few wouldn't hurt. Picking up the first aid kit from the apartment resulted in a tag-along. Hisashi promised to stay outside unless Shoyuta called or texted him for help. His husband was pretty worried about their mutual friend, pouring out worries and the whole walk back. Bean, will you please come out so that I can clean up your wound? Another angry, but weaker, hiss answered him. I'm sorry, but I really need to see it. This isn't like the splinters. No response. He sighed and pulled out something he brought in anticipation of this. I brought a sheet to drape over you. You can stay hidden except for just the wound. Wrap it around yourself however you want, Shoyuta offered. It's a dark purple so I won't be able to see through it like a lighter color sheet. Silence. Then a clawed foot stuck out of the hole. The moss he mistook for mold was easier to recognize now that he knew what it was. The smaller cuts on the limb worried him greatly. What exactly happened for Bean to have so many injuries? Had someone attacked him? He stayed quiet and held the sheet out for the lizard. It was snatched away, pulled into the hole with some difficulty. When it got bunched up at the den opening, Shoyuta helped push it through. And then a few moments later, a purple lump crawled out of the den. Very, very slowly. The lump settled in front of him. A tearing sound split the silence like a cymbal crash. Bean was using his claws to cut a hole in the sheet over exactly where the wound was. Shoyuta chuckled lightly. That's serious about not being seen? Bean jolted under the sheet, visibly tensing. It's fine. I may not understand why you're like this, but I will always respect your boundaries. I promise. After he relaxed again, Bean turned a little bit so that Shoyuta could access the wound. He shone his phone light over it. It looked terrible. Like the entire top layer of skin was just ripped off. There was no bleeding, luckily. It seemed like there was a second layer still holding everything together. It was honestly a shallow wound. But it covered such a large area. I'm sorry, Bean. This might hurt a bit, Shoyuta warned before he started. TW, injury image. The lizard in the image was perfectly fine. A dedicated medical team was able to heal them right up. End TW chapter text. So what happened? Did you get into a fight with another animal, or did humans do this to you? Shoyuta asked, trying to distract the lizard as he applied disinfectant to the wound. It bubbled and hissed along with Bean's pained hiss. There was no spoken answer. He didn't expect it. They had moved past yes or no questions ages ago. Communication wasn't difficult for them. A scratch on the concrete floor answered him instead. Then a second. The second option. Humans did this to Bean. Would you like to come live with me? He offered on a whim. Hisashi and we'd protect you. We wouldn't coop you up. You could go out whenever you want. We'd set up a way for you to come and go as you please. It's just, we care about you a lot, Bean. The moments of quiet that followed were stifling until a heartbreaking hiss came from under the sheet. Mumusasir. Monster? Shoyuta clarified. A sad chirp answered him. You're not a monster. Bean growled, clearly disagreeing. A large lizard. Larger than most of the lizards typically kept as house pets. Covered in plants, apparently and obviously quirked. It wasn't hard to imagine why Bean had been attacked. Even in a world of all manner of quirks, people still feared different. Quirk discrimination was a rampant issue, and quirked animals were so incredibly rare, often abused over their abilities. Shoyuta sighed and placed a hand on a sheet-covered part of him. You're not a monster. You may not believe me, but you're not. Those people were wrong to hurt you. Quiet Clicks replied, but he wasn't quite sure what they meant. Please come home with us. Bean shifted away from his hand with another growl. But Shoyuta was prepared to bargain. We're buying this building. The lizard froze. You don't have to come home with us. We'd understand if you don't trust us that much yet. We're buying this place so that you wouldn't have to worry about anyone eventually coming here to reopen or anything. So you couldn't be driven out. We have no plans to do anything with the building. We just wanted it to be safer for you. When Bean relaxed again, Shoyuta started to apply some damp gauze to the wound, holding it in place with medical tape. The guides online recommended wet bandages for lizards. He topped it off with a layer of dry gauze so that dirt and stuff wouldn't stick to it so easily. Honestly, the only thing I'd like to do to make it safer is having a security system installed. That way if anyone breaks in, Hisashi and I would be alerted and could come help you. Bean hissed at the idea. I won't, though, if you don't want me to. Just like I won't take you home with me against your will. But our home is always open to you, even if it's just for a single night. He didn't get a response. As soon as Shoyuta was done bandaging the wound, Bean crawled back to his den, disappearing inside with the sheet. An empty bento was shoved out suddenly. I'm glad you ate, Shoyuta said, genuinely relieved. Please don't hide away anymore, okay? You're not a monster, no matter what others have said to you. What matters is that the people who know you, like Hisashi and I, care very much about you. That says more about you than the opinions of judgmental, ignorant strangers. After all, when I was younger, people said I'd be a villain with my quirk. Look at me now. I'm a hero that even helps train the next generation. With that, he said his goodbyes and left so that his friend could rest. He's okay. More or less. Hurt, but not severely. Hurt how? Some people called him a monster and injured him. Oh, our poor baby Bean. You told him he's not, right? Of course. He seemed depressed though. Well then, we'll just have to cheer him up. I'm not sure it'll be that easy, Zashi. I've gotten you out of a depressive funk before, haven't I? I can handle your mini-me. Mini-me? Stubborn, spiteful, grumpy, dislikes people, easily trainable. Trainable? What does that mean? Nothing, honey. No, tell me. I love you. Don't change the subject. How about we watch that cat movie again when we get home? Which one? Where the cat saves the homeless guy. Wait, fine. With coffee. Sounds great. I love you. I love you too. When I was younger, people said I'd be a villain with my quirk. Look at me now. I'm a hero that even helps train the next generation. Eraserhead? A villain? That's ridiculous. Sure, he was kind of off-putting. But that was just social anxiety. And yeah, he did look kind of terrifying dropping down from the rooftops into a fight. But that just helped intimidate and disarm the villains. So what if he looked like a vampire or something from old movies? All of that. Plus having your quirk cut off in a society that relies on quirks so heavily. He could see why people might think that. But Izuku was an actual monster. Like right out of fairy tales, a giant beast that could crush the world under its feet. Gigantification quirks weren't super common. There was Mount Lady in the hero rankings right now. A few known villains. Ryukyu got kinda big, and Ryukyu, the dragon hero. Number 9 in the hero rankings. She wasn't a monster, but she kept a lot of human traits. Skin, her hair, and for some reason her chest. Izuku wasn't even recognizable as having been human before transforming. He was just a giant, monstrous dragon. He understood why people were terrified of him. People had been terrified of Eraserhead too. Maybe Izuku could still be a hero. As long as he hid his other forms, he would be okay to try, right? He didn't have control over his large form. Going to UA, like he wanted, would involve a lot of quirk training, wouldn't it? He could build up so much control that if his instincts tried to transform him again, he could suppress it. Stop the monster from escaping. Mind made up, Izuku curled up to sleep. He had to catch up on his classes tomorrow. Where the heck were you? Tsu demanded, shaking Izuha by the shoulders. A librarian who was familiar with them hushed them but seemed pleased that Izuha was back. I got hurt, Izuha answered sheepishly, lifting his shirt slightly to expose a gauze-wrapped abdomen. And then I just wasn't doing well after. Mentally, I mean. That's it. I'm getting you a cell phone, Karo. Tsu decided, standing up to gather her siblings. Wait, what? I said, I'm getting you a cell phone. If you get hurt again, you call or text me, Karo. Got it? You can't buy me a phone. That's too much. Izuha protested, trailing after her. He was struggling to shove his school materials back in his bag and still keep up with her. Listen. It's really not that expensive to buy a prepaid flip phone and put minutes on it. I could even afford a basic prepaid smartphone and still have plenty of my allowance left over, but I'm not sure you'd let me do that, Karo. I wouldn't, Izuha agreed. But unless you plan to tell me where you live, I need a way to contact you. Why? Izuha questioned, sounding confused. And didn't that just break her heart? Because I love you, you idiot. Tsu exclaimed, getting another stern look from the librarian. She took a deep breath to calm her voice again. This time she spoke quietly. You are my best friend, along with Habuko-chan. Both mean a lot to me, Karo. Not knowing if you were okay was awful. Do you get that? I was so worried about you. I thought I'd never see you again. Izuha gasped softly, a stricken expression on his face. Then the tears came. I'm sorry. I didn't think. I thought you'd be okay. I'm just some kid you met in a library. So what? Tsu frowned. You barely know me. I have things I still hide from you, he admitted. I figured. Your life isn't exactly safe to be an open book in, Karo. I'm sure you have to be extremely careful about who you trust and only reveal a bit of yourself at a time. Isn't that annoying though? No. I care about you, no matter what's going on in your life. I like you, Aizu-chan. Not where you're from or who you know or what you do. I'll accept you no matter what, Karo. Please don't say that, Izuha whispered brokenly. I will, Tsu insisted, gathering up her siblings and her friend. She started herding them all out of the library. Even if you don't believe me. Satsuki took Izuha's hand as he choked on a sob while Samidare opened the door for them. You're like our Oni-ai-chun, Satsuki chirped happily up at Izuha. So we love you always. Izuha broke down and hugged the little girl in the library parking lot. Everywhere you looked, there were so many people. The clamor of 1,000 conversations happening at once was beyond overwhelming. Colors and movement and bright lights. It was too much. How could everything be tracked? How could anyone protect themselves with all this noise and visual disruption obstructing their senses? Why did everyone else seem fine? A hand came to rest on his upper arm, squeezing reassuringly. Hey, are you okay? Familiar. One of his. I don't go to places like this, he admitted, voice strained. Tsu looked out over the mall's hustle and bustle. Oh, I didn't think of that. Should we leave or? No, Izuku interrupted. She'd wanted to come here. He could deal with it. I just need. She frowned and took his free hand, the other taken by her little sister. Does this help? With both hands held firmly by not quite warm, slightly clammy hands, he felt a little more grounded. He nodded in answer, earning a smile from her. We'll go to the phone store first to get that out of the way. Then we can walk around or leave whenever you need to, Karo. It sounded like a plan. She led him to the phone store, firmly holding Samidare's hand in her other one, keeping them all together. Together and safe. A protector. Oni-chan. Because I'm sure he'll insist, Karo, what's the cheapest prepaid phone you have? She knows him so well. But because I insist, it also has to be sturdy and reliable. Decent battery life too. Would that make it much more expensive? The salesperson looked bewildered for a moment before she disappeared to fetch some things. She returned with a few models and set them down on the counter. for entirely different kinds of phones, including the flip phone that Sue promised. Not this one, Sue said, immediately eliminating a red one that was bare basics. Why? Izuku asked, noting that it was the cheapest option. The buttons are exposed. You could pocket dial people, Karo, she explained. That made sense. He didn't want to find himself dealing with an accidental call to a stranger. Many people find it annoying or difficult to text on flip phones, the salesperson spoke up. This one with the full keyboard makes that easier. Then of course there's the smartphone. No smartphone. Too expensive, Izuku mumbled quietly. Sue rolled her eyes but set it aside. Between these two then? Sue asked, motioning to the remaining two phones. The flip phone is cheaper, Izuku replied. Yes, but will you have trouble typing on it, Karo? Sue questioned pointedly. I don't think so, Izuku said, knowing full well that he might. He just wanted the cheapest option between the two. Her getting him a phone was already too much. She stared him down and he stubbornly met her gaze, unwilling to break. Finally she sighed. Fine. We'll get the flip phone, Karo, Sue relented. But I want to buy 2 rechargeable power banks with it. What? I don't. I will not have your phone dying. That defeats the point of getting one, Karo. Spluttering weakly, he found himself unable to argue with that. The salesperson giggled as she started ringing things up. She gave Sue a knowing look. Siblings, huh? Siblings? She thought they were siblings? Did they look like real siblings? Tell me about it, Karo, Sue huffed, shaking her head slightly. She wasn't mad though. Just fond. That subtle acceptance was enough for him. He had a little family now. Do you still feel okay? Sue asked after they left the phone store. There were fewer people inside the actual shops, so Izuha had actually calmed down a bit. He nodded slowly. Would you be up to walking around? They have a lot of different shops, Karo. I don't have any money and I don't want you wasting any more on me. First, it's not a waste, Karo. Second, we can just look at things without buying. It can be fun to see what all is in the shops. Okay, he replied hesitantly. Just let me know if you need to leave or take a break somewhere quieter, Karo. He agreed, so they headed off to explore the mall, all 4 of them hand in hand. Like a little chain of frogs and a lizard, Samidare picked out the first store. A store filled with merchandise for his favorite game, Minecraft. Izuha looks completely baffled as they look around. Why is everything made from cubes? He asked quietly. I don't know. That's just the design of the game, Karo. They took the term building blocks literally. Sammy-chan plays it all the time. Mom says he's obsessed. Cubes are a good shape, Izuha comments, looking at some Minecraft critter keychains. What makes a good shape, Karo? Izuha thought it over before answering. It just is. If you say so, she laughed lightly. Everyone had oddities, even herself. They made their way through the Minecraft store, a bookstore, and a makeup store, and then dragged Satsuki away from Build-A-Bear. Those plushies could get expensive and even just going into the store is an immersive building process. It's set up like a little factory. At a clothing store, Satsuki begged to try on clothes. She and her little sister put on a mini fashion show for the boys until Satsuki picked out a dress for Izuha to try on. It's all green and shimmery like your scales. You have to try it on. Suki-chan, he probably won't feel comf. It's fine, Izuha interrupted, taking the dress from the little girl. As long as I don't break it, it should be okay. Because I can't afford this. Honestly, she was starting to think that Aizu-chan would go along with anything at this point. He was stubborn on a few things, sure, but agreeable about nearly everything else. If they were actively shopping, he'd probably carry all the bags if they just asked. Not that she'd do that to him. It was only an observation about his character. He was kind and usually unbothered. The dress did, in fact, match his scales. He even purposefully made more of them appear, though, toward the end, they stayed visible because he was blushing at their compliments. Now you, Sammy-chan. Satsuki insisted. No chance, pipsqueak, Samidare scowled, eyeing the navy blue dress the girl had picked out for him. Eventually, they left the clothing store. Satsuki took a little extra convincing to leave, but Sue was able to bribe her with a visit to a kid's jewelry store. She suppressed a laugh when Aizu-chan had nearly the same wide-eyed reaction at the entrance as her sister. Right, he liked sparkly things. We can go to that emo store you like later. She had to promise her brother to get him to even step foot in the sparkly, pastel and rainbow store. He grumbled a bit before following them in. They had barely looked around for even 10 minutes when this dark-haired, heavily scarred person rounded one of the displays and grabbed Izu. He automatically pushed Satsuki over to her, growling lowly at the new threat. Sue wondered how bad this man would taste when she slapped him with her tongue in a few seconds. "Let him go," she ordered. It was the stranger from the alley. The one that got stabbed and thought he was hallucinating for the majority of their encounter. He was okay. But why was he here? Was he stalking him? How did he even figure out what Izuku looked like? He wasn't seen out of dragon form by him, right? Gladly, the stranger spoke, replying to Tsu. As soon as the little klepto returns what he's pocketed. My boss will take it out on me if Sheik gets stolen, otherwise I wouldn't care. Aizu-chan didn't. Tsu trailed off as his ears flattened in shame. Oh, Aizu, why? Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out some stretchy gem-looking bracelets he'd found. The stranger, the store employee apparently, held out a hand and he passed them over. I'm sorry. They were interesting. And shiny. I couldn't help it. The employee shrugged. It's a mutation thing, isn't it? Just try to get some better control over that. Like I said, if my boss wasn't so strict, I wouldn't personally care. I can buy them for you, Sue offered, looking at Izuku with a concerned expression. No, I'm sorry. I just usually find shiny things at the beach. There's no issue taking those home, Izuku explained. Rarely, he stole little trinkets from big chain stores that were known for being ethically questionable themselves. Mostly, he bought cheap things from gashapon machines with the bit of money he found on the ground. Like the sea glass you brought me, Karo, Sue realized, nodding lightly. That makes sense. That's resolved, the employee deadpanned. Now, is anyone getting their ears pierced today? I can get the equipment ready. Can I? Pretty please? Satsuki begged Sue. Sue sighed. I'll text Mom and ask. There were only a couple of hours left on his shift when a group of unaccompanied minors wandered in. 2 girls, 2 boys, all green. Probably siblings. That's just his luck. Sure, some parents didn't discipline their kids for shit even when they were present, but when kids were alone, they could be so much worse. To make things worse, they had a small child in their group. It's the little ones that always seem to make a huge mess or raise a fuss. Mutant quirks, he determined quickly. Their features, proportions, and posture seemed slightly off, but the eldest boy cemented it. Unlike his siblings, he had animalistic ears and visible scales. For some reason he felt familiar. Dabi wondered if they'd met before. He was still subtly watching them when he noticed the eldest boy tuck some bracelets he'd been looking at into his pocket. Well then. Looks like it's not the youngest that'll be the biggest pain in his butt for once. Time to go deal with that so his boss won't yell at him later. When he grabbed the little thief, he wasn't quite expecting the defensive response of shoving the little girl over to the older one. The boy tensed against his hold, shifting to stand between him and the other kids as much as he could, his pupils narrowing to slits as he growled. The older girl took up a defensive stance too, standing protectively in front of the smaller ones. It's worth noting that he was probably not the sort of person you'd expect to see working in a children's accessory shop. Horribly scarred skin held together with surgical staples, dark and spiky hair, an intense resting beach face, and the overall fashion sense of someone who should probably be working at an alt clothing store instead. Or a tattoo shop. Or even a seedy bar. Let him go, the older girl demanded. For some reason, she started to stick her tongue out. Oh, a frog mutation, he realized when it turned out to be longer than he expected. Gladly, he told her. As soon as the little klepto returns what he's pocketed. My boss will take it out on me if Sheik gets stolen, otherwise I wouldn't care. Aizu-chan didn't, she started, only to trail off as her brother's ears flattened. Oh, Aizu, why? The boy in question reached into his pocket with the remorseful expression. Did he actually feel bad or was he just upset that he got caught? Either way, He took the bracelets the boy pulled out when they were handed to him without a fight. Then the kid spoke in a surprisingly timid voice. I'm sorry. They were interesting. And shiny. I couldn't help it. Judging by the way the boy's pupils dilated slightly when he shifted the bracelets, he was sure the kid was being honest. This was one of those animals like shiny objects Quirk issues. When he was younger, he had a sort of friend who was the same way, so he shrugged. It's a mutation thing, isn't it? Just try to get some better control over that. Like I said, if my boss wasn't so strict, I wouldn't personally care. I can buy them for you, the older girl offered, looking at the boy with a concerned expression. No, I'm sorry. I just usually find shiny things at the beach. There's no issue taking those home, the kid rambled nervously. That must mean something to the girl since her eyes lit up in understanding. Like the sea glass you brought me, Caro? That makes sense. But weren't these kids siblings? Shouldn't she already be aware of her brother's quirk instincts? Whatever. Not his business. That's resolved, he deadpanned. Back to work mode. Now, is anyone getting their ears pierced today? I can get the equipment ready. Can I? Pretty please, the smallest begged. The older girl sighed. I'll text Mom and ask. Are you going to get your ears pierced too? The little one asked the older boy. The kid grimaced. I don't know. That costs money. And my ears are. He wiggled his ears slightly to emphasize their mutated appearance. I am certified to pierce mutated ears, he cut in. With how widespread mutation quirks have become, the corporate office mandated the training or something like that. Mom said yes, the older girl announced. Aizu-chan, I think earrings could look cute on you, Caro. Especially dangly ones with how often your ears move. Still costs money, the boy muttered. The girl's eyes narrowed, reminding him of his twin sister. That wasn't a good expression. The boy was in for it. I'll buy you earrings. A pair or two won't even compare to all the sea glass and gems you keep gifting me, Caro. Why can you give me gifts but I can't do the same for you? Ooh, she was good. The boy seemed at a loss for words. Eventually, he sighed in resignation. The littlest one urged everyone to pick out some earrings, even the grumpy younger boy who hadn't spoken yet, while he set up the equipment and re-sterilized things. Maybe he was being extra cautious, sanitizing everything before and after every use, but he knew how bad those infections could be. His staples got infected periodically despite his best efforts. I'm Dobby, by the way, he offered as he helped the little girl into a chair. I'm Tsuyu, the older girl returned. Then she pointed at the rest of the group while naming them. This is Satsuki, Samidare, and Izuha. Wanna hang on to Izuha for me? He looks like he might snap at me. Izuka shook his head, trying to clear the intense urge to bite Dobby. Something about him holding a giant Ifang needle anywhere near Satsuki set Izuku on edge. Sorry. Protective. Hey man, I get it. Plenty of moms with animal quirks struggle to not rip my head off during the process. You are far from my first encounter with those protective instincts, Dobby dismissed. Sue held onto his arm just to be safe. Aizu-chan's reptilian, so he tends to be more territorial. You're a frog, right? Dobby guessed as he prepped the earrings. Right? Sue confirmed. How's that work with siblings? One reptile parent, one amphibian? Oh no, we aren't biological siblings, Caro, Sue clarified. But Aizu-chan's still family. Got it? Blood is thicker than water and all that, Dobby replied while disinfecting Satsuki's ear. No. Sue frowned. Blood family isn't more anything, Caro. Dobby blinked at her a couple of times before his eyes widened in realization. Yeah, not what I meant. The full quote is, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Meaning chosen bonds hold more weight. You can choose biological family too, of course, but you don't need to be loyal to them if they've never treated you right. I would know. Sue just nodded in agreement. The misunderstanding was cleared up quickly and now Dobby was stabbing his baby sister in the. Calm down. Stop growling at him. It's fine. She's perfectly safe, Caro. Izuku forced himself to take some deep breaths until rage stopped clouding his vision. Dobby was being quick and efficient. Satsuki didn't even cry. And now she had hot pink, gemstone studs in her ears. She had wanted hot pink butterflies, but Dabi said that newbies need studs. Something about the healing process working better with smaller, simple earrings. Sue and Samidare already had pierced ears, apparently, and each picked out a pair too. Samidare picked glossy, black hoops with crosses dangling from them. How he found goth earrings in this bright and peppy store, Izuku would never know. And then Sue picked dangling dino earrings that were swirled with green, gray, white, and black. Izuku picked some dino earrings of his own to match hers. They didn't dangle because he was worried about them catching on things. He lived on the streets after all. He didn't want to risk ripping an ear. Satsuki did still get her butterfly earrings, but she wouldn't be wearing them until the healing PRD was over. Same with Izuku. His dino earrings were traded for tiny, golden ball. And despite lacking regular earlobes, Dabi was able to put the piercings in a spot that looked natural. Do you want my phone number? I just got it, Izuku offered once everything was cleaned up and paid for. He was still kind of worried about the guy he found stabbed in a back alley. Aren't you a little young to be flirting with me? Dabi deflected. Grow up a bit first, kid. Then maybe you'll have a chance. He frowned. I'm not flirting. Aizu-chan, do we need to have a talk about stranger danger, Karo? Sue asked, sounding concerned. No offense, Dabi-san. None taken, the man replied. I just thought, maybe I could check in from time to time. Izuku tried to defend himself. He couldn't exactly reveal the full reason why. Then Dabi could connect him with his dragon form. I've been claimed by a territorial reptile, haven't I? Whatever. Sure, give me your phone. And so Izuku walked away with Dabi's number in his contacts, alongside his sister's. The earrings, Satsuki's, Samidare's, Sue's, Izuku's. Studs are not pictured because they're super basic. It had been a couple of weeks since Shoyuta found Bean so badly injured. The building purchase was complete, but he did not intend to return inside without the lizard's permission. Unless there was another emergency like this last one. No, for now, he continued to sit outside that window for each nightly meeting, occasionally joined by Hisashi. Bean's mood had obviously been low his first night back at the window before it gradually improved. He can understand why. Self-hate can be difficult to work through. Being attacked, injured, and called a monster can certainly lower one's opinion of themselves. Thankfully, the lizard was starting to come around. Just last night, he had hesitantly shown off a new hero figure that he picked up somewhere. Hisashi was there that night and recognized the tiny figure as being from a capsule machine at a nearby grocery store. Shoyuta made a mental note to bring some coins for Bean. The lizard was probably relying on what people dropped. Tonight, he was going to try bringing up what he'd discovered the night he patched up Bean. He waited until Bean had eaten the food he brought. So, when I found you hurt. The lizard's gaze snapped to him, alert and a little fearful. Shoyuta continued, not wanting to draw it out and make Bean nervous. The shop is filled with plants. So is the basement. And you're covered in moss and leaves. Is that your quirk? Something to do with plants? Glowing green eyes vanished from view. Shoyuta thought that the lizard fled until he heard scuffling sounds getting closer to the window again. Clawed feet gently pushed a small flower pot out of the window. It was filled with soil but otherwise empty. Or so he thought. One of those clawed feet dipped into the soil, sprouts erupting from the soft, fluffy dirt seconds later. He watched in awe as they grew, stems winding and reaching upwards until tiny buds began to form. The buds swelled until they burst, revealing small, pink, daisy-like blooms. They're beautiful, he offered to the expectant gaze watching him from the dark window. The clawed hand retreated back into the shadows. Thank you for sharing this with me. A chirp answered him before Bean disappeared into the basement for the night, leaving Shoyuta with the small, delicate flowers. When he was sure that the lizard wasn't returning, he picked up the flowers, intending to drop them off at home before finishing his patrol. How could anyone call Bean a monster? His quirk literally creates life. So Eraserhead at least didn't mind part of his quirk. More importantly, the hero didn't seem to make any connection between him and his kaiju form. How long would that last? Either way, Izuku was in the clear for now. And that put him in a great mood as he practically skipped to his beach, full of extra energy to get out in training. That great mood came to a grinding halt when he spotted a somewhat large, blonde teenager moving trash off the beach. Who the actual F was this? The teen spotted him and waved. "Hiya, kiddo. You might want to clear out of here. This beach isn't exactly safe for children." Immediately offended. He wasn't as young as his height sometimes made him seem. "What are you doing?" Izuku growled at the stranger moving his trash on his beach. They faltered at his tone but answered cheerfully. "I'm cleaning this beach. It'll double as training and public service." "No. No," they parroted. "This is mine. You can't take my stuff." Their hands went up placatingly. "Hold on, buddy. I'm not trying to take anything from anyone. This place is a dump. All of this is garbage." They motioned to the trash piles. Izuku glanced at the piles before glaring at the teen again. "It's my garbage." A confused expression settled on their face. "Your garbage?" "That's what I said," Izuku confirmed. "I'm using it so you can't take it. If you want specific things, I could help you look for them while I clean up," the teen offered, looking back at the trash again. "I don't know how I feel about you digging around on your—" With an irritated huff, Izuku started toward his training area. "Follow, stranger." "Stranger?" they murmured, though they complied. He led them through the piles, past obstacles he'd set up to protect his space. They kept up surprisingly well. When they made it to his clearing in the center, he proudly extended an arm to show off his obstacle course. The teen looked baffled. Is this supposed to be a gym?" "Kinda," Izuku shrugged. "I train here. You can too, I guess. But you can't take my trash. I need it." "What are you training for?" the teen asked. "I want to go to UA," Izuku admitted, hoping they wouldn't ask more about him. The teen sighed, sounding conflicted. "This is really cool what you've set up here, but it's not safe." Izuku opened his mouth to argue, but the teen cut him off. "Hold on. Hear me out." When Izuku didn't say anything, simply crossing his arms and waiting, they continued. "I'm a second-year student at UA. I'd be happy to help you train, but in a safer environment. These things you've made, while very impressive, aren't stable. The sand could shift under them, rain could make parts slide out of place. It's dangerous. That's why I'm cleaning the beach." He hated that the stranger had a point. What would a safer environment be? "An actual gym," the teen replied with a bright smile. "I can't afford gym memberships. That's why I've been training here. But I have a student membership at one already, and that lets me bring guests. Because sometimes hero students meet up to spar or train together," the teen told him. "And yeah, we can do that at UA if we wanted, but sometimes we want to train a little closer to home." "You would bring me? As a guest?" Izuku asked warily. "Sure. I would love to help a future Kohai." That smile was blinding. "That's if I get into UA. You should have more faith in yourself. I'm Togata Mirio, by the way. We should trade numbers so we can hash out the details of where we'll meet up." Midoriko Izuha. "You're really not going to go home? Like I said, this is my beach. I come here even when I'm not training. It can't be that great hanging out on a smelly trash beach." Izuku held up a hand from where he'd been digging. Togata waited as directed, and Izuku presented him with a coral agate as soon as he finished digging it out of the sand. "Oh, what's that doing in a trash dump?" This was a beach long before people started dumping trash here. "There's lots of cool things buried in the sand." He paused and then fixed Togata with a stern glare. "But they're mine." "Course, buddy. I won't encroach on your treasure hunting," Togata promised. "I'll just clean up around here. If there are any treasures in the trash, I can even point them out to you." "Thanks. I'd like to." "I am here." "What the F dash?" Izuku blinked in shock at the number 1 pro hero, All Might posing in front of them. Was his beach going to blow up or something? He didn't sense any immediate threats, so why else would All Might be here? Or any pro hero? And then All Might deflated, coughing up blood, setting off Izuku's instincts. Who was this imposter? They were the threat. He growled and launched himself at them, only to be caught by Togata. "Whoa there, buddy." The imposter looked surprised, like he was only just noticing Izuku's presence. Wow! Young Togata, who is this? Why are they? This is Midoriko-kun. He hangs out on this beach a lot, apparently, Togata told the imposter. Izuku thrashed and hissed in the teen's unfairly strong grasp. Why was he sharing Izuku's name with this threat? You might have checked to see if there was anyone here before doing that. Oh yes, well I suppose, the imposter agreed. Why is he so angry? Who are you? Izuku demanded, answering the imposter's question. Why are you wearing All Might's face? I don't care what you're planning. This is my beach. I will bite you. Wearing his young man, I can assure you I am All Might, the imposter exclaimed. Chill out, Midokun, Togata said softly, lifting a hand to gently pet his hair, just behind one of his ears. His muscles suddenly going limp was unexpected. It's okay. That is All Might. He's real, and he's not going to hurt you or take your treasures. Right, All Might? Yes, the maybe not an imposter agreed uncertainly. Izuku felt himself relax further as fear and territorial instincts dissipated. Togata finally put him down and he brought a hand to the spot Togata had been petting a second ago. Togata seemed to understand his confusion. Sorry, I have a friend with an animal quirk, sort of, and that works to calm him down on the rare occasion that he's upset. He sighed tiredly. Today was eventful. 5 years ago, All Might fought a villain. The fight was never made public to prevent mass panic. Because the villain that All Might faced was able to injure him. Horrifically. He'd lost his entire stomach and sustained irreparable damage to his lungs. It resulted in this smaller, emaciated form when he wasn't actively using his quirk to buff up his muscles. Does it hurt? Izuku asked, staring at the man while Togata cleaned up some scrap metal. If I strain myself. But typically, no, Yagi answered. That's what he wanted to be called when in this form. You coughed up blood though, Izuku pointed out. Yes, well, I'm used to it at this point, Yagi assured him. It doesn't hurt so much as it is uncomfortable. It looks like more blood than it actually is since it mixes with my saliva. That's gross, Izuku grimaced. He would hate to have the taste of blood in his mouth all the time. At least, in his small dragon form, when hunting he didn't have the same issue. But he was fine with eating a lot of things in dragon form that he wouldn't in human form. I suppose it is, Yagi conceded. Out of questions for now, Izuku returned to his digging. Yagi alternated between watching him and watching his mentee clear trash. About 15 minutes later, when Izuku pulled a blue piece of sea glass out of the sand, Yagi asked him a question. How often do you usually come here? Every day, he answered without looking up. Do you find many things in the sand? Defined many. I find 2 or 3 things consistently. As many as 10 if I'm really lucky. What do you do with it all? Keep it. Give them to my people as gifts. Your people? Yes. Mine, Izuku huffed. They're just mine. Yagi nodded, seemingly satisfied with that answer. Do you ever worry you'll dig up everything and there won't be any more to find? Izuku finally looked up at the man. His expression seemed genuine, not malicious. Not really. The ocean washes up new things all the time. People drop things. The wind scatters the trash and covers it with sand. There will always be something to find here. That must be reassuring. Knowing something will always be there. That might actually be part of why he liked the beach so much. Yeah, I guess so, he shrugged, returning to his digging. Nothing more was said between them. After Eraserhead left for patrol, Izuku decided tonight was an extra good night to hunt. The moon was just a sliver in the sky, shrouding the city in more shadows than usual. The park he liked to hunt in was sure to be dark enough to hide his presence from the prey. He loved his meals from Eraserhead and his stranger. Really he did. But 1 meal a day wasn't enough. Plus hunting was fun. Even if he was just chasing critters and letting them go, it was fun. He liked the running and the hiding and the listening and the pouncing. It was super fun. As expected, hunting went extremely well. He caught 4 whole birds and a squirrel. He could eat 1 bird tonight and the other 3 tomorrow. But could he eat a squirrel too? Then an idea occurred to him. He could bring them food for once. That is what he would do. Hisashi's shriek woke him up a good hour before he actually needed to be awake. Still, he grabbed his capture scarf and headed toward where he heard his husband. Just in case there was a threat beyond the creepy bug level. What is it? He asked cautiously, eyeing his husband who was frozen in the doorway of their apartment. So, there's, Hisashi pointed out into the hall with a shaky hand, his face pale. It could still be a bug. But he gave Hisashi the benefit of the doubt and stepped toward him to check it out. When he saw it, he kind of understood the reaction. He also chuckled lightly. Why are you laughing at me? Hisashi hissed defensively. Someone is threatening us. Sure. That might be how someone would usually interpret a mangled squirrel corpse in front of their door. Unless they had a cat. Or a creature that behaved similarly to one. Like Bean. Pretty sure it's just a gift from Bean, Zashi, Shoyuta said reassuringly. His husband's eyes lit up in understanding. He looked back at the squirrel in a new light. Granted, he still looked grossed out, but he also took on a slightly emotional expression. A gift from Bean? Like what cats do. He's bringing us food? Oh, that's so cute. Shoyuta agreed tiredly. And you can't leave it there. Don't touch it without gloves. Hisashi paled again, looking at the animal carcass in horror. Whoa, what's up with you, Karo? Izuha glanced up at her from where he had been lying face down on their usual table. His worksheets for the day didn't even seem touched yet. Sue, I did something stupid. I have younger siblings. Try me, she shrugged, not thinking it could be that bad. Well, she was wrong. I left a dead squirrel on someone's doorstep. I'm sorry, what? Sue replied in disbelief. Izuha just groaned and laid his head back down on the table, trying to hide in his folded arms. Why would you do that? I don't know, he whined quietly. I was hunting. The conditions were perfect, so I caught more than I could eat. And I just wanted to share. I thought I was feeding them. But they can't eat it. You hunt. That was honestly more surprising to her right now. You eat what you hunt? He didn't respond right away, peeking out over top his. Yes. Is that weird? Most people with carnivorous instincts were able to satisfy those kinds of cravings with regular meat, cooked or raw. Then again, Izuha probably didn't have access to things like that. It could be a dietary need as well as a predator instinct. Those can be satisfied with games of chase or hide and seek. But again, Izuha didn't have access. He couldn't exactly chase random people. It's not common, Sue admitted. But it's not unheard of. So no, it's not weird, Karo. It's probably weird to leave a dead animal at someone's door, though. Yeah, Sue had to agree. When it comes to predator quirks, small children get a pass for doing things like that because they haven't learned to control their instincts yet, Karo. Of course, you don't either since you didn't get proper quirk counseling. But without knowing that about you, yes, it would definitely come off as weird to most people, Karo. Izuha groaned again. Just kill me now. Not a chance, Karo. You are here again, young Midoriko. I said I come here every day, didn't I? The boy snapped. This is still my beach. When Toshinori decided to train Togata here, he certainly hadn't expected that the public beach turned into an illegal garbage dump would be occupied by a reptile quirk child. A territorial one that had apparently claimed the abandoned beach. Frankly, they were lucky that this kid was allowing them to stay and train. Territorial instincts were very serious in animal-quirked folks. Encroaching on a highly protected territory could cause a feral episode. This was dangerous for both the animal-quirked individual and the trespasser. It was polite to respect quirk instincts when it wasn't harmful to yourself or others. Being all might, he tried to set a good example. Still, he mentally scolded himself for slipping up and revealing his true form, all because he didn't think to check the beach for stragglers. The kid was so small that he hadn't even spotted him behind the wall of muscle that was young Togata. Not until the kid lunged at him. Thankfully, young Togata's friend experienced animal instincts due to his quirk. His successor was able to handle the misunderstanding and the territorial spat in a matter of minutes. Now they had an extra addition to their training sessions. Mido-kun, wait, what did I say about that? Those piles are unstable. one that was currently aiming to break his neck based on how he was climbing a stack of broken furniture. Toshinori tensed, ready to activate his quirk should he need to catch him. "I do this all the time," the boy argued, making no moves to get down. "Well, stop. Please." Togata pleaded. "You're worrying me, buddy." The kid glanced at something further up the pile, presumably a treasure that he wanted, before sighing and making the climb back down. Togata tried to thank him for complying, but the boy shoved past him, grumbling quietly, and settled down in the sand to dig some more. Perhaps he can recruit the boy to help with some exercises once young Togata gets this beach cleaned up a bit. It would give him something to do other than getting into trouble. Toshinori wasn't sure he could handle the stress if the kid kept nearly getting hurt. "You tell him you don't want his gifts," Shoyuta smirked after the third dead animal had been placed on their doorstep. He had the apartment's security guard check the cameras to see if Bean could be spotted. And he could. Sort of. A little purple sheet ghost roamed around the building after getting in through some air ducts on the roof, occasionally bumping into things as he walked around blind. It was too FNG cute. "I can't do that," Hizashi whined. "What if it makes him sad?" "Sounds like a you problem," Shoyuta shrugged, then headed out on patrol. He dropped food and water off for Bean as usual, but couldn't stay to chat. There was a scheduled team-up on the agenda tonight. Drag deals were nothing new, but the ones that had been sold to middle schoolers in the district were traced to this warehouse. Who the hell sells hard drags to such young kids? Hopefully, Shoyuta would get a chance to break a nose tonight. Excessive force? No, he fell onto the ground face first, officer. Multiple times. Perched in one of the many alcoves on an old building that probably used to be windows, Izuku watched the heroes storm into the warehouse. He still liked to follow Eraserhead on patrol from time to time, but this was his first time seeing a team-up like this. There was Edgeshot, Hound Dog, Shadow, Snipe, Midnight, Ms. Joke, and even Fatgum. And obviously, Eraserhead. His ears flattened at the sounds of fighting and gunshots. Eraser would be fine. He's seen the hero fight often enough to not be worried. But the sounds still hurt his ears and made him uneasy. At one point, he crept across the street to peek at the fights through the windows. He narrowly avoided one of the windows being blown out by a brick. Who was throwing bricks in there? One of the criminals, he determined once he looked through an undamaged window. They just had a pile of bricks and were throwing them like snowballs. Must be a strength quirk of some kind. Eventually, the fights ended. All the criminals were restrained, arrested, and carted off by the police. Most of the heroes started to leave the area. But Ms. Joke stayed. "So, Eraser, when are you gonna agree to go on a date with me?" she asked. "Never," Eraserhead replied flatly. Excuse his language, but who the F was this beach? Eraser already had a good mate. Spouse. Humans have spouses. He would defend his stranger's honor. But how could he do that without exposing himself? He still didn't want to be seen. Looking around, he tried to see what was in his surroundings that could be used. He was currently hunkered down behind some boxes. Poking his head in one, he found that they were filled with bottles of brake fluid. That should work. He tore open the side of the box. "If you won't take me on a date, then marry me," the beach bartered. "No. Leave me alone," Eraserhead frowned, clearly uncomfortable. She ignored him. "You're so funny," the beach laughed. "Our kids will have a great sense of who OW." Eraserhead whipped around as the beach clutched her head in pain. But she was still here. Izuku grabbed another bottle and chucked it over the boxes at her, nailing her in the shin. "Take that." Oh no. That was an angry Eraserhead coming toward him. "Run." Shoyuta turned the corner into an alleyway just in time to see the leafy tip of a familiar tail disappear under a dumpster. "Bean? What the hell are you doing here?" Dead silence except for the sound of Ms. Joke cursing a little ways away. "Bean. I know you're there. Why are you throwing things at heroes?" No sound other than that of footsteps drawing near. "I thought everyone was accounted for?" Ms. Joke grumbled back in work mode. "They are," Shoyuta answered. "Then who the F was throwing shit at me?" she demanded, stepping past him into the alley. Intense growling that he hadn't heard since some of his early days with Bean filled the alley. He grabbed Ms. Joke by the arm and pulled her back. "Okay, He doesn't like you. Stay back. Who doesn't like me? And why should I care? She huffed, eyeing the dumpster that the growling still emanated from. I recently befriended an animal. That's all. A kitty? No. Kitty. Hi. And there she was strolling toward the dumpster before he could stop her. Any friend of Eraser's is a friend of mine. You know, we're gonna get married one day. You could live. Why? The growling amped up as she crouched down by the dumpster. It was louder than he'd ever heard from Bean and sent shivers down his spine. Where was her sense of self-preservation? Did that sound like a FING cat? That sounded like an alligator or something. He'd never pushed Bean's boundaries like this. So he wasn't sure if he should expect a deep scratch or a bite wound from this encounter. Could the lizard crush the bones in her hand if he bit down hard enough? Would this be the end of the pestering from Ms. Joke? No, he couldn't think like that. His coworker was about to get seriously hurt. At least, she seemed to understand that she might be in a bit of danger right now. Easy, kitty, she said in a much softer tone. Sorry if I scared you. Just wanted to meet my fiancé's itch. The last thing Shoyuta would have expected was this, a concentrated spray of green and brown, glowing ever so slightly, shot out from under the dumpster right in her face. Something scattered on the ground as she sat up, trying to get unidentified debris away from her eyes. The debris that scattered on the ground around her began to rapidly grow the second it touched the concrete. Within seconds, Ms. Joke was surrounded by a bed of cacti. She yelled out as they pricked her knees where she knelt in them. She fell back, catching herself with her hands which only got them pricked too. Shoyuta watched in shock as she fell fully on her back in the bed of cacti. Then he realized that parts of the cacti were detaching from the main plants and sticking to her. The spines stayed lodged in her skin, decorating her in spiky orbs. By now, a few other heroes and police had shown up at the mouth of the alley, drawn over by her screams. Shuta's first thought was not to help Ms. Joke but rather how to hide Bean. He could scold himself for that later. Maybe. What the hell is going on here? Nemuri asked. She vaguely knew about Bean. He wasn't worried about her. It was the others he was stressed out about. Ms. Joke kept thrashing in pain, trying to get out of the bed of cacti, but it only made the situation worse. Nemuri saw this and quickly tore off part of her costume to release her quirk. Affected by the sleeping gas, Ms. Joke went still and silent. Now they just need to figure out how to get her out without hurting themselves. It's Bean, he whispered to her after she reined in her quirk. Ms. Joke scared him. He can do that? She hissed, gesturing at the mess of cacti. Apparently. I need to get him out of here, he replied urgently. She met his eyes and after a moment, nodded in agreement. They had the same quirked animal for a boss. They both knew how horribly this could turn out for Bean if the wrong people heard about him. Was there a straggler? Snipe asked, looking down at Ms. Joke and then looking around the alley. Just some kid, Shoyuta lied quickly. Snipe shared their boss but the police officers by his side didn't. He couldn't let them know that Bean was here. We are, unfortunately, close to a school. I guess the kid was out for a walk and Ms. Joke scared him. He ran off. Home probably. Snipe's eyes narrowed, recognizing that his coworker was lying. They had worked together for many years now, after all. Shoyuta glanced at the officers before shooting him a subtle, pleading look. He needed the man to not draw attention to the lie. I reckon she can be a handful, Snipe drawled. I could see her scaring a kid by accident. It's late, one of the officers agreed. Any adult approaching them at this hour would reasonably scare them. Now how are we supposed to get her out of there? Edshot joined them inside. If I thin myself out, I might be able to avoid those plants and pull her out of there. Let's have the EMTs over here first, though, so they can load her onto a stretcher. She's going to need to go straight to the hospital once she's out. And so they carefully pulled her out. Bean, thankfully, stayed quiet despite how many people were now in the alley. When the ambulance drove off with Ms. Joke, they were told to clear out. Someone with the proper tools would come remove the cacti. Shoyuta stayed on a nearby rooftop until he saw a bean-sized shadow sneak away. He'd meet him back at the flower shop. They needed to talk. This is the cholla cactus, smiley face. It is not friendly. They are hooked barbed, so they do not come off easy. It can take a few months to recover from a bad attack. It can even cause temporary arthritis from all the swelling. These are all over the place where I live. Beware the Choya's smiley face. Izuku had done a good thing. Some beach was trying to steal Eraserhead away from his stranger. Unacceptable. Eraserhead would never fall for it, of course. He loved his mate. Spouse. Humans have spouses. But the beach was still making Eraserhead uncomfortable and disrespecting his stranger's claim on his mate. Spouse. Humans have spouses. And Izuku knew he needed to get her away. His first option was to throw stuff at her, but that almost got him caught. Eraserhead looked mad. Eraserhead wasn't mad at him though. He had just thought that Izuku was another villain. Once he saw that he wasn't mad anymore. Izuku was not a threat. The beach was though, saying he could live with her and Eraserhead in a den that they'd be together in. Married like his stranger and Eraserhead were. Calling him her fiancé. She was far too bold. Look at how close she got to him. Even his stranger knew better when they first met. That meant his stranger was superior. Growling did nothing to deter her from moving closer, talking to him, crouching down, trying to see him. He panicked. Honestly, he only meant to hiss at her, a warning before he bit whatever part of her was closest. But something sprayed out of his mouth with the hiss. A cool sensation filled his throat, reminding him of fresh mint. Seeds seemed to materialize once the cool spray passed his lips. They hit the beach in the face and scattered all around her. His eyes widened when they started rapidly growing into cacti. Japan didn't even have cacti, did it? In his chest, he felt the familiar warmth that he generated whenever he rapidly grew plants. This was him. He was doing this. The least he could do was try to protect her face. It was also covered in seeds. A cactus to the eyes could blind her. He was only trying to scare her off. Not leave her completely vulnerable to predators. That would be too cruel. The seeds on her face didn't grow, but she still got pricked in the knees. Then her butt. Then her hands. Then her whole back, neck, and head. Spines were lodged in her skin, her clothes, her hair. Hooked into her and not letting go anytime soon. Oops. Midnight arrived and put her to sleep so she'd stop making things worse for herself. Eraserhead lied to keep Izuku hidden. He was very thankful for that. And then the beach was taken away. Exactly as he wanted. So yes, he had done a good thing. Or so he thought. Bean, Eraserhead said sternly outside the window that Izuku had happily hopped through not 10 minutes ago. Bean, come here. We need to talk. Izuku considered simply not going. But then Eraserhead could just come inside the building. Nervous, he slunk to the window to see what the hero wanted. He looked very upset. Izuku's ears flattened and he couldn't help the whine that escaped him. The man's expression softened slightly. Bean, that was reckless. You could have been caught. Oh, he was just worried about Izuku. His tail wagged slightly. No, that's bad. His tail stilled. You nearly put yourself in danger. There are laws in place to prevent and punish animal abuse, but it still happens. Quirked animals are at an increased risk of being hurt or even killed. Not to mention, you attacked the hero, Bean. A soft snort of disagreement echoed in the alley. No, she was a sneaky beach. Heroes tend to get preferential treatment in the legal system. If you were discovered and she wanted to, she could file to have you put down. That attack would all but guarantee it happens. Eraserhead sighed tiredly. I don't want to see that happen to you. If you came home with me, I could protect you legally should you ever act in self-defense, but you don't want that. So please, try to avoid people. Pick flight in that fight or flight instinct. Okay? Izuku warbled quietly in agreement, feeling properly scolded. With that out of the way, he perked up at the smile in the man's voice. That was absolutely wonderful to witness. I can't stand that woman. I'm not condoning what you did, but that might be among my life's top 5 best nights. She needed a life lesson on boundaries. His tail started wagging again, leaves swishing dust off the shelf he sat atop. Yes, he did a good thing. He just shouldn't do it again. Green Bean, are you alive? Burnt Nugget, that's cryptic as hell, kid. Burnt Nugget, how are your piercings healing? Green bean. Sue switched them to the dinosaurs for me. Burnt nugget. That's good. They're probably fine then. I trust her. Green bean. Burnt nugget. You're weird, kid. Green bean. Izuchan. I won't be at the library today. Tsuchan. Why not? Izuchan. Someone wants to train me and they have time now. Tsuchan. For you, eh? Tsuchan. What did I say about strangers? Izuchan. He's not a stranger, I found him in my garbage. Tsuchan. WTF Izuts times. Garbage man. Hey, Kohai. How are you? You ready for today? Garbage man. W8Y, is that my chat name? Beach boy. I found you in my garbage. Garbage man. Beach boy. Also, you are taking my garbage away like a garbage man. Garbage man. Fair enough XD. Garbage man. You need any help getting there? I could pick you up. Beach boy. No, I know where to go. Garbage man. Okay. See you in an hour or so, Kohai. One of the gym staff was staring at him. He tried to ignore it, waiting just inside the entrance for Togata. But the staff member wouldn't let him, eventually walking over with a frown on his face. Hey kid, he said in a gruff voice. This guy was huge. Not All Might huge, but bigger than Togata. Way bigger than Izuku. We don't allow loitering. I'm not. I'm here to train, Izuku told him awkwardly. Where's your membership card then? The man demanded, looming over him slightly. Well, I don't have. Kohai. Thanks for waiting for me. Togata's voice cut through the tension. Good afternoon to you too, sir. Thanks for watching my Kohai. I invited him here as a guest today. Togata briefly held up a card and it was enough for the staff member to back off. Izuku was escorted further into the gym by Togata, his hand holding tightly to Izuku's arm. He didn't let go until they reached the locker rooms. Geez, I hate that guy. He's always rude to Tamaki. Pretty sure he's discriminatory against mutant quirks, but he hasn't done anything we can report yet. Oh, Izuku hummed. That made sense. Some bigots knew what lines to toe. He turned away when Togata started to change to give him privacy. There was no need for him to change since he made sure to come in his comfiest clothes. He's only ever at the front desk, so it's not hard to avoid him once you're inside. Maybe wait outside for me next time though. Unless the weather's bad. Then go inside and tell him to go F himself. Should you be telling me to do that? Izuku asked as the other stepped into his line of sight. Probably not, Togata shrugged. He was wearing very nice, very expensive workout clothes. It made Izuku feel a little underdressed in his worn, blue cotton shirt and paint-stained shorts. He found them in the trash piles on the beach, along with most of his other clothes. A hand grabbed at his sleeve, startling him slightly. Togata smiled at him reassuringly, gently rubbing the fabric between his fingers. Sorry, Kohai. This looked really soft. And it is. His embarrassment over his clothes faded at the compliment. Let's go see what you can do, Kohai. The raw skill this kid showed. There was no way he wouldn't make it into UA. Mirio was sure of it. His agility was something else. Sure, Mirio had suspected that after seeing the kid climb those trash piles, but seeing him in action in the gymnastics center was something else. Retractable claws helped him climb things of any height rather easily. He was quick to kick off his shoes after he realized that there was no risk of cutting himself on the equipment. Scales covered the soles of his feet and the palms of his hands, giving him extra traction as he climbed. Tamaki has animal features that appear and fade like yours, Mirio commented at one point. He gains them by eating food, but it's similar enough that I bet he could help you with your quirk. If you think I need help, Midoriko trailed off. He was usually pretty sensitive about his quirk. It can't hurt. Maybe you can manifest even more lizard traits. Mirio grinned while Midoriko shot him a weary look. He'd boost that boy's confidence soon. Congratulations. You have completed your coursework for Junior High Year 3. Your diploma will be mailed to you within the business week. Reach out to your assigned coordinator if you need assistance applying to high school. Congratulations again on securing your future. Izuku blinked at the window that opened after he finished his latest test. That was it? He was done? But the school year wasn't over yet? Are they sure he finished everything? He wasn't worried about his address, having submitted Sue's a while ago now for any physical documents the online school needed to send him. Her parents were fine with it, and he explained it away as living in a poor neighborhood with frequent mail theft. By the time Sue showed up, he was still staring at the window, completely stunned. Wow, congrats, Caro, she commented, reading over his shoulder. Is that allowed? He asked, tripping over his question. Is what allowed? She frowned in slight confusion. There's still what? 7 months left of the school year? There's no way I'm finished. Sue shrugged. I mean, you're pretty smart from what I've seen, Caro. Plus, you worked straight through summer break. And then did more work than needed every day. Summer break? Izuku questioned, looking up at her. When had that been? It just finished up, Sue replied with a concerned expression. Didn't you notice how we came to the library earlier and stayed longer for the past month, Caro? He felt his scales ripple across his cheeks as he blushed. I thought you were cutting class. All 3 of us? These 2 are still in primary school, Caro, she giggled quietly. Well, I don't know. Izuku crossed his arms over his chest, blushing harder. She just patted his back reassuringly and then helped him wrap up his online school forms. A rare quiet day. Perfect for stopping by the grocery store and taking the time to look at all the options. Seasonal treats were such fun. Even if he couldn't eat them all, he could look and appreciate the creativity. Maple candy bars for the fall season? How fun. So, how do you eat without your stomach? He's mildly ashamed to admit that he screamed and dropped his grocery basket. Young Midoriko! Toshinori exclaimed as the boy in question leaned down to pick up his spilled groceries. What are you? Shouldn't you be in school? I finished. Had free time. Wanted a snack. Saw you, the boy summarized. You finished school? Toshinori questioned as his basket was handed back to him. Yeah. I didn't mean to, Midoriko shrugged. My friend says that since it was online, I was able to work at my pace. And my pace was just fast. That made sense. Well, congratulations. That's quite an accomplishment. I didn't even try, the boy dismissed. He seemed uncomfortable. Since I no longer have a stomach, my esophagus was surgically connected to my intestines, Toshinori said, answering the boy's earlier question to change the topic. I can't eat regular portions, so I eat small meals or snacks throughout the day. Some foods are harder to digest without a stomach to break down the foods. I tend to prefer liquid or soft foods. Although fruits and breads are rather easy for me to handle. While I can eat anything, technically speaking, many foods make me ill. Anything solid that I do eat needs to be chewed extremely well. Midoriko nodded, satisfied with the answer. That's not so bad, I guess. It's not, Toshinori agreed. There are some things I miss, but it's not a big deal. With Midoriko's discomfort over the topic of school resolved, the pair wandered around the grocery store in a comfortable silence. He wasn't really sure why the boy was following him. Perhaps it was just that he was a familiar face. Without any more classes, he probably had a sudden influx of free time. But assuming his friend was still in school, he spent it alone. Eventually, Toshinori finished up his shopping. He glanced at the boy's empty hands. Have you not picked out a snack yet? The boy flinched. I changed my mind. Not hungry. Toshinori narrowed his eyes, scanning the boy. The left pocket of his shorts seemed to have a slight bulge. Now that could be the kid's wallet. Or, based on his sudden nervousness. Young Midoriko, are you stealing? Toshinori asked quietly. He sighed when the boy's ears flattened. Why, my boy? I'm hungry. Do your parents not feed you? I get food. Not enough, though? Midoriko wouldn't meet his eyes. I just wanted a snack. Give it here, Toshinori ordered, holding out a hand. A bag of chips was reluctantly pulled out of his pocket and handed over. Toshinori put it in his grocery basket. Midoriko eyed the basket with suspicion. What are you? I'm paying for it, Toshinori told him. And oh, how young Midoriko tried to protest. But Toshinori couldn't allow the boy to steal, nor could he deny a child something as small as a snack. He handed the chips back to Midoriko once they were outside the grocery store. Thank you. The scales on the boy's face grew darker. It was cute. No need to thank me, young Midoriko, Toshinori assured him. They went their separate ways and Toshinori planned to bring snacks to the beach from now on. Gotcha! Hisashi declared as he yanked open the front door. A purple sheet ghost froze on his welcome mat. It was 4:17 a.m. and Hisashi had finally caught Bean in the act of dropping off one of his gifts. He'd been staying up just for this. Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything, Hisashi said quickly, crouching to Bean's level. I just wanted to thank you, let you know that I really don't need any food from you, and invite you in. The mass of purple fabric stayed frozen. Wow, you're bigger than I thought, Hisashi murmured. Sure, he'd seen feet and a tail on occasion, but didn't fully prepare him for the sheer size of their little lizard friend. Back to the matter at hand. Listen, I know you're probably scared to come inside, but I'm really not going to do anything. I just wanted to show you around and maybe chat for a bit. Bean considered this, and after a long moment of silence, shuffled forward into the apartment. Victory! Hisashi did his best to contain his excitement as the lizard explored cautiously. Loud sniffs came from under the sheet as the little lizard ghost made his way around blindly. Very blindly indeed, given that he quickly ran into an end table near the couch. Oh my God, are you okay? He stayed as still as Bean had suddenly become, until Bean growled and shuffled off in a new direction, sniffing noisily the whole way. Had he been embarrassed? When Bean tripped over the rug, Hisashi didn't comment this time. Unbeknownst to the two humans, Izuku had been around their den many times now. They probably knew about the times that he dropped off food. But other times he just peeked in through their windows to make sure they were safe. That their stuff was still there. Their balcony made a good perch, and he could see Eraserhead snoozing on the couch after patrol. He never went inside even if he probably could get in through the air ducts. That was their den. It'd be rude to go in uninvited. So when his stranger invited him in, he couldn't help the urge to accept and snoop around. This was probably really stupid, a surefire way to get caught. Someone put a chair in his way. He did not run into it. With reflexes like his, running into immobile objects repeatedly would be silly and embarrassing. He was grateful that his stranger didn't comment on the totally not happening events after that first time. And so I told Namuri that there was no way she could convince Sho to dress up for it. We put money on it and everything. And you know what? He showed up to the bar decked out in neon makeup and glitter, sporting an outfit that put mine to shame. She told him about the bet and he did it just to spite me. Can you believe that? He decided that he could actually, as he lay sprawled out on the softest rug ever. Eraserhead could be really spiteful. He learned that after giving the man a joke gift of a dog plush instead of a cat. He brought it back dressed in a cat costume. Where had he even gotten that? And it joined his patrol, riding along clipped to his belt. He named it Kitty like he used to call Izuku. I couldn't even be mad. He was so pretty, his stranger sighed. He didn't want to hear this. The balcony door opened before he could even stand up in an attempt to escape the mushy nonsense. He froze. If he was still enough, maybe he could pass as part of the rug. Is that Bean? Eraserhead asked, stepping inside. Nope. There goes that plan. A lumpy, purple puddle of fabric was present on their rug when Shoyuta got home. As flat as it could physically be, as if it was melting into the floor. He recognized the sheet, obviously. This was a huge step forward in terms of gaining Bean's trust. He was actually in their home. Is that Bean? Shoyuta asked rhetorically, stepping inside from their balcony. The purple puddle jolted slightly. Did Bean think he was hiding? No, Bean was usually exceptional at stealth and concealment. This was another show of trust. I happened to catch him dropping off a gift and invited him inside, Hisashi grinned. Well, welcome to our home, Bean. You can visit anytime you want, Shoyuta smiled fondly. The purple puddle on the floor shuffled toward the coffee table a bit before Bean finally stood up fully and made a grating chirp. Reptile noises were so odd. In any other animal he'd think Bean was upset, but he's heard that sound used to express happiness, contentment, and curiosity. If you're home, I suppose it's bedtime, Hisashi sighed reluctantly. Just past 6 a.m.? definitely bedtime. Hisashi should have been asleep hours ago. Bean huffed, wandering off into the apartment. Shoyuta tried not to laugh when the lizard bumped into some things on his way. Noisy sniffing told him where Bean was in the apartment while he went and fixed himself a post-patrol snack. Jelly pouches, of course. Do you think he'll stay? Hisashi whispered to his husband. Probably not, Shoyuta guessed. He was proven right when Bean eventually chirped for their attention and showed them a vent close to the floor in their hallway, near their guest room door. Having seen the security footage of how the lizard gets into the building to deliver his gifts, Shoyuta knew that would be Bean's exit tonight. The sheet glomped the vent, scratching indicating Bean's effort to get the vent cover off. And then the little ghost started pushing into the now open vent. When the last of the sheet disappeared inside, Shoyuta called after him, "We'll leave the cover off. Feel free to visit through here anytime. Even if we aren't home, you can hang out here and wait for us." Bean didn't reply, only a retreating shuffling sound telling them he had heard. Hisashi stared at the vent with a perplexed look. Once they were sure Bean was gone, he shared his thoughts. Between Nizu and Bean, I'm starting to wonder if quirked animals have some kind of instinctual attraction to vents as a means of travel. Shoyuta snorted at the thought. Sure, ask Nizu that. Absolutely not. I value my life, thank you, Hisashi gasped dramatically. Come on. Let's go to bed, Shoyuta chuckled, herding his husband to their room. I know you don't have courses anymore, so what are you up to, Karo? Quirk research, Izuha answered, not even looking up from the book he was reading. Several books, loose sheets of paper, and not one, but 3 notebooks were scattered across their usual table. Your Quirk? She asked, pleased that he was still coming to the library despite his lack of online schooling bringing him here. But mostly quirks in general. You know I like quirk theory. Right. But this seems like a project, Karo. It kinda is, I guess. If I'm going to be a hero, being able to analyze quirks in the field will be super important. So I watched some old villain attack clips, took notes, and now I'm trying to break down their quirks. When I think I have it, I'll check their official arrest reports to see if I'm right or not. Those reports always have a brief description of the villain's quirk. To explain any property damages or injuries sustained by the villain, any heroes, or arresting officers. She hadn't thought of that before. Usually, you just look at someone in action and get some idea of their quirk. But then she hadn't known Izuha could manipulate plants at all. She had known him for so long before she learned that too. Maybe trained analysis could see more. Can you teach me, Karo? Yeah. Of course. The boy was already on the beach, digging through the sand with Togata hauling trash bags behind him when Tashinori arrived. Bright, green eyes turned to him before he could get much closer. Togata stopped what he was doing to follow Midoriko's gaze. Animal sense. Hello, young Togata, young Midoriko, Tashinori greeted once he'd gotten closer. How are you both doing today? I nearly have that trash heap by the west wall completely cleaned up, Togata informed him. Since it's so flat now and not a collapse risk, I told Midoriko-kun that he could dig through it to see if there are any treasures before I finish up. Oh, and get this. He finished middle school. Yes. He told me when I ran into him at the grocery store. Tashinori smiled. It's a very impressive achievement to graduate so early. Your progress with the beach is also very impressive, young Togata. May I ask, what is your plan for the things you've gathered over there? Togata glanced over at the pile of clothes and blankets that were gathered by the stairs that led from the beach to the street. Oh, I was thinking that those could be washed and then donated to places that need them. Homeless shelters or animal shelters. Those sorts of places. That is an admirable idea. I would be happy to cover the cost of having these items cleaned. Now, he had noticed Midoriko approaching, but the sudden feel of claws on his wrist surprised him. He kept his arm relaxed though as the boy turned over his hand to place something in his palm. The boy left quickly, returning to his digging. Tashinori inspected the item he was given. It was a gold necklace with a coin-like pendant. He looked back up. Is this for me, my boy? It's Hercules, Midoriko answered, not looking up. If anyone should have that, it's you. Thank you, young Midoriko, Tashinori said softly. He would need to research Hercules when he got home. He had a feeling that the boy didn't just mean because he was strong as all might. Of course, he gave the boy a small something as well. The chips he had gotten before, as well as an onigiri and a bottle of green tea. Midoriko didn't fight him on accepting them, besides muttering a quiet, "You didn't have to," and really, that told him just how badly the young teen needed the food. He was pleased to see Midoriko eating the onigiri just a bit later. When he got home that night, he booted up his laptop and learned that Hercules was a symbol of physical and mental power. The ancient hero upheld virtues such as faithfulness and selflessness throughout his trials. His story reminds us that no matter how hard the way of virtue is, it's a matter of the inner catharsis we gain when we choose to walk on it. Tashinori carefully clipped the necklace on with misty eyes, touched by the young teen's gift. Between the food from Yagi and the food from Aizawa and Yamada, Izuka didn't feel any need to hunt that night. Instead, he stayed inside, in his human form, and rearranged his indoor garden. Some of the plants upstairs needed more light, so he moved them over to the boarded-up windows, where streams of sunlight got in between the gaps during the day. Then he moved a climbing vine over to a decorative pillar, encouraging it to wrap around so that it could grow upwards. Moss had started growing on some of the walls, but he was just thankful that it wasn't mold. And several of his succulents needed to be moved to bigger pots. Eventually, he was satisfied with his work and he headed back to the basement. Shifting into his dragon form, he crawled into his den, ready to sleep for the night. He fidgeted with the walls of his nest for a while first. Lately, he'd noticed that it was suddenly uncomfortable. Like something was missing. In the end, he only got it tolerable, not comfy, before curling up to sleep. That night, he dreamed of sand swirling in the wind and the fluttering pages of library books. The cheeriness of Togata as he worked on his grueling task, always smiling at Izuku so brightly. Yagi's quiet, uncertain presence that provided an air of safety even if he looked emaciated. His little pseudo-family that he'd found in Tsu, Samidare, and Satsuki, curling up to read old fairy tale books together in one of the giant bean bags the library had. Dabi's silly, baffled responses to his texts to check in with the reckless man. The cute, clearly thought-out bentos that his stranger made for him every day, delivered by Eraserhead, the hero who had become a constant presence in his life. Curled up on the couch with the man, he rumbled in contentment, hands brushing gently over his scales and between his wings. The moment was interrupted by a somber thought. I wish my mom was here too. It had taken a few weeks to both get his friend to agree to his request and find the time to follow through. Yue didn't exactly have an easy curriculum, and his supplemental training was completely different than Mirio's. His friend wasn't training with all might, after all. Either way, here he was now at the gym, ready to introduce his new kohai to his best friend. I want to go home, his friend muttered into the wall he was facing. Sorry, Midoriko stammered, having just gotten out of the locker room. His friend tried to turn and look at Midoriko but ultimately failed. Instead, he muttered quietly into the wall again. It's okay. Not your fault. He's shy, Mirio explained brightly. He's always like this. It's not personal. Oh, okay, Midoriko replied, looking just as awkward as his friend. Anyway, this is my friend since elementary, Amakiji Tamaki. Mirio introduced them. And Tamachan, this is Midoriko Izuha. Nice to meet you, Midoriko said with a shaky, polite bow. Tamaki just barely managed to scrape himself off the wall to return an even shakier bow. Was he some sort of magnet for socially anxious people? Tamaki, Midoriko, and even Yagi. No, he had his other friend Nijire too. She was almost too outgoing at times. I already gave you the gist of it, he started, addressing Tamaki. But Mido-kun can manifest lizard traits. Visually, it looks similar to your Quirk, just with less variety. The main difference is that he doesn't need to eat anything to be able to manifest these traits. They're innate, Tamaki concluded easily. Midoriko flinched slightly at that for some reason. I was thinking that you could help him manifest traits easier and draw out what all he can manifest. Probably, Tamaki admitted, eyeing the younger teen. Scrutinizing him. Until they locked eyes. Then Tamaki was back against the wall. Ugh, I can't do this. Here, Mirio gently grabbed his arm, used to his friend's antics. Let him show you what he already knows how to do. You've got to see this. He's very skilled in agility and parkour. Midoriko tried to deny that, but Mirio just shot down his attempts and sent him to the start of a looping agility course. He and Tamiki watched as after some gentle prodding Midoriko's skin rippled with the appearance of shimmering green scales. His pupils narrowed into slits as he eyed the course plotting his first move. And then he was off, scaling the first obstacle with ease. Whoa, Tamaki muttered, watching Midoriko burn through the course, probably breaking all kinds of unofficial gym records as he went. Then Tamaki's gaze sharpened. He's good, but his shifting lacks confidence. Notice how his hind claws keep shortening? They're trying to recede. His scales are unstable too. I'd say he's really only familiar with his front claws. Eventually they called Midoriko back and Mirio asked about what Tamaki had pointed out. I do practice with my traits, but, day to day, I suppose since I suppress them. Why do you suppress your traits? Tamaki asked sharply. I don't, suppress them, Midoriko replied frantically, clarifying absolutely nothing with that statement. But I don't really use them. It's hard to use my hind claws with shoes on. And my scales, when they aren't reacting to my emotions, take a bit of effort to manifest. The colorless, softer scales are kind of their resting state. Is it difficult for you to manifest them intentionally? Not exactly. It's more like, I'm so used to never manifesting them on purpose most of the time that I relax into that state automatically. If that makes sense. Tamaki nodded. It does. Just as long as you aren't hiding traits that are supposed to be visible when you and your mind are at rest. To make it easier to hang onto the manifestation, you should probably manifest them several times a day. Even if you just do it at home in your room or in a bathroom mirror. It sounds like it's similar to flexing a muscle for you, and that should strengthen the muscle, so to speak. Part of my training is activation drills. It helps a lot. So try to flex the muscle outside of my usual training then? Midoriko summarized. Right. Half an hour or an hour a day, or every other day, isn't usually enough. Okay, the boy agreed with a determined expression. Anything else? You've only mentioned scales and claws. Can you manifest any other traits? Midoriko just shrugged. Tamaki pulled out his phone and started looking up reptilian physiology. This was going to be a long and intense training session. But that was fine. Mirio was just happy that his two friends were getting along. Being stuck to a wall was weird. It felt like any wrong move could send him plummeting to the ground. Or just dropping a few feet to the ground since his senpais told him not to climb too high. He wasn't really in any danger here, but it still felt nerve-wracking. Amajiki had found a list of physiological traits in lizards and had Togata run through them with him, interjecting occasionally with advice. Some lizards can have venomous fangs, spit venom, have flexible jaws, squirt blood out of their eyes, hold their breath for a long time underwater, have webs between their toes to help them swim, have a fringe, and even change color. Izuku could do none of that. But he learned that he could shift his tongue, enhancing his sense of smell even further. The start of a tail formed at the base of his spine when doing the visualization exercises with Amajiko, but he wasn't able to shift it out fully. The older shifter assured him that growing extra limbs was particularly difficult since it was often hard to imagine with a human form. Spines protruded along his back, but they were dull and soft. Too flexible to have any combative use. His horns started to protrude, but he aborted the manifestation and pretended he didn't have them, deciding that although some lizards were horned, his were too obviously dragon horns. He didn't even try to see if he could manifest his wings, for obvious reasons. While he couldn't inject or spit venom, he did seem to be able to grow a gland that let him ooze something from his tongue. Togata quickly held a towel up under his chin so that he couldn't drip any to the floor. Amajiki suggested that they come back with a vial and gloves next time so that they could collect the substance and test it. He wasn't allowed to use it until they knew more. Thankfully, it was a voluntary ability. Great news since how he licks his people so much. The next thing on the list brought them to this: sticky hands and feet. Except, they technically weren't sticky. They were grippy actually. Tiny hairs could manifest across his palms and the soles of his feet, practically microscopic. He hadn't noticed them in his dragon form, but now that he thought about it, there's some things he couldn't have climbed even with the aid of his claws. Grippy Paws explained that in hindsight, clearly he used them more instinctively in his dragon form since he hadn't even noticed the ability. But now, with his human limbs? It was weird, and he was struggling to both stay stuck and get unstuck when he wanted. Togata currently had him shuffling side to side on the wall. "Here, let me show you how I do it," Amajiki offered, stepping up to the wall. Izuku watched, baffled, as the older teen took a few hand steps up the wall. "Did you eat a lizard? Would it bother you if I did?" "That I don't know," Izuku admitted. "I ate a spider this morning," Amajiki told him. "They have the same hairs. I could manifest spider legs, but that doesn't help you. Just manifesting the hairs on my extremities should work." Focusing back on the training, Izuku watched carefully as Amajiki demonstrated how he flexed his hand just so to get it off the wall and flattened it against the wall to stick. He did his best to copy the older teen, and he started to get the hang of it by the time a gym attendant came over to inform them that they'd be closing in another hour. They hadn't meant to stay so long. "You did really great, Kohai," Togata beamed at him as they walked outside a bit later. "A quick learner. I'm almost jealous. It took me forever to use my quirk in a better way." Amajiki nodded in agreement before holding his phone up. "If you want, we could trade numbers so that you can text me for quirk advice. Or for friendship." Togata cheered, clapping his hands over Amajiki's shoulders. The quieter boy flinched at the touch and kept avoiding Izuku's eyes. He did that a lot. Taking the phone, Izuku happily put his number in and sent a text to himself. Some unknown instinct curled up in his chest, smug and satisfied. After he discovered his grippy paws, Izuku tested them as soon as he shifted into his dragon form for the night. He tentatively put his feet on the wall of an office building, intentionally keeping his claws from trying to dig into the concrete. And holy shit, he could climb walls. He spent so long roaming around the city, testing different surfaces, that he forgot to meet Eraserhead. When he finally got home, having learned from an unfortunate incident with a fountain that he couldn't stick to wet surfaces, the bento was already placed in its hiding spot. No Eraserhead in sight. Izuku sighed, only a little disappointed. There was always tomorrow. Too bad he can't show Eraserhead his grippy paws without revealing himself. When Tsu learned that she missed his birthday because he hadn't told her when it was, she was surprisingly upset. She insisted on a day out focused entirely on him. But he didn't know many places other than where she'd taken him before, or simple places like grocery stores. "Literally any hobbies that aren't sticking your nose in a book, Karo?" she asked him for. "Analysis," Izuku answered, confused. "A notebook is still a book, Aisan." "Oh," she sounded exasperated. "I mean an activity. Like we could go to the movies. Or to a water park, Karo. Stuff like that." He tilted his head in thought, trying to come up with something for her sake. "I guess I like parkour. And the beach. Gardening. We need to get you some hobbies," Tsu sighed, shaking her head slightly. "Hobbies are expensive, Tsu-chan," Izuku countered with a shrug. A sad look passed over her face for just a few seconds. "I suppose we could organize a day at Sagra Beach. That's pretty close. We can swim and have a picnic, Karo." Too bad his beach was covered in trash, making it dangerous for Samidare and Satsuki. Maybe when it's clean he can take them there. Share his beach with his found siblings. If it's not too much trouble, he agreed. It wound up being the best birthday celebration he'd had since he was 4. Atropa belladonna. The venom composition returned as a concentrated fluid form of deadly nightshade. Tamaki and Mirio were quick to make Midoriko promise to only use the venom as a last resort. It could and would kill someone, granting them a horrific death. Once he got to UA though, and they were sure he would, the support department could make him antidote doses that he could carry. Then he'd be able to incapacitate people without killing them. But until then, no venom. Despite their assurance that Bean was welcome anytime, he didn't come to their apartment again until the first snowfall. They heard clumsy thuds in their vent before they saw him tumble out of the opening. He didn't move for long enough that Shoyuta worried that he was hurt. Bean. He approached slowly. The lizard still didn't move. Are you hurt? A rasping growl managed to form the word, cold, although it was hard to recognize. Hisashi gasped. The snow show. Lizards are cold-blooded. He headed to their bedroom to get some thick blankets. When he returned with them, he dropped the pile on Bean, smothering him with them. The lizard didn't seem to mind, rumbling contentedly at the added warmth. A glance at his husband told him the man was already turning the heat in their apartment up for their little friend. We'll get you warm, Bean. Don't worry. Later, after Bean felt up to moving, the blankets were moved to create a little burrow in the living room so that they could all sit and talk. Hisashi was the first to speak. You can spend the winter with us, Bean. We'd be happy to have you. Bean hissed, clearly displeased with the idea. Shoyuta cut in. Since we own the flower shop now, we could have the heat turned on there for you. Get you some more blankets too. Maybe even get the electricity turned on so you can have sun lamps. Considering clicks answered him. However, to do that we need to have someone come in and inspect the heating system and the electrical wiring. We don't want to accidentally burn down the building. We would tell you the day so that you can be out of there the whole time. And we won't let anyone touch your stuff. The lizard thought about that for longer, but ultimately agreed, probably realizing that the only other options were to come live with them or freeze to death. Shoyuta wished he'd agree to live with them, though. Yet he understood somewhat why Bean would be too scared to do that. Once Bean felt adequately warmed up, Shoyuta walked him back to the flower shop, carrying an armful of blankets. The lizard refused to even sleep over, but Shoyuta would be dead if he didn't do something to keep the stubborn creature warm overnight. These are pocket heaters. You activate them like this, Shoyuta demonstrated, only doing one for now. If you cuddle them in the blankets, they should keep you warm tonight. The next day he bought more pocket heaters and extra warm blankets to trade for their spare comforters and his favorite cat blanket. They'd need some extra blankets this winter too. Hisashi giggled at the poorly wrapped gifts that appeared under their little tree on Christmas morning. Seems Shoyuta and Bean had the same idea, delivering gifts in secret at night. Their little lizard friend refused to join them for the holiday for some reason, but this made up for it. Not that they were getting gifts, exactly. Rather, that Bean was thinking of them on this holiday often reserved for close friends and family. Bean considered them something. Family, he hoped. For Hisashi, wrapped in the top music charts section of a newspaper was a necklace similar to the one Shoyuta had gotten a while back. A tooth hung on the chain just as it did on Shuta's, but the scale was different. Instead of a shimmering, green scale, Hisashi got a carved stone pendant. It took him a second to recognize it as some kind of whistle. A loud one. Please, don't do that, Shoyuta pleaded, only halfway done with his morning coffee. I wonder why he made me whistle, Hisashi murmured. He brightened up quickly. But gosh, Sho, look at this. It's so cool. He hand-carved a whistle from stone. They don't do that anymore. Then Shoyuta unwrapped his present. Within a silly cat comic from the same newspaper was a cat carved from the same type of stone as Hisashi's whistle. Bean had to have made that one by hand too. It was a little wonky, but it was impressive being carved from stone. His husband inspected it with quiet wonder. I didn't know he could do something this intricate. His claws are pretty sharp, Hisashi reminded him before picking up the last present. For both of them, a bow-wrapped pot of black and yellow pansies. He put it next to the pot of little pink daisies that Bean had made for them before when he first showed off his quirk. They had both been taking great care to ensure the little plant wouldn't die. It was a gift from their little Bean, after all. Deep in the center of the Kaiju's forest was a shrine. It wasn't obvious to any of the few and far-between explorers of the wooded area. Just another large, winding tree, only differentiated by the pink lilies growing on the ground around it, woven into the tree's roots and scattered around the trunk in a floral halo. Nothing special to anyone. Except him. Izuku knelt before the first tree he grew. The marker of the exact spot where his mother was killed. Just as he'd done every new year, preferring his mother's grave to the Shinto shrines. I still really miss you. He took a shuddering breath before continuing. Aside from you being gone, I think things are going pretty well for me. I have more friends than I ever did before. And sometimes I worry that's just because I have a quirk now. Tsu knows, though, that I was quirkless before. Not how I got my quirk. But, I know that at least she would still want to be my friend if I was still quirkless. She said so herself. Tears welled up in his eyes. She's basically my sister now. I'll have to introduce you to her someday. They dripped down his cheeks as he gently touched the petals of one of the lilies. I'm gonna go to UA. Or try to. The entrance exam is soon and I really think I could pass. I wasn't so sure before, but I've had help getting ready recently. I'll become a hero. I'll finally make up for everything I did that day. All those people I killed. And that I couldn't save you. Bright yellow coltsfoot started to bloom between the lilies. I'll make you proud, Mom. UA High School. A prestigious establishment known for training 3 of the top 4 heroes. Best Jeanist, Endeavor, and All Might. With such elite alumni, it was no wonder the school was considered the best hero school in Japan. The ones most hero hopefuls aimed to get into. It has really large gates, Izuku noted. He stared up at the intimidating structure standing sentry at the campus entrance. It was very clearly stuffed full of tech, armed with the best security systems that made it second only to Tartarus, the most secure prison in Japan. The whole campus was covered in that security, created and upkept by Nizu himself. Izuku wouldn't be surprised if the security system was actually greater than the one Tartarus had and Nizu was just keeping cards up his sleeve. You are blocking the path, a severe-looking blue-haired boy scolded abruptly. Sorry, I got overwhelmed, Izuku apologized. Something about this boy was familiar. I see. You should come stand to the side while you calm down, though, he insisted. Izuku nodded and let the boy lead him out of everyone's way. I am Ida Tenya, by the way. Midoriko Izuha, Izuku told him. It wasn't exactly a lie if that's how he was registered, right? Do you need further assistance? Should I get a staff member? Ida asked. No, I'm okay, Izuku assured him. It's just, but I'm really here. Ida considered him for a moment. I suppose it is good to take a moment to appreciate where your efforts have gotten you. Take your time. I wish you luck in the exam, Midoriko-san. You too, Izuku smiled as the boy headed off. He looked at the gates again before taking a deep breath to steel himself, joining the flow of people heading inside. Midoriko Izuha. Registration number 183693B. Izuku took the card he was handed by an ectoplasm clone. It gave him a day pass and told him which test hall and exam site he'd be in later. Thank you. You're going to head to your test hall first for the written exam. They'll direct you to the next location after the testing concludes. Okay. Izuku replied, excitement rising as he gripped his card. He was really doing this. Cementos handed out test packets, instructing them to ensure they had all the parts of the test without opening the packets yet. Izuku looked over them, matching the titles on the front of each packet to the list at the front of the room. He had everything. You'll have 3 hours to finish your test. Keep your eyes on your papers. Anyone caught cheating will be disqualified from the entrance exam. If you need any extra materials, raise your hand and I will come by. Take your time and make sure that you fill out all the questions. If you don't know an answer, at least guess. Don't leave any blank. Make an effort. Plus ultra. Izuku had to bite his lip to keep from giggling at the deadpan school motto. The test starts now. Nizu's essay prompts were by far his favorite part of the exam. He used 9 sheets of paper answering one asking about the current system in place for property damages and improvements that could be made. Briefly, he wondered if basically trashing one of the school's alumni as his main example was going too far. But he wasn't sure who else caused as much damage as Endeavor. He was a good hero, but he was careless. Eventually, he ran out of questions and thoughts for the essay prompts. There were still 2 hours left. So he double-checked his answers. Triple-checked. Quadruple-checked. Squished in a few more lines on a couple of his essays. It only took up another half an hour. He sighed and raised his hand. Do you need more papers still? Cementos asked incredulously when he came over. No, I'm finished, Izuku replied. Hopefully, he hadn't done anything wrong. Cementos stared at him with an expression that he couldn't identify. After a few seconds, he took Izuku's test packets and gave him directions to the cafeteria. There'd be a break between the written and practical exams, and since Izuku finished early, he just gets an extra long one. He'd wait to eat until Tsu finished her test. His nerves should settle with her around. They did not settle. "Who are you?" he asked the girl who sat down with them. Tsu looked confused too. "Tokasetsuna, fellow lizard," she answered, smiling his way. He didn't see any obvious mutations, but it could be transformative. As if reading his mind, she raised her hand and split it off her body. "I can split like a lizard's tail. Difference is, I can just reattach things rather than regrowing anything. I can also split more than my non-existent tail off. Anything goes." "Does it hurt?" Tsu questioned bluntly. Not a bit," Tokage grinned. She was cheerful like Togata, but different somehow. "Midoriko-san, may I join you and your friends for lunch?" Izuku blinked at Ida, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere, holding a lunch tray. "If it's all right with Tsu-chan." "Sure. There's plenty of room at the table, Karo." Tsu shrugged. "Thank you." Ida bowed as much as his tray would allow before sitting next to Izuku and across from Tokage. That familiar feeling came back as he looked at the boy. He definitely knew him. After the lunch break was over, Midnight directed all the examinees to an auditorium. Not to take the practical just yet, but to go over what it consisted of. They'd be split up into different exam sites later to avoid overcrowding. There were a lot of people applying to UA. "We should be grouped by our middle schools," Ida stated, looking at his card for his seat number. "I did online school," Izuku whined, looking at his own. "Tsu-chan, sit with me anyway. I doubt they'd care that much, Karo. You have been assigned a seat for a reason. You must respect that." Ida argued. "Listen, that's my brother," Tsu said with a sharp look. "He hates crowds. This place is going to be packed. Nothing is going to keep me from helping him when he's anxious, Karo." Surprisingly, Ida relented. "I think your seat's in this row, Robo-boy." Tokage called from several steps down. "I am not a robot." Ida frowned, heading down to meet her. "Could have fooled me, my guy," Tokage laughed. She was fun. Izuku liked her. A possessive feeling curled in his chest. He would need to claim her later. Another 4. His thoughts were interrupted by the sharp feeling of danger accompanied by a burning caramel scent. He sought out the source, quickly identifying his childhood friend. The last time he saw him, Kaken was in danger. That sort of overrode the fact that Kaken also was danger. The abandonment had come with his quirkless diagnosis. Then the bullying started. By the time Midoriya Izuku died, Kaken had escalated to beating and burning him. So had his lackeys. With a frightened squeak, he threw himself into a random row of seats, hiding among the chairs and behind Tsu. She automatically scanned the crowd for whatever had scared him, but she wouldn't be able to find it. He hadn't told her about Kaken yet. How bad it had been. The furious blonde that still haunted some of his dreams paused to look their way, a confused glare settling on Tsu. It made Izuku's skin crawl, but he didn't think Kaken would start anything with her. He'd definitely start something with Izuku if he jumped out to block her from that glare. And then Yue would say he instigated a fight and kick him out before he could take the practical. Tsu noticed the other boy now and glared back. Oddly enough, Kaken didn't retaliate at the silent challenge. He just turned and continued walking down the steps to find his seat. "So what was that?" Tsu asked after the blonde was out of earshot. "Remember how I said I was bullied?" he replied sheepishly. "Bully? And he wants to be a hero, Karo? He's always wanted to be one. He has an amazing quirk. He'll be a great hero." That sounds like you're reciting something," she pointed out, her face scrunching slightly in distaste. He faltered when he realized that he was. That's what everyone around them always said about the other boy. Meanwhile, he was a quirkless, useless Deku. But they used to be friends once. He did believe it. "Kaken will be a great hero," he insisted. "Just probably not a kind one." "Great. Another Endeavor," she scoffed. "That's just what we need." "Endeavor is extremely efficient," he defended lightly. He catches villains quickly and can take down heavy hitters himself while his sidekicks focus on getting civilians to safety. And that's the same guy you keep ranting about property damage stats for, Karo? He pointedly avoided her gaze. Yes. Kaken. He had been so sure he heard someone long dead the day he was attacked by that slime villain. The day the Kaiju rose again to get involved with some random middle schooler. Insisting that he heard a dead boy got him sent to therapy. It was his therapist's expert opinion that, facing death, made him think of the only other time he'd experienced it personally. That auditory hallucinations weren't uncommon during extreme stress. That he had nothing to worry about but he ought to process his grief properly. So basically, she thought he was crazy. But the light version. Maybe he was. Here he was at the entrance exam, almost a year after the last incident, swearing he saw green curls out of the corner of his eye. It was just some extra with green hair when he looked over. Honestly, she looked nothing like the boy he thought he saw. Why did he think she was him? She noticed him glaring. That was his default expression at this point. Of course, she glared back. That's typically what you do when you see a stranger glaring at you for no reason. He turned away and headed off in search of his seat. He needed to sit down. Hallucinating the dead before an exam probably wasn't a good sign. But the property damage rates aren't enough to keep him out of the rankings. Izuha rambled as Tsu led him in search of her seat. Popularity and charisma aren't the only things that they evaluate. Honestly, thank goodness. Can you imagine someone like Iwabami as the #1 hero? She spends more time in interviews and perfume ads than she does patrolling. Does that mean she can't join the reptile club with you and Habuko-chan? She teased. His nose scrunched up like she shoved a lemon in his mouth. No. No. She laughed at his reaction. He blushed but quickly returned to his rambling, pointing out how villain captures and successful rescues were also among the criteria. He had some good points. Soon enough she found her seat. And therefore also his seat. When the original seat assignee arrived, she had an excuse ready along with her best overly concerned. Sweet big sister expression. Sorry, he's my baby brother. My mom told me to keep an eye on him today, Karo. We can give you his seat number, okay? The examinee hesitantly agreed, leaving them be. I'm older than you, Izuha pouted. Age does not always dictate the big sibling, Karo. They had to wait a bit for everyone to gather, but once they had, Present Mike stepped out on stage. As the spotlight shone down on the hero, something seemed to prickle in his mind. For all you examinee listeners tuning in, welcome to my show today. Present Mike greeted. Then he switched to English. Everybody say, hey. That was Yamada. Awkward silence answered the man's participation call, but Izuka didn't pay it any mind. He was too busy reeling from the realization that Yamada Hizashi, Eraserhead's mate spouse, his stranger was Present Effigy Mike. How did he miss that? What kind of hero fanboy was he? Shock and slight shame swirled in him as the hero continued. What a refined response. Then I'll quickly present to you the rundown on the practical exam. Are you ready? Yeah. No one said anything when he paused, clearly waiting for some kind of response. Present Mike shrugged off the dead silence. As it says in the application requirements, you listeners will be conducting 10-minute mock urban battles after this. After the presentation, you'll head to the battle center specified on your examinee card, okay? Images appeared on the massive screen behind the hero. 3 different types of faux villains are stationed in each battle center. You earn points for each of them based on their level of difficulty. Your goal, dear listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by immobilizing the faux villains. Of course, attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are prohibited. May I ask a question? Was that Ida? You know what, yeah, it would be. Okay. Present Mike replied. A spotlight fell on the boy. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We, examinees, are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. That was Ida. Thanks for the great message. Present Mike smiled brightly. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. That guy's an obstacle, so to speak. There is one in every battle center. An obstacle that will go crazy in narrow spaces. It's not impossible to defeat, but there is no reason to defeat it either. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. Thank you very much. Please excuse the interruption. Ida bowed before sitting back down. That's all from me. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present. Our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Now, everyone, good luck suffering." And with that the hero dismissed them. Izuku walked out, a little dazed. No wonder Yamada seemed familiar when they first met. Having showered naked at public beaches and used bathhouses when he managed to get enough money to visit one, Izuku wasn't embarrassed to change in the locker room. It's just that there were so many people in there, and Sue couldn't come with and he couldn't go with her, so he was starting to feel a little overwhelmed and he didn't know how to breathe anymore. "Hey, you okay, man?" A tall, lanky guy with elbow mutations stood in front of him with a concerned expression. "Too many people," he wheezed slightly. "Oh, that's an easy fix," the boy smiled. His smile was relaxed and genuine. "You could change in one of the shower stalls. Just don't turn the water on or you'll be soaked. People aren't really going back there, so it should be less overwhelming." He hadn't even thought about changing somewhere private. Of course, that could be a way to avoid crowds, not just avoid embarrassment. He thanked the tall boy and scurried off. Soon he was in his comfy gym clothes that he always wore when training with Togata. He allowed himself enough time to take some deep breaths before heading out to meet Sue. "You took a while, Karo," she pointed out, clearly worried about him. "Got overwhelmed." "Someone helped me though, so I'm okay," he assured her. "Good. Come on, let's go find our buses. Then we'll crush the exams, Karo." He looked around at the other examinees, seeing some powerful quirks. And that was just the visible ones. Who knew what kind of emitters there were? "We'll try at least. Have more faith in yourself, Izuchan." Alone at his exam site, Izuku tried to stay on the edge of the crowd of examinees, not wanting to get caught up in the middle. Even when divided up like this, there were so many people. To think only 40 of these thousands of examinees would make it into the hero course. "Hey, little guy." The tall boy from the locker room approached him. "You aren't good with crowds, right? Want some company?" "Yes." Desperately. "Okay. My name's Ciro." "What's yours?" the tall boy asked. "Oh, Midoriko," Izuku answered. He didn't fail to notice how Ciro subtly blocked him off from the crowd. He was about as skilled as Tsu was at that. Did he have siblings too? "Excuse me. What are you doing here? Are you taking the entrance exam to interfere with everyone else?" Ciro blinked at Ida, who suddenly appeared to scold him. "This and he was helping me. Crowds make me nervous," Izuku defended the kind boy. "I see. My apologies for presuming your intentions," Ida bowed to Ciro. "Nah, it's cool, man. Protecting your friend is understandable," Ciro waved him off. Ida looked over at Izuku with slight surprise. "Are we friends?" "If you want to be," Izuku replied. "Ciro too." "I would be honored," Ida said rather loudly. "Sure. I'd love to be friends with you and tall, dark and handsome over here," Ciro grinned. "Who is?" Ida started before realization set in and pink dusted his cheeks. "Oh." Ciro just winked at him as present mic called for everyone's attention from atop a tower. "All right, everyone. I hope you remember the rules and point system. It's time to get this show underway." Yamada shouted, his quirk carrying his voice to all the testing sites. "Do your best, keep it safe, and good luck to all of you." Shifting a bit so that his scales were more prominent, Izuku tensed, preparing himself for the start of the exam. The anticipation was energizing him, filling him with adrenaline and heightening his senses. He could practically hear the racing hearts of all his competitors. "Okay, start," Yamada yelled out. Izuku bolted for the entrance. "What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real fights. Run. The die has been cast, you know." Yamada scolded the crowd of examinees who had apparently not moved. Izuku didn't bother looking back, already within the fake city's gates and turning down one of the side streets. Everyone else would probably stay on the main street. And although he was taking a risk that all the bots would be there too, he could move faster through the side streets and alleys. He could circle around and pick them off from the back if they were all on the main road. Fighting hundreds of examinees to get the first shot at even fewer targets seemed stupid, especially since he needed to get up close to them and didn't want to get blasted by some wayward emitter Quirk. He did not want to take a fireball to the face. Thank you very much. Lucky for him, they weren't all on the main road. Ahead of him, a 1-pointer and a 2-pointer blocked the other end of the alley he ducked into. Bot 1 stood upright, not quite humanoid, but somewhat bipedal. If you ignored the single wheel it had for legs. It also had machine guns for arms. Bot 2 crawled around on 4 arachnid-like legs, and its head reminded him of a snake while the tail curled up like a scorpion's. Briefly, he wondered about the lack of visible weapons on Bot 2. Then it charged up its tail and fired a FING laser at him. Nevermind. Time to move. Jumping onto the walls of the alley, he stuck there and quickly crawled behind the bots. It was taking Bot 2 some time to turn in the cramped space, but Bot 1 spun around easily. Dropping to the ground, Izuku rushed forward, aiming for Bot 1 first. A growl echoed in the alley, followed by the squealing sound of slashed metal as he lunged and dug his claws in. This was more like hunting than sparring with Togata. And he'd been doing that for way longer. Bot 1 shut down in a shower of sparks once Izuku ripped a bunch of wiring out of its chest. Before Bot 2 could turn around, he leapt on its back, broke its spindly neck, and ripped its head off. He jumped off once he was sure it was dead, non-functional. That's 3 points, right? With a quickly narrowing focus, he headed off to hunt more of these things. The other examinees became unavoidable as they dispersed throughout the exam site. His instincts kept flaring in quick little flashes from both the bots and the other teens. Maybe training with Togata and Amajiki had skewed his perception, but the quirk control in several applicants was severely lacking. Some electric attack and some projectile rocks had nearly hit him. Another flash had him curling his claws into the collar of some random kid's shirt, yanking them out of the way of one of the Bot 2's lasers. He winced at the sound of the shirt ripping. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to tear it." "Are you serious? You just saved my life. Why would I care about my shirt?" Izuku shrugged, even if that was probably rhetorical. "Anyway, I am so out of here. No one said the exam would be actively trying to kill us. How is UA even allowed to do this?" The kid scurried off toward the entrance, leaving Izuku confused. The other examinees did know that their lives weren't actually in danger, right? There would be so many corpses on the streets already if those bullets or lasers were lethal, with how bad most of them were at dodging. Did they hurt? Yeah. But the fact that the lasers only scorched walls instead of blasting through them meant they weren't that powerful. Plus, UA had Recovery Girl for any injuries. He glanced around, noticing some examinees cowering in various hiding spots. They didn't know. That was unfortunate. There wasn't time to feel bad for them, though. Yamada had been calling out the remaining time as the exam went on, and they were already halfway through. He lost track of how many points he got thanks to the distractions that were the other examinees, but he probably needed more. Bot 3s were absolute tanks that reminded him vaguely of turtles. It was pretty easy to jump on the back of one, but he found that the metal of their bodies was reinforced. Just clawing through them wasn't an option. He looked for a seam in the body's mechanisms and targeted it, eventually breaking through to circuits and wiring. Ripping out a handful caused it to spark. Something wrapped around his midsection and pulled him off the bot just before it exploded. He looked down at himself to find tape. It trailed back to Zero, who just smiled at him. "That was cool, man. Try not to get blown up, though. Those tanks fire off little rockets or something." "Thanks for pulling me out of the way," Izuku said, wincing at the thought of being stuck in fire. There may not be any leaves on him in this form, but he was still sensitive to flames. "No problem, dude. Take care." And then Zero was off, swinging from buildings with his tape. It reminded him of Eraserhead with his capture weapon. Maybe he could give him tips later. Everything kind of went to shit when the ground started shaking. Looking in the direction the vibrations came from, he saw a massive robot rising out of the ground. It was as tall as, or even taller, than the buildings surrounding it. It barely fit in the street, its wide body crushing the sides of the buildings that pressed up against it, sending chunks of the walls falling to the ground. That one might be a little more dangerous for the examinees. The zero-pointer. Bot zero. Just an obstacle, ignore it, Yamada had said. There was no ignoring that. There was only running from it. Around him, the streets filled with chaos as the examinees fled from the approaching mechanical giant. Izuku would have joined them, but he heard a cry of pain coming from the direction of Bot Zero. Some girl was trapped under a piece of rubble. What the hell, you it? He barely thought as he rushed over to her. Ida passed him, running in the opposite direction, before zooming back to his side to check on him. Are you not fleeing because of the crowd? Do you require assistance? The speed quirk. The hair. The face. Wow, twice in one day. Could he still call himself a fanboy? This guy was related to the prominent hero family that had produced generations of the hero, Ingenium. This kid would probably be next in the line. But there wasn't time for that right now. No, but she does, Izuku told him, pointing to the girl. She was visibly struggling to get out, her short brown hair damp with sweat as she tried to push the rubble off. Ida hesitated before nodding and joining him. While he approached her. Hey, it's okay. We're here to help you, Izuku said cautiously. Approaching a wounded animal person was always a risky thing. He couldn't help being wary. I overused my quirk, she whined, looking nauseated. I can't get it off. What is your quirk? Izuku asked to distract her. I can remove the gravity from things, she answered. But I've reached my limit. I'll throw up for sure if I try to lift this. It's way too heavy. I'm not sure that our quirks are suited to lifting it either, Ida pointed out. Then we don't use quirks, Izuku replied easily. Why did people forget that was an option? Yeah. Couldn't we just lever her out using this signpost? Ida and Izuku were both startled at the sudden appearance of Siro. Sorry. Saw you guys down here and came to see what's up. Even if you get me out, I don't think I can run from the robot, the girl warned. I could carry you, Ida assured her. But you could. You're built like a brick house, Siro grinned, eyeing Ida's arms and chest. Shameless. Completely shameless. Stop flirting, Izuku chided lightly. We need to get her out. You two lift the rubble off her and carry her to safety. I'll work on stopping the robot from getting any closer. How will you do that? Ida asked, looking a little worried. Just trust me, Izuku smiled. Then he sped off toward the threat. Once he found a blind spot in a tight alleyway, Izuku crouched, settling his hands on the ground. He could not make plants from nothing in this form. But he could reach down into the earth, feeling for the roots that were hidden deep beneath the ground. His plant manipulation was pretty limited like this, just barely able to encourage things to grow. Determined, he focused and he pulled. Finished in an hour, I think. But he postponed handing it in for as long as he could, Cementos shared with Snipe and Midnight. Ooh, a clever boy then, Midnight, or Kayama Nimuri gushed. Shoyuta looked over at his friend with a deadpan expression. Or a lazy kid that rushed. Actually, I was intrigued by how early he finished, so I took the opportunity to grade his exam personally, Nizu interrupted, suddenly appearing in a chair that was empty a second ago. He did exceptionally well. Looking into his records, it seems he finished his schooling a bit early. The new staff member, All Might, coughed in his seat. How early? More than half of the school year remained when he obtained his middle school diploma, Nizu grinned. I was especially impressed by his essay responses. A chill went down Shuta's spine. Great. A kid smart enough to get Nizu's attention. Does he have some kind of intelligence quirk then? Powerloader asked. He does not. Nizu answered, looking far too thrilled. He has a lizard mutation quirk. Would his name, by chance, be Midoriko? All Might questioned. Nizu confirmed that they were, leaving Shoyuta wondering what All Might had to do with any of the kids applying to UA. He wasn't known to have any family or personal connections. Ah, okay, I'm glad he did well. You know the kid? Nimuri frowned. Bless her for asking about that weird detail. Yes. He's a friend of my mentee, All Might answered. What mentee? Since when did All Might have an apprentice? It certainly wasn't public knowledge, but maybe that was for the best. Do you have an idea of how he'll perform today then? Snipe drawled. Not a clue. I'm aware that he's good at climbing, but beyond that, I'm unsure how he uses his quirk, All Might admitted. Which made sense given he wasn't training the kid. Why don't we watch and see what he does then? Nizu said, gesturing to the screens as they began to fill with examinees. Hizashi addressed the kids, and then the gates opened at his cue. Midoriko was the only one at his testing site to dash forward while the rest continued waiting. While they got lightly scolded for their lack of response, Midoriko quickly left the main path to zigzag through some side streets and alleyways. His movements indicated that the smaller, more complex path was more natural to him. Shoyuta grinned. This would be interesting. Quite the honorable little man, isn't he? Nemuri purred, watching the screens. Midoriko had been handling the bots really well for someone relying on close combat. He barely took any significant hits as he fought, too fast for the bots to accurately track. On the other hand, he'd also been acting as a guardian for his fellow examinees, pulling them out of the way, helping them up when they fell, and destroying bots before they could hurt the fear-frozen kids. What's more impressive is that it seemed to be natural instinct. He did all that without thinking. He's a bit grumpy at times but usually quite thoughtful in his actions, All Might responded. Sounds like someone I know, Nemuri smiled. Shoyuta looked away when she sought out his gaze in the observation room. He was not grumpy. People were just hard to deal with. You think he might want to go underground, Eraser? Vlad King asked him. Underground? All Might repeated, seemingly surprised by the suggestion. He automatically avoids people unless he's saving them, appears well-traversed in low-traffic paths, and utilizes a combination of stalking and ambush against the targets, Shoyuta pointed out. Yeah, he could go Limelight, but he'd be better suited to Twilight or underground work. I see, All Might murmured before returning his focus to the screens. He should be in your class then, Vlad decided. Shoyuta didn't disagree. How interesting, Nizu piped up. He stopped to examine the test itself. I wonder if he's figured out the secondary point system. Sure enough, the screen showed Midoriko paused on a random road, scrutinizing the space and people around him. When he finally came to a conclusion, he jumped back into the fray, taking on a three-pointer for the first time since the exam started. Power Loader whined lowly as the boy found a weak point and dug his way in, ripping out wires and circuit boards in the process. Why's he gotta go that far? Most of the other kids just crush or overload my bots. That's so much easier to fix than completely redoing the internal skeleton. He is making sure that they are dead, Nizu replied a little too cheerfully. One of the easiest ways to do that with an animal larger than yourself is to rip out their innards. Ooh, that's gross, Nemuri complained with a disgusted grimace. What's with that analogy? Hound Dog chuffed quietly. The boy is clearly hunting. If he gets in, his quirk instincts will need to be evaluated and managed. He can't disembowel villains as a hero. Nizu scoffed. According to whom? Of course, Midoriko wasn't the only examinee they watched. They may be interested in him, but they needed to evaluate everyone. They needed to be unbiased. Shoyuta needed to know just what sort of brats he was likely to find in his class at the start of the next year. The first to stand out was a Bakugu Katsuki, Quirk. Explosion. The screens had no sound and yet they could hear faint echoes of the blasts from the observation room, a testament to just how powerful they were. Mildly concerning was the fact that Bakugu hadn't earned a single one of the hidden points in the test. Hopefully, the kid wasn't as violent as he seemed. Setsuna Tokage had the ability to split herself into numerous pieces. Said pieces could float around. Controlling each piece independently like that would take a lot of concentration and skill. He was impressed as she both infiltrated the bots to shut them down from the inside and pushed or guided kids out of the way of danger. Not that anyone was actually in danger. Then there was Shinso Hitoshi. The teen had started out floundering. A peek at his file revealed a mental quirk that would do fuck all to the robots. Eventually, a look of dejected acceptance crossed his face, and he started focusing on helping kids who were having panic attacks. Slipping into their minds, forcing a calmer state, and leading them to the entrance. Ida Tenya and Kaminari Denki were both legacy kids. Their strength was unsurprising. But Ida could not adapt to changes while Kaminari shocked himself stupid with his quirk. If he wound up with them, he'd have to do something about that. Maybe extra quirk counseling for Kaminari and some thought exercises for Ida? Either way, he couldn't let it be. Numerous other students showed promise. Too many to count. But his eyes kept drifting over to Midoriko's screen. There was just something about that kid. It is time to release the 0-pointer, Nizu cackled, paw hovering over the big red button. You like terrorizing those kids too much, Shoyuta scoffed, leaning back to watch the inevitable chaos. Nizu grinned at him sharply and pressed the button. Those in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, Shudakuen. Shoyuta grumbled while Namuri snickered. He did have a reputation for being a demon teacher. Well, that's interesting, Ectoplasm murmured, bringing all their gazes back to the screens. Midoriko had gathered up with Ida and another kid. They were next to a girl who was trapped under some rubble, discussing something. You might want to stop the bot, Nizu-san. Now why would I do that when things are just getting interesting? You can't kill the examinees, Nizu, Hound Dog said sternly with a warning growl. I would never. I simply want to see what these boys have planned. If they can't handle the situation, I will step in, Nizu promised. Hound Dog relented, sagging in his seat. Where's Midoriko going? Namuri asked once the boy darted off toward the bot. No one answered her, not even having answers in the first place. Shiro and Ito worked together to get a signpost between the pieces of rubble. A simple physics trick then to either lift or push the rock off of the girl. A quirk-free solution to a particularly difficult problem. Impressive. Meanwhile, Midoriko seemed to be searching for something. Then he ducked into an alleyway and disappeared from the screens entirely. Nizu-san, where'd he go? All Might asked, standing to better view the screens. It appears that he found one of our few blind spots. Why? All Might frowned, scanning the screens with an almost frantic worry. We shall see, Nizu replied calmly. Except they didn't. The last thing they saw was that Ida and Shiro had started to successfully lift the rubble off the girl. Then half of the screens went black. Not a single one that was monitoring the situation in that area was on. The staff was up and rushing to the exam site immediately. Take her to the entrance so Recovery Girl can get to her quicker. What about you? I'm gonna wait for him. With the other finally agreeing and speeding off, he turned around to face the 0-pointer. For some reason, it had stopped, seemingly straining against something. Squinting, he could just make out thick vines, no weight, roots wrapped around the lower legs of the robot. Suddenly, the roots lashed out, tapering into thinner spears than their bases and stabbing into the robot's chest. When they retreated, sparks rained out of the holes they left. He watched slightly baffled as the roots shrunk, leaving the robot unsupported and unsteady. It began to lean. He was quick to get off the main road as the hulking beast fell, shattering the ground and shifting the road itself into fragments. The concrete pieces were shoved into each other, crumpling almost like paper. It left the street uneven and jagged. Not that he could see it too clearly at the moment, concrete dust making it hard to see more than a few meters forward. Had Midoriko done that? His question was all but answered when Midoriko appeared from the settling dust cloud with blood dripping down his face. Bleeding from the nose and eyes was a pretty common sign of quirk overuse when there was any kind of mental aspect to it. Controlling plants was probably a mental quirk at its root. Get it? No, bad hint. Time to focus on the injured kid. Are you all right? Hannah asked, stepping out from the side street he'd fled to. Midoriko startled like he hadn't expected him to be there. Why didn't you go with Ida? I guess I could have, but I couldn't leave you. Clearly, I was correct in staying, he teased, producing a glue-free strip of his tape to wipe the bloody tears from the boy's eyes. Quirk overuse is no joke. Let's get you cleaned off and see if you're still bleeding. The smaller teen whined as Hanta fussed over him, reminding him of some of his younger siblings as well as his best friend. They were similar aside from his friend's hyperactivity. Of course, the exam had ended. With all the ruckus, they hadn't heard present might call it. Well, hopefully he'd gotten enough points to pass. The absolute wreckage at the exam site was borderline unbelievable. And at the center of it, near the fallen robot's hand, were Midoriko and Zero. Blood was streaked across Midoriko's cheeks, making his near-invisible scales stand out despite their current lack of color. Zero was fussing over the other kid for some reason. Probably something to do with the blood. "Are you two okay?" Midnight asked, first to reach them. "Yeah, I'm okay. Just tired," Midoriko dismissed. Shoyuta eyed the damage done to the street. It was Power Loader's cry that drew his attention to the robot. It had multiple holes in it, punched into the metal. A peek inside with a small pocket flashlight showed that the internal hardware was brutally destroyed. Could it even be fixed? "How did you do this?" Vlad questioned, looking confused. The kid hesitated too long. My claws? Are you asking us or telling us?" Shoyuta quipped in a flat tone. "Telling? How did you get to its chest?" Ectoplasm wondered aloud, probably trying to do the math in his head of all the ways the boy could manage it. "Grippy paws," the boy answered. "ODMN, that was cute." Grippy paws? That had the same vibe as toe beans. He tucked the thought away as the boy demonstrated on a small chunk of concrete at his feet. Sure enough, it simply stuck to his hand and he easily lifted it in the air, fingers splayed out. "Why did the cameras go out?" Cementos muttered, looking over at one. "The red light missing. Perhaps a shockwave from the robot landing?" 13 offered uncertainly. "We would have seen it fall then," Power Loader disagreed. "They went out before much of anything happened." "Oh, well, I wouldn't know about that kind of stuff," Midoriko shrugged, his facial scales coloring in slightly. Was he embarrassed? Was that what a blush looked like with his mutation? "You at least saw him take out that 3-pointer earlier, right?" Zero chimed in. "His claws are super strong." "They are," Nizu said, speaking for the first time after remaining suspiciously quiet. "Between the other robots and this one, I would imagine that they'd rank higher on the Mohs scale than any actual lizard's claws. We already saw that you could move fast with a cool head. It only makes sense that you could push yourself to be even faster when someone is in danger." "But what about the cameras?" Cementos reminded them. "Electrical feedback, most likely. If Midoriko had started from the back right, we didn't have a camera fixed on that spot. The feedback from shredding the hardware would have caused a temporary outage. The resulting damage from the collapse of the robot caused further damage. Quite a few of the electrical cables in the ground were probably torn by all this." Nizu gestured vaguely at the shifted street. Then he looked at Midoriko with a strange glint in his eye. "Is that what happened, Midoriko? Did you start your attack from the back right?" The boy swallowed nervously. "I think so. I mean, I was rushing a bit so." "Yes, I suppose the situation would have been quite intense for one as untrained as yourself." "It was, Nizu-san," Midoriko replied with a nod. "Then you better get to Recovery Girl so that you get healed, then go home and rest." "Thank you, Nizu-san." Midoriko bowed politely before scurrying off with Zero in tow. Why did Shoyuta get the feeling that there was more to that exchange? Izuku let out a heavy sigh of relief once they were away from the heroes. That was so effing close. Why did he do that? He wasn't thinking, that's why. His stupid hindbrain just said, "Save the girl, and if your secrets and relative safety." Wow, that was nerve-wracking. "Susu," Zero drawled. Yes. Then there was that. Why are we lying to them?" "They lied." He lied. Sure, he had lied before, but he didn't like to. Would rather avoid it when he could with half-truths and omissions. And for some reason, Zero lied right along with him without missing a beat. He didn't know what to think of that. Why would Zero lie for a stranger? "I don't use that part of my quirk. I don't want people to even know about it." Why not? That was a fair question. But he couldn't give the whole truth. "I've gotten hurt more than once for using it." Quirk overuse? No. By people who are afraid of it. I don't want to be hurt again. Zero considered that with a quiet hum. He said nothing more as they reached the entrance and got healed and given gummies for their energy levels by Recovery Girl. Ida met up with them as well as the girl. She introduced herself as Uraraka. They all traded phone numbers. Then they broke off to head to the locker rooms. Shiro silently walked him to the showers after he'd gotten his clothes from the locker he'd used. The taller boy looked down at him with a serious expression. I won't tell anyone. Don't worry. Really? Izuku gasped, a little surprised. I think it's a cool quirk. I don't really get why people would be scared of that. But I know how cruel people can be. One of my friends got mocked all the time for a quirk drawback. Thank you, Izuku replied, eyes watering slightly. It's no problem, little guy. Go change and then we can meet Ida and Uraraka out front. He went into a shower stall to change, meeting Shiro back at the lockers when he was done. Ida had already found the other and was talking about having patience in waiting for the results. Apparently, Shiro had said he couldn't wait, and Ida took that literally. Outside the locker rooms, they found Uraraka first. Seconds later, Izuku spotted Sue and rushed over to her. His new friends approached as he hugged her tightly. The exam was so stressful. And almost getting caught? Yeah, he needed a hug from his sister right now. Ooh, is this your girlfriend, Midoriko-san? Uraraka cooed over them. I'm his big sister, Sue corrected. I'm still older, Izuku pouted. Hush. Just accept your baby brother status, she teased, petting his curls. Green. Mutations. Yeah, siblings make sense, Shiro mused aloud. We aren't blood-related, Izuku explained. Basically family. Understandable. Ida responded loudly, subtly hurting them outside now. I have some uncles and an aunt who aren't blood-related but are still very much my family. Found family is so cute, Uraraka gushed. That's one of my favorite tropes. What's a trope? Izuku frowned in confusion. Sue sighed. My dear brother. What am I going to do with you? I guess I'll have to speed up the movie-watching timeline I made. You'll want to be caught up on pop culture before we get to high school or you'll be so very lost all the time. Count me in, Shiro grinned. Uraraka and Ida agreed to join too. When Izuku got home after the exam, he shifted into his dragon form and practically melted onto his basement floor. He was never going to move again. That was so stressful. His breath came in small, quick puffs, trying to oxygenate his blood as fast as his poor little heart was pumping it through his body. Thoughts zipped in his mind as he recapped. First, he made several friends at once today. That was a new experience. Second, someone else knew about his planned abilities now. That's two people. Sue and Shiro. Third, his stranger was present Mike, who taught at UA. Fourth, Eraserhead also taught at UA as evidenced by his presence there. Fifth, he's not dumb enough to think he fooled Nizu. The Chimera knows something. The last few things weren't that bad, hopefully. He could just avoid Eraserhead at school if he got in. He wasn't as worried about his stranger, who he already knew taught English, but he'd try not to draw the man's attention to himself. And the Nizu, well, he covered for Izuku today. If he had wanted to hurt or expose the boy, he would have said something then, right? Plus, even if Nizu himself made him feel a slight prickle of unease, he didn't sense outright danger from the creature. Maybe he hasn't even figured out the whole picture. He just had to keep it that way as long as possible. And that was if he even got in. He wouldn't know for at least a week. Sue smiled fondly as Izuha excitedly led her along the sidewalk. This was probably the first time that he was inviting her somewhere like this. It was the day after the entrance exam and Aizu-chan had asked if she wanted to come to a picnic and see someplace special to him. Of course, she agreed. Suddenly she was tugged into just the right spot to look out over a clear beach, surrounded by a wall of rocks. This was Dagoba Beach according to the sign, but hadn't that place been a literal dump? How was it so clean? Did Izuha do this? As if sensing her confusion, Izuha turned to her and smiled. Remember when I said I found someone to train me? She nodded. Well, he has someone training him too. An adult person. And his training goal was to clean this beach. That's how I met him. Because it's my beach. Your beach, Karo? This is where I've been getting all my treasures, Izuha explained. Shells and stones and glass wash up on the beach, and people threw away a lot of little trinkets. The mental image of Izuha wandering around a deserted beach and digging up random things from the sand almost made too much sense. She smiled, glad to finally have a place other than the library to check for Izuha should he ever go missing again. He better not though. Are those the someone's Karo? She asked, noticing two blondes on the beach. The younger was setting up a blanket while the older held a picnic basket. I'll introduce you. And so she was practically dragged down the stairs and across the sand over to the two strangers. Togata Mirio, a UA student, and Yagi Tashinori, Togata's mentor and All Might's secretary, as they told her. Izuha blinked in surprise when Yagi shared his day job, as if he hadn't known that already. He probably didn't. Those aren't the sort of questions he asks. It's good to see that young Midoriko has friends his own age, Yagi said with a gentle smile. He mentioned that he did his schooling online, and although he did mention a friend very briefly once, I wasn't sure if they were a peer or someone older like young Togata or myself. Yeah, that's fair. He picks up some really random people sometimes, Karo. Like there's this guy we met who worked at Claire's, and even though he was easily in his 20s, Izuha-chan insisted on befriending him and getting his number. Tsu shared, ignoring Izuha's betrayed expression. Tsu-chan, Izuha whined. Don't tell them that. You make me sound extroverted. It's okay, Mido-kun. We all know you're not, Togata assured him. It's just that once you've claimed someone, that's that. Yagi and Tsu both nodded in solemn agreement. Izuha was too prickly to be an extrovert. It was honestly unexpected that he picked up so many friends at the entrance exam. Maybe he was actually an ambivert. Just one with severe but understandable trust issues. Ahem, Yagi cleared his throat after passing out some juice boxes to them. This picnic is to celebrate Togata's successful venture of cleaning the beach as well as Izuha's incredible performance at the entrance exam. But I haven't gotten my results yet? Izuha tilted his head in confusion. That does not matter. You gave it your all and I am proud of you. Both of you. The older man held up his thermos cup of green tea. To young Togata, young Midoriko, and young Azui. The next generation of heroes. Holding up her juice box, Tsu blushed when she realized she was included in the toast. Yagi had an awful lot of confidence in her for having just met her. Yagi-san. Yagi hummed, sipping his tea. You can just call me Tsu, Karo. His people. Combining. Not all of them, of course, but a few. Now he just needed to get more of them together in one spot. Unite his scattered collection of people. Then his horde would be complete. Izuku shook his head at the sharp thought that cut through the happy, content fog he had been drifting in. His horde? People weren't things. They weren't like the piles of gold and gems that dragons in stories gathered in caves, laying atop them to ensure their safety. They weren't trinkets and knickknacks that could be arranged on a shelf and shown off to others. No, claiming people as his horde was probably rude. They were his friends? Mostly. Regardless of what he called them, introducing Tsu to Togata and Yagi today had gone smoothly. Not to mention, his beach was clean and there were still plenty of treasures buried in the sand. He showed Tsu how to dig for them. It took her several tries to find a lightly damaged shell, which she seemed disappointed by. Togata managed to cheer her up by distracting her with swimming in the ocean. Izuku had watched as they both jumped off a nearby dock. Togata swimming well due to his strength and hero training, and Tsu swimming even better because of her semi-aquatic quirk. He took longer to join them, unsure about leaving Yagi behind. The man told him not to worry. All in all, it was a great day, and even now, cleaning up some ferns in his den, he still felt giddy. A knock on his window startled him slightly. He was still in his human form. "Hey Bean, I've got your bento here," Aizawa called from outside. He mentally thanked the architect of the building for the use of such thin windows. Not enough moonlight reached inside his den to expose him. Shifting silently, he made his way to the window to claim his dinner. As he ate, shrouded in the safety of shadows, Eraserhead told him about his day. "Sorry I missed you last night. Yesterday was the entrance exam for UA. Had to be there to observe, and then I didn't get to leave until well after midnight since my coworkers couldn't stop arguing. We had some interesting applicants this year." Izuku warbled questioningly. "There are some strong quirks among this generation. I swear these kids get stronger every year." Nodding unseen, he couldn't help but think of the Quirk evolution theory published by Dr. Jiraki. Then there were these two kids. One got in on purely villain points while another got in on purely rescue points. Neither of which happens often. Villain points? Rescue points? Lastly, there was this other kid who completely obliterated Powerloader's zero-pointer. The man cried over it, but Nizu will fund a rebuild. He'll be fine. I think it's just the shock of it happening for the first time in a long while. Applicants normally avoid the zero-pointer. Eraserhead meant him, didn't he? Oops. Of course, like every year, we had disagreements on which class to sort all the passing applicants into. Vlad barely fought me on a couple of them since I am the best person to teach them, given my quirk. Wait, what? Teach what? I think my homeroom class this year will be plenty entertaining. Between the 3 I mentioned earlier and some other kids who will grow exponentially once they get proper quirk training. Homeroom? Eraserhead was the homeroom teacher for a heroics class? And Izuku was in his class? Yes, this will be an interesting year. Well, that was foreboding. This doesn't make sense. Shredding the metal would create a different result. These are all massive puncture holes. Perhaps he clawed the metal to weaken it and then punched or kicked the metal in. You know something, don't you? Teeth bared in an imitation of a smile, he replied. If I did, Higuri-kun, I can assure you it wouldn't be a concern of yours. My bot was obliterated. How would it not concern me? Whether you repair or replace the robot, consider it fully funded. I don't want you looking any further into exactly how it was destroyed. Nizu, what? Drop it, Higuri-kun. I can promise you that neither the school nor the students will be at risk if we let this mystery remain unsolved. Midoriko-kun is a hero at heart. Even heroes are entitled to keeping a few secrets. I will consider any further investigation into the matter to be a breach of student privacy. Am I understood, Higuri-kun? Yes, sir, the man agreed, despite the uncertainty in his tone. The mystery of Midoriko Izuha was an interesting one indeed. He fully intended to get to the bottom of it, if only to satiate his own curiosity. But he recognized the fear. Not of being caught doing something wrong, but of being caught doing something natural and then being persecuted for it. Whatever the boy had done during the exam was something he'd been hurt for doing before. And yet he still risked exposure to save that girl. A hero's instinct. Yes, that boy would be an incredible hero someday. Whatever his secret, Nizu would help him keep it. A sugar daddy, Hanta? Really? The ozone-scented blonde asked, looking up at the mansion in awe. Hey, I had no idea he was rich, Ciro replied defensively. He caught my attention with his looks alone. Wait, what was it you said? If he was a sin, you'd happily serve your penance as long as he. K. Karaho? Shut up. What if he hears you? Through the castle door? It's not a castle, Denks. Isn't it? What's Karaho? Izuku asked as he climbed the last few steps to the front door. Oi, Midoriko. Don't repeat that. Ciro hissed, seemingly startled by his appearance. Isn't he the same age as us? The blonde frowned. That's censorship, I think. No, it's not getting in trouble with his big sister for teaching him bad words. Basic survival instincts. I'm older than her though. Ciro put a hand on Izuku's shoulder and sighed fondly. Mito-kun, no offense, but as an older sibling myself, you lack the right energy. You are a little brother, through and through, my friend. Just accept it. Hey, aren't you the kid that took down his zero-pointer? The blonde asked suddenly, his attention fully on Izuku now. He tried not to cringe away from the wide, staring eyes. That would be rude. He didn't want to make a bad impression on Ciro's friend. It was obvious that they were very close. Right then, Izuku had an alarming thought. If he couldn't befriend this other teen, would Ciro stop being his friend? He sure did, Ciro replied. Was it his imagination or did Ciro sound proud? Thanks, this is Midoriko Izuha. Midoriko, this is my friend Kaminari Denki. I mentioned him after the exam, remember? Yes, Izuku nodded, feeling nervous. The friend with the quirk drawback? Ah, I see. You're talking shit about me, Hanta. How rude. No, he was just trying to reassure me. Because People don't like my quirk, so he was saying he gets it. That's all, I promise. Please don't be mad at him. Kaminari smiled gently. Hey, it's okay. I was just teasing him. Anyway, it's nice to meet you. All he could manage was a small sound of acknowledgement. Where was Sue? Talking to people is so hard. Thankfully, Ida rescued him by opening the door. Shiro-kun, Midoriko-kun, you made it. Ida exclaimed before turning to Kaminari. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe you are a legacy kid as well. Lightning Volt's son, right? Yeah. Kaminari Denki. My mom's nowhere near the same level as the Ingenium family though. She's a first-generation hero and your line goes back a few generations. My great-great-grandfather was the first holder of the Ingenium name. I will be the sixth when I inherit it. But being a first-generation hero is honorable too. So long as villains run rampant, we'll always need more heroes. It was hard not to flinch at that statement, even though Ida obviously wasn't including him. Excuse me. Here we are chatting at the door when I ought to have invited you in first. Ida apologized with a bow. Then he took a few steps back to usher them inside. Although Izuku had already thought the house was large and grand on the outside, the front steps had nothing on the interior of the mansion. Within seconds, Izuku was a little overwhelmed by the polished floors and the shining chandelier hanging above the foyer. Quite suddenly, he felt too dirty to even be in this place. He still had some sand under his claws from earlier when he was digging up a gift for Ida. He curled into himself a bit, holding his hands close to his chest so that he wouldn't accidentally touch anything. No wonder Ida was so rigid and well-groomed if this was the environment he lived in. Hopefully Tsu would show up soon. He needed someone more familiar right now. If he was being honest, Tenya didn't really have friends. His classmates at the private school he attended were polite to him, but avoided him all the same. The teachers had spoken to his parents about social ineptitude at several parent-teacher conferences over the years, which he never understood since he took etiquette very seriously. What he did have, though, were acquaintances. Other legacy kids. Ever since he was small, he and the other legacy kids were encouraged to interact. Placed in a room to play together during boring hero galas, left to talk together during charity auctions, and sometimes even brought to each other's homes to study together. Connections were important among heroes. It wasn't any different for their kids. But perhaps that didn't go for all legacy kids like he'd thought. Kaminari seemed genuinely shocked by the Ida's home, yet it wasn't even the largest home Tenya had personally been to. His house was small compared to the Todoroki or Yayorozu estates. Seeing the other three teens he'd invited to his home look around in awe and a bit of nervousness, he realized he may have a skewed perception of what is normal. He would just have to do his very best to make his new friends feel comfortable while they were here. This is the viewing room, Tenya informed them as he opened the door he'd led the trio to. I researched what makes a good movie night and supplied the space accordingly. There are pillows, blankets, futons, and cushions to lounge on, as well as an assortment of popular movie snacks like popcorn and various candy. There's also snacks that don't seem to be associated with movie nights but I've seen at social gatherings such as a charcuterie board. What? Midoriko questioned, tilting his head to the side. It is a platter of assorted cured meats, cheeses, and fruits, Tenya explained, pointing it out on one of the tables he'd set out. Midoriko nodded in understanding, taking in the spread of snacks with wide eyes. A low whistle from Kaminari caught his attention. The blonde was eyeing the viewing screen with raised brows. You have a theater in your house. You're like rich, my dude. Shiro lightly smacked the blonde. Don't be rude, he hissed before turning to Tenya. Sorry. This kind of thing isn't something we usually see. We're in a different tax bracket is all. Nothing wrong with that though. Between the hero families his have connections with and the families of his classmates, it seems he failed to truly consider the disparity in income between his family and the average civilian, or even lower-ranked heroes. That is something he should probably be more mindful of in the future. A pinprick on his wrist had him looking down at Midoriko, who had softly poked him with a claw to get his attention. It's probably not much, but I brought this F for you. Curious, Tenya held out his hand when prompted by the smaller boy, startling slightly when something unexpectedly cool and smooth was settled into his palm. He inspected the item, amazed by its vivid blue color. Where did Midoriko get this? This is cobalt blue sea glass, he pointed out. I believe so, Midoriko replied with a shrug. This is very rare. You didn't purchase this, did you? He asked, suddenly worried about the smaller teen's finances given his reactions to Tenya's home so far. Oh no, I dug it up on a beach. The one I go to has a fair amount of sea glass if you dig around enough. I also considered shells, but I thought the color of this matched you and your family well, Midoriko explained. Thank you for hosting us tonight. Thank you, he said quietly, touched by the proper etiquette. It's my pleasure. Actually, I also have a question if you don't mind. Green Bean has sent you a location. Burnt Nugget, what is this? Burnt Nugget, kid? Burnt Nugget, if you think I'm going there with no context, you are sorely mistaken. Burnt Nugget? Burnt Nugget, damn it. You better be alive when I get there. Want to sit with me while Hanta flirts with Ida? Denki asked Midoriko, patting a cushion next to him on the floor. Okay. And then the guy proceeded to kneel on the floor next to the cushion awkwardly. He patted the cushion again in case the other teen was just unsure how close he could get. Midoriko only scooted over another couple centimeters. Trying not to feel hurt, Denki joked, I don't bite. I do, Midoriko replied absently with his focus on the cushion itself. He snorted, surprised to hear a joke from the anxious teen. That made Midoriko look up quickly. IW won't. I just can bite sometimes. Usually in response to danger. Not any time. Relax, I get it, Denki reassured him while still snickering quietly. It was actually even funnier to hear that it wasn't meant to be a joke. Why are you sitting so far away though? I don't want to get the pillow dirty. Denki's amusement died like a deflating balloon. The nonchalant yet ashamed tone in the other boy's voice reminded him of himself. Had someone told Midoriko that he was dirty the way that people told him he was stupid? Why would you get it dirty? Green-scaled ears shifted anxiously. This place is so pretty and clean. I'm not exactly. I was literally digging in sand before I came here, so I'm definitely. He frowned as the other boy stammered through his response before finally trailing off to laugh nervously. Worrying about getting sand everywhere was a valid concern, but there was still something in his tone and body language that told Denki that he hadn't shared all his concerns. Although he couldn't force the boy to share more, he could help with the sand issue. That's an easy fix. We can just go find a bathroom and clean off any sand in there. Denki suggested brightly. Thankfully, Midoriko agreed with the plan. With directions from Ida, Denki took the other teen to a bathroom to wash up. He even helped check his hair for any sand trapped in the curls. There was only a bit and it was easy to brush out with his fingers. When they returned to Ida's home theater, seriously, wow. Talk about goals, huh? Midoriko finally sat on a cushion following only a few seconds of hesitation. Soon after, the grandest doorbell Denki had ever heard in his life chimed. This place was awesome. Wait, you did what? Tsu asked, barely holding in her laughter. Since Siro was allowed to bring Kaminari, I asked Ida if I could invite a friend who wasn't at the exam too. He said yes, so I texted my location to Dabi. I would have asked Togata, but I already know he has plans with Amajiki today. Did you tell him that Dabi was a 20-something-year-old, Hot Topic spokesmodel, Karo? What? Izuha frowned. Oh, this is going to be hilarious, she giggled. This was definitely another one of those times where she was really glad she'd approached him that day in the library. She had nearly chickened out back then. What will be? Uraraka asked, taking a seat next to Tsu on the couch. They had come to Ida's place together after running into each other at the train station. She could see Uraraka becoming a close friend as quickly as Izuha had. The bubbly girl was really easy to talk to and had a comforting energy surrounding her. Izu-chan is going to break poor Ida-chan, Karo. Why would I do that? Worse, he doesn't even realize it, Tsu amended, causing Izuha to start frantically muttering to himself. She just gently patted his head with a fond sigh. There. Giggling as she watched the familial interaction between Azui no, she said to call her Tsu and Midoriko. Ochako finally managed to relax a little bit. She'd been kind of tense ever since she walked into this place. Or rather ever since the gates blocking the path to the main entrance. Ida lived in the biggest house she'd ever seen in person. The only reason it didn't make the biggest building PRD list is because she has been to a mall in Tokyo and she was just at UA for the entrance exams. Still, it made top 3. Sparks of jealousy burned in her chest for just a moment when Ida brought her into the room where they'd be watching movies and she realized her entire house could probably fit in here. She snuffed them out quickly though. There was no reason to begrudge Ida for what his family was able to provide for him. That's why she wanted to be a hero. To be able to provide for her parents like this. Plus, here he was sharing part of all this with her and the others. That was so kind of him. They were all kind, these new friends of hers. Midoriko and Shiro had saved her at the entrance exam. Tsu helped her find her way when she got a little lost at the station, and Kaminari was new but he brought her a drink when she could have gotten one herself. She was looking forward to hanging out with all of them even more in the future. What the hell is this? He grumbled to himself as he walked up the steps to the mansion entrance. The location pin Midoriko sent him earlier had brought him here. To a hero's home. Of course he recognized the insignia on the gates well known to represent the multi-generational hero Ingenium. A title passed down in the family, currently held by their eldest son. Did the kid get caught swiping sparkly sheet again? He was debating whether he could ring the doorbell and just take the kid from here, or if he should sneak in to attempt a rescue. Why was a hero holding Midoriko at his house anyway rather than taking him to the police station? If that speedy robot did anything to his little friend, he'd burn the place down. The front doors opened before he could decide what to do. A fit, broad-shouldered man with dark blue hair stared at him with an open, yet wary expression. Cameras caught you loitering. Can I help you? Obviously the place would have security cameras. It was pretty stupid of him not to think of that and adjust his approach. Ingenium, right? I wonder what it would do for your image if the public learned you were unlawfully detaining a child at your house. Let him go peacefully and I won't stop at a news station on my way home. Threatening a hero? Probably not the best option here, but it was better than trying to fight one. The hero in question looked confused. Detaining, eh? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. My kid sent me a location pin from here. You seem a bit young to have it. He's not my actual kid, dumbass. I look out for him, he scoffed. The hero's expression softened and he chuckled lightly. My name is Ida Tensei. Why do I care? Let the kid go. There's been a misunderstanding. I'm Tensei and I have a younger brother Tenya. Tenya has some new friends over for a movie night right now. I'm guessing the kid you're looking for is one of them. Although he kept his guard up, he relaxed enough to not appear so hostile. You'll understand if I doubt the validity of that until I see him for myself? I'd be surprised if you didn't, Ingenium shrugged. I'll take you to the viewing room and you can point out which kid is yours. That sounded reasonable. So, you already know my name, but I'm afraid I don't know yours, the hero said as he followed him inside. Dobby, he answered, eyeing the glossy flooring and the pricey decor that reminded him too much of his own childhood. Is that your name or a nickname? It's the only name you're gonna get, he replied sharply, muttering a nosy BS under his breath afterwards. Ingenium heard him but laughed. Fair enough. They walked the rest of the way in silence before finally stopping at a door. The hero opened the door to reveal 6 teens. His gaze zeroed in on his green kids. Tsu was here too. Okay, so maybe everything was fine. A mini Ingenium looked over with a shocked expression. Oniai-san, why have you brought one of your arrests home? Shouldn't they all be taken directly to the station? Little sheet that she was. Tsu started giggling and wheezing. Midoriko just looked confused. Tenya, relax, Tensei urged, smothering his amusement. I haven't arrested him. This is Dobby. He's just here to check on one of your friends. But he is clearly a hooligan of some kind, Tenya argued. His skepticism was evident. One of the teens, a girl with green hair, practically fell over with renewed laughter. Was that Dobby's kid? Looking at Dabi, the other man had raised an eyebrow in annoyance. Oh shit. He should probably salvage this before Tenya's unfortunate foot-and-mouth disease could cause problems again. Dabi's not a hooligan? A green-haired boy spoke up. Oh, that must be the kid then. He works at Claire's and he's very nice. Tensei tried not to visibly react to that as he peeked over at Dabi again. The man's eye twitched in irritation. Oh, how sweet. He totally did work at Claire's and this kid was ruining his bad boy reputation without remorse. But look at him. Tenya insisted, growing agitated. The green boy looked over at Dabi and blinked in impassively. Yes. Tenya opened his mouth and Tensei decided to step in before his brother could say something truly offensive. Remember, judging someone by their appearances isn't fair. Yeah man, a blonde kid agreed. So what, he's a little rough looking? He could just have resting beach face. The green girl didn't seem to be breathing anymore as she hunched over in wheezing laughter. Yeah. Laugh it up, Sue, Dabi scoffed. See if I let you use my employee discount for your sister's earring obsession anymore. Her laughter stopped instantly and her eyes narrowed. You wouldn't. Try me, brat. Wait, which kid? Both? Dabi clearly knew both of the green kids. Why did he only mention one earlier? And you, kid, Dabi snapped, causing the green boy to stand straighter. Next time you send me your location, provide some context. I thought I was gonna have to risk jail time to bust you out of here. Who even are these other kids? Sorry, Dabi. And, these are my new friends. I met them at the entrance exam. Except for Kaminari. Today is my first time meeting him. Entrance exam for what? For the UA Hero course. Su-chan took it too. Actually, did you take it too, Kaminari? Yeah, I was at a different testing site. That's why I didn't get to meet any of you that day. I was at a different testing site too, but I headed over to Aizu-chan's to make sure he was okay, Karo. I may have jumped over some kids in my haste. Okay, so, we all took UA's hero course exam, the green boy concluded with a nod. When Dabi didn't respond, Tensei looked over and found the other man staring upwards. Not at the ceiling, exactly, but to the heavens. The same expression Tensei had made himself in regards to Tenya sometimes. Little siblings, right? Of course you did, Dabi eventually muttered. That would be just my luck. Since you're alive, can I go? But aren't you going to stay for movie night? Dimen, that green boy had some powerful puppy dog eyes. Wide, hopeful eyes. The drooping, deer-like ears. That lower lip that stuck out to form the most pitiable pout Dabi had ever seen. It was really fang hard to say no to Midoriko. Listen, I think I'm a little too old to be hanging around a bunch of teens in a casual setting like this. But you spend time with me and Su-chan, Midoriko argued, eyebrows furrowing in confusion. Yeah, well, you wouldn't leave me alone. And now you're basically unofficial siblings that I watch out for. I don't even know these other kids. It'd be weird, Dabi tried to explain. Unfortunately, the hero chose then to chime in. It wouldn't be if you were a chaperone. That's what I'm here for anyway. I could use some company while the kids socialize. Midoriko's eyes lit up. Yeah. Ingenium is a really cool hero. I bet you'd like talking with him. And then you'll get to stay and watch the movies with us. Okay, who let him be that adorable? Some blonde kid whispered a little too loudly. The tall kid next to him nodded in agreement. Come on, Dabi, Sue grinned, placing her hands on Midoriko's shoulders. It would make him so sad if you refused, Karo. You don't want to make Aizu-chan sad, do you? Not the puppy dog eyes again. Ugh, fine. You win. I'll stay. When did he become so weak-willed? You did great convincing him, Karo. Sue grinned, leading Izuku back over to the other teens and away from Dabi. It's all thanks to Suki-chan showing me the pout technique. You'd think people would use it more often if it's so effective. Wait, what? That was on purpose? Kaminari questioned in disbelief. Aizu-chan, most people don't use it, Karo, because it usually only works for little kids, Sue explained. Izuku tilted his head slightly. But I'm not a little kid. No, she sighed, placing a hand on his shoulder. No, you're not, Karo. You're just that cute. I'm not cute, he disagreed, nose scrunching in annoyance. He knows not the power he holds, Ciro remarked cryptically. They never do, Kaminari said, shaking his head. What power? Tsu just patted his shoulder. Never mind, Karo. Come on, let's go pick out the first movie. He watched, still confused as Tsu, Kaminari, Ciro, and Uraraka headed over to the seating area. Then he turned to Ida, who was still with him. Do you know what they meant? The other teen frowned. No, I'm sorry. I find that I am also often out of the loop during conversations such as these. I fail to see how pouting can change a person's mind on things. Oh, that I can teach you. Would you like to learn? Sue's little sister taught me after I saw her use it to get candy. I would not mind learning a new negotiation tactic. For now, let's go see what movie they've picked. They both joined the others in time to see them arguing over 3 movies, debating which is usually referenced more. Uraraka and Kaminari had teamed up on their movie choice. Ida ended the argument pretty quickly by reminding them that they had all evening and night, and could therefore watch them all. Soon they were all settled in to watch something called Howl's Moving Castle. Jurassic Park, Finding Nemo, The Titanic, and A Silent Voice were added to the quickly growing list of movies they all agreed Izuku had to see. He didn't think it'd be possible to watch everything tonight. Hopefully that meant more movie nights in the future. While the hero shut off the screen at 2:30, Dabi laid a blanket over Midoriko and Tsu, who were curled up together on a massive beanbag chair. Once the lizard kid found the nest-like cushion, he couldn't be moved. Both the kids' eyes were pink and puffy, given that half the movies were the saddest classics in existence. The old yeller? Nah, those other kids and Tsu did this on purpose. MCSTS and SDSTS, the lot of In bursts of quiet speed, the hero removed the perishable foods from the snack table and presumably took them to wherever the kitchen was. When he finished, he indicated for Dabi to walk with him. Midoriko would so pay for this bullshit later. So both of those green kids? Ingenium questioned vaguely as they headed down a wide hallway. Yeah. I didn't know Tsu was here. Midoriko texted me a location pin with no other information and then ignored my messages telling him to explain. Tenya can be frustrating like that too. I'm not sure if it's a kid thing or a younger sibling thing. Both. It can be both. Good point. That definitely clears up why you showed up on my doorstep ready to fight me though. Pretty ballsy to challenge a hero like that, but then I would have done the same thing in your shoes. That's definitely a big sibling thing. Right? Dabi agreed, trying not to think about his other little siblings. The ones he had to abandon. You know, I'm surprised you didn't cry during any of those movies, the hero remarked. The Last Unicorn gets me every time no matter how many times I see it. Haven't you heard? Tough times don't last but tough people do. I'm a badass with a good butt, and I plan to be around for a long while, hero. Yes, that was definitely the reason. Not that he had burned the hell out of his tear ducts so he literally can't cry unless he wants blood, tears, dripping from his eyes that sting like acid. Seemingly stoic, also came easier to him after years in the roughest parts of town. Still, nothing could have prepared him for this hero, honest to Kami, pausing to check out his butt before smirking at him. Can't argue with that, I guess. And seriously, you can call me Tensei. I'm off duty anyways. What the hell had Midoriko gotten him into? At least his scarring would obscure most of his blush. Amidst an oasis of pink and yellow, Izuku knelt with a thick, parchment envelope in his hands and tears in his eyes. The darkness of the rest of the forest never could touch him here. His mother's grave was bright and warm, like she always was. Hey, my letter came. It went to Tsuchan's house, so she wanted to open them together. But I told her I wanted to open it with you. Izuku huffed out a small laugh. She agreed so easily. On the condition that I eventually bring her to meet you. Bringing her here would pretty much expose what I am, right? Someday though, I think I'll be ready to tell her, he murmured quietly, not entirely sure of himself. It was one thing for her to accept his plant abilities, but asking her to accept a literal monster might be too much. I want to bring her. That he was absolutely certain of. For now, his fear of losing her won out. He stayed quiet for a while before remembering the letter from Yue. Oh, I applied to the hero course like I promised I would. Now, technically, I'm not supposed to know my results already, but I accidentally may have possibly overheard one of the teachers mention that I got an and I'm going to be in his class. His mother was the only one who ever really understand his rapid-fire speech when he got extremely excited. So I already know that I got in, but I don't know the details of my scoring yet. I wanted to read that with you. Taking a breath to steel his nerves, he carefully opened the large envelope. Unexpectedly, a silver disc of some kind fell out. He reached out to pick it up and inspect it. I am here. As a projection. If he wasn't at his mother's grave site, an incredibly colorful string of curses would have escaped him just then. Yagi didn't have nearly as much energy as All Might. Thank Kami. Why is All Might delivering my acceptance letter, you ask? Well, you're looking at the newest UA faculty member. I am very excited to be teaching at UA next year. Wait, would his entire horde except for Dabi be at UA with him? Could he sneak Dabi into UA somehow so that everyone would be there, finally bringing them all together? Maybe Dabi could get a job there? He pictured Dabi as a school office secretary and giggled. No, that seems unlikely. Yes, what's the matter? All Might spoke to someone off-screen. Who's showboating? Oh, sorry. I'll wrap it up. Izuku rolled his eyes at the man's antics. Midoriko Izuha, you aced the written exam with a 100% and you got 58 villain points in the practical. This is more than enough to pass, but as a hero school, we also assign rescue points to participants who show the true character of a hero by looking out for and protecting their fellow examinees. There's no way he got a perfect score on the written exam. No way. Yagi must have misspoken. You received 72 rescue points, which brings your total to 130 points and places you in the first place spot. This makes you the second examinee in UA history to exceed 100 points in the exam. The first being yours truly. He must be having a slide. He was not hearing this right. Congratulations, Midoriko. Welcome to your hero academia. The projection vanished, leaving Izuku staring at a try in shock. Until the little disc whirred to life again. Am I dog? Am I a mouse? Am I a bear? I am Principal Nizu. Izuku paled. Now I'm sure you must be thinking, how could I have gotten a perfect score in regards to the written exam? Technically, you didn't. You got 11 questions wrong. However, there are opportunities for bonus points throughout the test. Your essay responses in particular were remarkable and helped you gain back those 11 points. He guessed that made more sense. Now, this high of a score is usually only achieved by students with intelligence quirks. That being said, the few natural geniuses that have slipped into UA were all offered the chance to become my personal students. What? I am now extending the same offer to you. Look over your course list, included among the rest of your paperwork, and pick which subject you feel that you know well enough to test out of. If you succeed, you will spend those class PRDS with me receiving private lessons. If he spent more time with Nizu, the Chimera would surely figure him out. The homelessness, his plant abilities, his monster form, the murders, all of it. Of course, you are free to decline. He couldn't help but hiss at the creepy anticipatory response. Kami, this creature gave him the chills. But you should know, I tend to favor my personal students. It's hard not to. Having a more personal connection with them than other students, well, it makes me a little extra protective. How far would Nizu's protection extend exactly? Think it over. You can wait to give your response until the first day of school. Until then, enjoy the rest of your break. I look forward to seeing you at UA next year. The projection died out again and Izuku stared at the disc for a little bit before looking up at the tree marking her grave. What should I do, Mom? Midoriko Izuha, 58v72 R, 130. Bakugu Katsuki, 77v0 R, 77. Kirishima Idru, 39v35 R, 74. Ibara Shiozaki, 36v32 R, 68. Kendo Itsuka, 25v40 R, 65. Ida Tenya, 52v9 R, 61. Tetsu 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 Tetsu, 49 v 10 R, 59. Tokoyami Fumikage, 47 v 10 R, 57. Aways Yosetsu, 50 v 6 R, 56. Shinso Hitoshi, 0 v 55 R, 55. What the F dash? Scarlet eyes read and reread the results, focusing on the number 1 scorer's name. It seemed like a cosmic joke that someone with such a similar name would beat him for the top spot. The universe sure had a effed-up sense of humor. He was going to need to call his therapist and schedule an emergency session, wasn't he? Thank you for inviting me, person. Nonsense, Izuku-kun. Your family and we're celebrating your acceptance here as well as Tsu-chan's, the woman told him. First place is certainly nothing to sniff at, Ganma commented. You deserve some recognition for that achievement. Still, thank you, Izuku said again. And thank you for paying for my meal. Silly boy. We pay for all our kids, Baru said with an air of finality. Izuku blushed and smiled down at his bowl of katsudon. Tsu's parents had all but dragged them all to this restaurant once they'd learned of their exam results. He still felt like he was intruding on their family most of the time, but in this moment he felt a comforting sense of belonging. He was grateful for the kindness they showed him. Reading over lesson plans that would start wrapping up the year was a tiring way to spend his evening. He'd be sending a bunch of third years out into hero society, assuming they graduate, and then taking on a new batch of first years. He'd be their homeroom teacher for all 3 years of their high school careers, assuming they last the whole time. Once, he had expelled an entire batch of first years within the first month of school. Nizu was not happy, so Shoyuta had been put on paperwork and errand duty for the rest of the year. But he'd do it again if it kept kids who weren't cut out for heroics from marching off to an early death. About half of his current graduating class still remained, so here he was planning their final lessons and their end-of-term exams. He'd rather nap. A sudden clang let him know that Bean had decided to make an appearance through his usual vent. Sure enough, a purple blob shuffled up to him soon after the sound. Then, for the first time, Bean scrambled up onto the couch, tripping over his purple sheet along the way, before settling next to Shoyuta. Taking a chance, he reached out and pet the lizard. Over the sheet, of course. Gravely purrs rumbled out of the reptile in response. You seem happy today. Did something good happen? Bean chirped an affirmative. That's good. I'm glad, Shoyuta smiled. Do you want to help me plan a hell course for my third years? I need to make sure they're prepared for any obstacle and I could use some help brainstorming. Just to make sure I cover most of the possible scenarios. Swishing noises from under the blanket told him that Bean was wagging his tail in excitement. Yep, this evening just got a little more interesting. Thank goodness for Bean. Okay, I'll grab some snacks and then we can get right into it. I got in. That's no surprise. I knew you could do it, Kohai. Amajiki nodded in agreement just behind Togata. Yeah, you're quick to learn and adapt. That'll be good at you. Did you get Aizawa-sensei or Vlad-sensei? Togata asked. Aizawa-sensei. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine, Togata replied, more grimacing than smiling. Amajiki didn't even bother to mask his sharp wince of revulsion. Izuku feigned confusion. What's wrong with Aizawa-sensei? Everything, Amajiki shuddered. Nothing, Togata corrected with a pointed glare at his friend. Aizawa-sensei is a good teacher. One of the best, which is why he teaches Class A. He's just terrifying. I'll die of fright if I ever see that bone-chilling Gree. He just has a reputation, Togata cut Amajiki off, of making students go missing, of being incredibly strict. Togata shot Izuku a nervous smile. His students haven't gone missing. Tamaki is just exaggerating. I promise. Biting the inside of his cheeks to keep from laughing, Izuku nodded to show that he understood. They just had no idea how well he understood. Might I remind you that you called me? She reminded him gently, when he sat in her office in dead silence for a little too long. He knew that. It was just hard to verbalize what he... Katsuki sighed before speaking. Do you remember that boy? The one who passed away? Died violently, he corrected with a scoff. Michim. The one you believed you saw earlier this year when that villain attacked you. Right. Well, there's this kid who got the top score at the entrance exam. Midoriko Izuha. She nodded in understanding. That is very similar to your friend's name, Midoriya Izuku. I imagine it was quite a shock to see that name. What about that made you call me? I felt bad. You said I could call if I felt bad, he grumbled. Yes. To talk out your bad feelings, she pointed out. Now, when you first came to me, you had fallen into quite a depression over your friend's death. Although you had begun bullying him prior to his passing, you had conflicting feelings about the loss. You believed yourself to be an irredeemable villain at the age of 10, which manifested severe mood swings, self-destructive behaviors, and episodes of violence at home. Grimacing, Katsuki shrunk into his seat. He hadn't actually started therapy until a year after Izuku died. His parents forced him to go after he gave his mother a third-degree burn when she found him punching his bedroom wall until his knuckles bled and tried to stop him. He got a cast on the hand he apparently fractured, and she healed with antibiotics and her quirk. She wasn't even scarred. I've worked with you over the years to minimize your self-hatred and anger, but you still carry so much guilt. Seeing such a similar name clearly brought up some negative feelings. However, I can only help you work through them if you tell me honestly what you're feeling. You know that, Katsuki. Yeah, he did. Yet even after years of this routine, it was still hard to talk about Izuku in particular. It feels like the universe is taunting me with my past. Why would it want to taunt you? She questioned. Because Izuku is dead and I can never apologize for how I treated him or make it up to him. Now I'm going to be reminded of that every day I see this other kid who basically has his name. Like some neon sign walking around pointing out what a shitty person I am. A glaring reminder of what I did. I would argue that you are actually a very good person, Katsuki, she disagreed with a small smile. You've put in the work to improve yourself. You acknowledge that there are still ways you can grow as a person and you strive to do so. I'm still an a-hole. I'm abrasive and I can't make friends. You're just an acquired taste. You also suffer from RBF. RBF. Katsuki frowned. Another diagnosis? Wasn't the small collection he already had of those enough? His therapist grinned, bright eyes flashing in amusement. Resting beach face. I'm afraid it's terminal. He snorted, reminded why he meshed so well with her. Guess I'll have to look into transplants, huh? Even though he'd already gotten into UA, he would keep training with Togata and Amajiki. Since they had wanted to take it easy in celebration of the news of his acceptance, they were playing a game in the training area. He hadn't played in years, but he remembered the concept well enough. And Togata encouraged the use of quirks and the gymnastics equipment. Izuku had his grippy paws, while Amajiki used a combination of octopus tentacles and chicken wings to get around. Togata was doing whatever he did. Sparks of longing burst in his chest as he watched Amajiki glide from one platform to another. Lizards didn't usually have wings though, so he couldn't try manifesting his like this. Hello. A girl with long, sky blue hair and matching eyes popped up suddenly, her face far too close to his face. Startled, Izuku accidentally released his grippy paws and started falling. He barely had a chance to scream before he came to a stop, finding himself in a bridal carry when he opened his eyes. The girl peered down at him with a wide smile. Oh my gosh, you are just so precious. She squealed, lightly squeezing him as they both descended. Sorry for startling you. I saw you up by the ceiling and I just had to go say hi. I also wanted to ask if you could climb on the ceiling. Like upside down, you know? And your scales are so cute. Do you always have them or is it a transformation aspect? Would you let me put body-safe glitter on them? I have some in my makeup bag. You'd look ethereal. They finally touched the ground as she seemed to run out of breath. Izuku cut in before she could start a second wave of questions. Yes, thank you, I always have them but their appearance changes. Why, and who are you? Heido. Togata interrupted in a scolding tone. I told you to go easy on him. He's like Tamaki. Speaking of Amajiki, the older teen was using his tentacles to lift Izuku out of this Heido's arms without her noticing. He was gently placed on the ground before they retreated. That's our friend Nijire Heido. Amajiki explained in his usual quiet voice while the other two started bickering. She's excitable but harmless. I promise. And here I thought Togata-senpai was the height of optimism, Izuku muttered. He is sunshine incarnate, Amajiki agreed. But if he's the sun, Hato-chan is a quasar. What's a quasar? It's a black hole at the center of a galaxy that's 10 trillion times more luminous than our sun. And unlike the gentle warmth of sunlight, a quasar is chaotic and overwhelming at times. Izuku nodded in understanding, watching the sun and the quasar continue to clash in front of them. The impressive 9 third-year students that remained stared at Aizawa with equal parts curiosity and trepidation. The underground hero had been grinning to himself since he walked into the classroom that morning. While that would normally terrify other students, these 9 were used to the man by now. They were simply wary about what it could mean for them. Lining up at the start of an obstacle course, it quickly became clear. Their final exams stretched across the training grounds, complex and unusually creative. Some of it was normal, expected even. The portion simulating a city block, the bit where they would need to deal with a raging fire, and the 3 other teachers volunteering as fake civilians to be rescued. But then there were the other things. A deserted playground with no visible obstructions, a massive tank of various sea creatures with something glittering scattered at the bottom, and a long pit of cacti with 3 possible, but visibly difficult, ways over it. Nizu chuckled at the looks on their faces as they took in their final exam. He had been very excited to see it in action ever since Aizawa submitted the proposal. Resignation seemed to sweep across the small cluster of hero hopefuls. Yes, they were far too used to Aizawa's antics, even if it was clear to Nizu that someone else had a hand in at least a few of the obstacles. A child, perhaps, given their resemblance to children's games. A literal playground, treasure hunting, and the floor is lava, as it's often called. Although in this case, the floor is cacti. How amusing. A meeting would need to be scheduled with Aizawa's conspirators someday. For now, he had plenty in his paws with the incoming students next year. There were multiple from the exams that he had his eye on. Midoriko, the 2 with only villain and rescue points respectively, and even a brilliant young lady in the support department. Indeed, he expected great things in this next year. They say the early bird catches the worm. One would think that also means that the earlier dragon catches the bird. Usually that is the case, but not today. Oh, he caught the bird, sure. Don't ever let it be said that he isn't the best hunter in town. He's just not the only hunter in town. Case in point, the rather large alley cat hissing threats at him. He likes cats. Normally. Dogs too. But some animals are territorial. He was territorial too. In his haste to catch a wagtail, he missed the scent markers at the entrance of this side street. I don't mean any harm, he tried to assure the cat, keeping his belly low to the ground. Of course, reptile noises and mannerisms mean little to a cat. She charged at him, yowling fiercely. Now, he couldn't understand other animals either, beyond a few universal bits of communication, but he could infer the general meaning of most vocalizations. This cat was definitely not saying anything that could be repeated in polite company. He abandoned his catch and fled, not wanting to brawl with the cat. He'd win, obviously, but he was a dragon. That wasn't a fair fight for the poor cat. Still, she got some heavy swipes in before he managed to climb up the nearest building and out of her reach. When he perched atop an apartment building to examine the stinging on his hind leg, he found that she'd actually managed to nick his scales a little bit in one spot. Geez, that was one tough cat. We have the house to ourselves until 10, Karo, Sue told her guests. The tadpoles are each at friends' houses and mom and dad are watching a play. Good, Habuko huffed. No offense to your brother, but who tries to eat a mud mask? What's a mud mask? Izuha asked, tilting his head in interest. It's for skin care, she explained. Aside from just mud, it can have certain minerals in it that are good for your skin or various kinds of nanomaterials for exfoliation. Sue won't do them with me because her skin is too sensitive, but it's a godsend for scales like ours. You'll love it. He nodded slowly, as if deciding to just take her word for it. That was his best course of action, really. He hadn't had a spa day, before, and both she and Habuko had been having these nearly every other month since they met their first year in middle school. Izuha was confused enough by all the things Tsu put in his baths when he slept over. He was in desperate need of a spa day. First things first, Karo. We'll each take a short shower and then put on super comfy pajamas. That's so that your skin is clean before we add any products. Usually we split up, with one of us using the upstairs bathroom and the other taking the downstairs, Habuko murmured. But with 3 of us, there'll be a bit of a wait as we swap. Tsu-chan, do you want to set up the lights and music while Izuha-chan and I shower? And then while you take your turn, Izuha and I can make smoothies. That'll get all the prep work done. Sounds good to me. Izuha-chan, I don't know how to make smoothies. Is that okay? Habuko smiled reassuringly. It's no problem. The whole process is honestly so easy, you could teach it in minutes. We've totally got this. Okay, Izuha smiled back nervously. Tsu passed them each the pajamas and bathrobes she'd picked out for them and sent them off. Then she headed up to her room to get everything ready. Fairy lights provided most of the light in the room, along with a few gently glowing lamps and tea-light candles. An oil diffuser quickly filled the room with a faint lavender and vanilla scent. She set out a couple of different leave-in conditioners that she thought would be good for Izuha's hair type and made sure that Habuko's favorite mud mask was set aside by her beanbag chair. Soon enough, it was her turn to shower. She'd have a delicious fruit smoothie to look forward to after. After donning a green star-covered pajama set and the fluffiest bathrobe he'd ever seen, Izuka headed down to the kitchen. This wasn't the first time he'd borrowed pajamas from Tsu, but he always felt a little embarrassed. Not because they were girl clothes. Just because they fit. He had gotten teased in elementary school for his height, though not as much as his lack of a quirk. His diet over the years certainly hadn't helped things. Even with the extra calories he'd gotten since Yamada started making him bentos, he didn't really gain any height. The nutrients he got these days seemed to go toward his weight, muscle density, and energy level. Then again, his mom had been short too, hadn't she? Maybe he would have been this height no matter what. There was really no way of knowing, so he shouldn't agonize over it. Alright, what fruits do you like? Habuko asked, clapping her hands together. Berries, he answered easily, thanks to Yamada making him sample everything. And are there any you hate? She inquired further. Izuku scrunched his nose at the thought of it. Pineapple. It bites back. Habuko nodded solemnly. Kiwis are less burn-y, but I group those with pineapples too. With that, she started walking him through the process. Literally any fruit, milk, honey, yogurt, and ice cubes all tossed in a blender and liquefied. They made mixed berry for Izuku, strawberry banana for Habuko, and cherry peach for Tsu. And then for some reason, Habuko also blended some avocados with olive oil and lemon juice. Izuku sniffed at it curiously. Not for eating, she corrected him, lifting the container away from his reaching hands. This is for our hair. She giggled at his baffled expression. Now what? Tsu did her best not to laugh at the confused and slightly grumpy pout on Izuha's face. Instead, she pushed him into a beanbag chair. You just sit, Karo. We let the hair and face masks do their thing. And while you wait, you just relax and soak your feet. I smell like a snack, he pointed out. Between the avocado of the hair mask and the sea salt in the mud mask, yeah, he kind of did. She was using the hair mask too, but had picked an aloe vera cream mask for her more sensitive skin. She would also be bandaging his leg later since he'd apparently gotten scratched by a cat. Yeah, she hadn't been happy to find that out. By the time we're done with you, you'll look like a snack too, Habuko cackled, earning a horrified look from Izuha. I don't want to be eaten, the boy squeaked adorably. She just shook her head at Habuko's comment. The girl liked puns way too much. Habuko finished up her drawing of a little heart on Izuha's pointer fingernail in a washable marker. Go ahead and extend that so we can see what happens. Her fellow reptile flexed his hands slightly, lengthening his retractable claws. The nail seemed to grow in length while curving down over the fingertips slightly. Some sort of thickening process on the underside of the nail, deep within the nail bed, made the nail itself shapelier. The new material that grew out was dark gray and black, leaving the tips of his claws white and translucent in spots. and the little heart she had drawn was left perfectly intact, albeit migrated. When he reversed the process, his nails returned to the exact state they'd been in before. The little heart hadn't been warped or moved from its original spot. That answers that, she grinned. I just didn't want you to waste your time painting mine if it wouldn't stay, Izuha mumbled. I'd still paint them even if they wouldn't, Habuko told him firmly. If you want polish, you get polish. It doesn't matter how long it lasts. You're meant to be pampering yourself. The look on his face made it clear that he didn't agree, but he let the matter drop and picked out some nail polish colors. Once he had a bottle of grass green, a pale green, and white in hand, Habuko knew exactly what design she was going to do. She grabbed a black for the detailing as well. How do you feel about dinosaurs, Aizu-chan? They're extinct, he replied, obviously confused. And they're cute, Sue chimed in while applying lotus decals to her own pastel yellow nails. Cute reptiles, Karo. Like you. Dusty green scales seemingly bloomed on his cheeks. Yeah, she still thought that was the coolest thing. Her scales prominently covered all of her all the time. The shifting scales Izuha had looked way more magical. He was so precious. No wonder Tsu basically adopted him. Cute dinos for the cutie, Habuko confirmed, grabbing his hand to start working on them. His scales darkened into a deep emerald at that, spreading beyond his cheeks. I can't believe they let you work around kids dressed like that, the woman sneered, eyeing him with exaggerated disgust. Dabi took only half a second to consider his normal, clean jeans and heather gray v-neck before electing to ignore the bitchy comment entirely. Your total comes to 2,600 yen after the equinox markdown, he said instead. Really, it's disrespectful. You look like a delinquent, she insisted, even as she handed over her bank card to pay. What did she even want from him? She was obviously referring to his burns and staples. As if he could just remove all that before each shift. People could be so stupid. Forcing a neutral expression despite his urge to glare because there was no way in hell he'd smile for her, he handed over her bags. Have a good day, ma'am. Enjoy your spring equinox. As if sensing that she wouldn't get anywhere from him, she left in a huff, loudly advising her daughter to stay away from good-for-nothing punks like him when she gets older. Not bad advice in general, but F her for grouping him with them based on his medical condition. Rather than something reasonable, like the crimes he occasionally commits outside of work. With a tired sigh, he turned back to the box of hair bows behind the counter that he'd been price marking to go out on the floor today. Pink, red, orange, rainbow, green. He wondered how his green kiddos were doing. It was a surprise to learn that they were both going into heroics. They'd probably be really good, honestly. Their quirks were more versatile than just having a few animalistic features. He'd seen Midoriko shred a stop sign and Azui jump 100 meters. Why did he have to get adopted by a couple of hero brats, though? Being associated with them runs the risk of putting him right onto his father's radar. He could practically feel the unnerving sensation of someone staring at him from afar, cataloging his every move to report back to his father. And that's assuming the man ever lets him out of the house again or doesn't simply kill him upon finding him. No, wait. That actually was the sensation of being watched. Who the f... One of their neighbors had a flower box on their window. Well, a lot of their neighbors did, but he had noticed that this one in particular tended to hers at least twice a day with exceptional care. They were also nice to his stranger, going out of her way to wave to the man out her window in the evenings. It wasn't flirting, though. She waved to a lot of people, particularly the neighbor children as they came home from school and the older man who walked his small dog this way. The problem was, despite her dedication to her plants, they were in awful condition. She definitely has what people would call a black thumb when it comes to gardening. A few of the sturdier species sprouted, although they were now either dry and brittle or wilted and patchy. Since his strangers seemed to like her, and several others in the neighborhood were clearly fond of her as well, he decided he ought to help her out. Plus, it was just depressing to see the state of those plants every day. So when her window was closed and the street was empty, Izuku climbed up to the flower box and dug his claws into the dirt. A variety of flowers bloomed. Mr. Dark Jeans, Dark Shirt, Dark Hair certainly stood out in the silver and pastel purple store of glittering accessories. He had shown up to see the man with a pricing gun, marking the merchandise diligently. Impressively, he'd only been standing there for a moment when the man looked up, his head swiveling slowly as he cautiously scanned his surroundings. The second Dobby's gaze finally landed on him, the man's expression shuddered. Trying to set him at ease, he headed into the store rather than lurking outside any longer. It didn't seem to help. "What do you want, hero?" Dobby ground out once he was closer to the counter. "Tensei, please. I'm off duty," he reminded him before shrugging. "And I guess, I just wanted to see if you really worked at Claire's like your kid said. Lo and behold, you do." "And what? You gonna mock me for it?" Dobby growled. "Gonna give me shit for the type of job I took so that I could pay my DMN rent?" Oh, whoa, this was not going the way he hoped. "No, of course not." Tensei reassured him quickly. "I was just intrigued by the irony of it. There's nothing wrong with you working here. If anything, you make a rather striking contrast with your surroundings." Dobby continued to frown. "How did you even find me?" "Well, there are only 7 of these stores in the prefecture, and I have a speed quirk." "You foo," Dobby tensed when a couple of young girls came in with their dad. "Riki stalker." Tensei winced. "Ah, yes, I can see how it could come across like that. Sorry, I just really wanted to see you again." "Why?" Dobby asked, seeming genuinely baffled. And slightly defensive. As fun as it would be to tease the man, Tensei recognized that Dobby held a lot of anxiety. He decided the best approach would probably be to be upfront with him. Then he can tease. "I wanted to see you again so that I could ask you out." "Out where?" Dobby started only for his eyes to widen in realization. "Wait, you mean like a date?" "Yes. And then more after if you enjoy the first one," Tensei grinned. The man looked completely skeptical. "Listen, I'm not sure what's wrong with your brain, but shiny, upstanding heroes like you do not associate with charred pieces of sheet like me." Concern welled up in him when he realized Dobby was serious. "Time to fix that. My best friends are a guy who blasts American rock and wears all leather, a man with the temperament and appearance of a stray cat, and a literal dingnix. In their words, I have always been the light jock of the group, but they're still like family to me. How you look doesn't bother me at all. In fact, I rather like it." Dobby blushed slightly when he winked at him. Their conversation was put on hold when the customers came to the counter to check out. Tensei waited patiently off to the side, admiring Dobby's ease in interacting with the girls. Yes, by looks alone, the skill seemed unexpected, but Tensei had already seen him interact with those 2 green kids of his. Midoriko Izuha and Azui too, Tenya had said when asked about them. "You really want to go on a date with me?" Dobby asked flatly once the girls and their dad had left. "I do." Dobby sighed. "Fine, I guess. Hard to say no with you standing there like a golden retriever." Tensei grinned, hearing Dobby say the same thing his friends often said. Who knows how they all unanimously decided he was a golden retriever though. His hair was blue. "Great. When are you next off?" "This upcoming Thursday," Dobby told him. "Where are you taking me?" "It's a surprise," Tensei decided. "Where can I pick you up?" "Well, I'm not giving you my address, stalker. But I can meet you at that konbini 2 blocks west of here," Dobby shrugged, a teasing glint in his eye. "I'll meet you there at 6, Tensei said, turning to leave. "Oh, are you allergic to cats?" "No," the unfairly attractive man looked confused. "Why?" "No reason." And then Tensei sped out of there. Dobby stared after the hero who was already out of sight FNG speed quirks and wondered what the hell he had just gotten himself into. Wasn't he just complaining to himself about his green brats being heroes in training and now he was agreeing to go on a date with a famous, fully licensed one? If his dad found and killed him because of this, it has to go on his headstone. Redacted. Dobby. Done in by gay panic and a malfunctioning brain. Sue was definitely going to make fun of him when she found out. Izu probably wouldn't care actually. He seems pretty indifferent to the typical romance gossip teens engage in. He had more important things to worry about, like claiming random strangers and snatching up shiny things wherever he could find them, even if they were in trash bins or store displays. He'd need a drink after work today. This was too much. He got back to Price marking the bows, trying to chase all thoughts of that blinding smile and those thick muscles out of his head. That man could probably bench press him, couldn't he? He was only minimally successful in thinking of literally anything else. Oh no. He was totally F-ed. Thanks for helping me tonight, Namuri said to Shoyuta once things started dying down. There had been an increase in SXL harassment and assaults in her district. A little help was needed to protect everyone while finding the source of the influx of perverts. Of course, Shoyuta replied easily, still scanning the streets from where they perched on a rooftop. Have you spoken to many club owners yet? The targets seem to be primarily dancers and SEC workers. It could be a dispute between groups. The last 3 were from the same underground bar, so I was going to head there tomorrow. He nodded in response. This was her case. She knew what she was doing. We have a straggler at 5 o'clock, she whispered suddenly. Shoyuta listened without turning or otherwise indicating his change in attention. They noticed anyway and chirped at him. That's just Bean, he told her, feeling a fond smile take over his face as he turned. Sure enough, the familiar silhouette was crouched in the shadows cast by the roof access. A quiet swishing indicated that Bean was wagging his tail. It had been a little while since the lizard had followed him on patrol. Had he been following them the whole time, or was this just one of the places that he usually hunted? There were a lot of rats in this part of town. The infamous Bean, huh? Namuri purred, taking a few steps forward. Very impressive work you did with Ms. Joke. You seem like a real firecracker. Bean hissed in warning and, the wise woman that she was, Namuri stopped moving, standing casually with a hand rested on her hip. The lizard relaxed again. Were you looking for me, Bean? Shoyuta asked his skittish friend. Pulling his attention from Namuri should help him acclimate to her quicker. In theory, at least. The actual stray cats he's fed before get used to people quicker when they're just unobtrusively in their space. A growl indicating a negative response followed. Maybe he was hunting. Why are you all the way out here then? Shoyuta questioned, wondering if Bean also hunted for fun or if they weren't giving him enough food. If they weren't, he and Hizashi could alwa. An explosion of sparkling papers flew out of the shadows, settling on the rooftop. Namuri frowned and picked up one that had landed near her. Shoyuta picked one up too, slightly baffled. It was cream, like parchment, and had a shimmering gold border framing the text. It looked like a small, single-page pamphlet. It detailed a religious movement he didn't recognize. Looks like Bean just solved my case. What do you mean? Shoyuta looked over at her, slightly confused. I've heard of this cult. They usually stick to private farmland and tiny rural towns. But the SEC crimes some of their sects have committed have made the notice boards in even Tokyo. If one has moved into this district, that's a huge problem. They believe women aren't meant to experience SXL arousal or attraction, that it's for their husbands only, so any woman or girl that they perceive as being sexually forward is at risk. Even women seen being flirtatious. Shoyuta looked toward the lizard who definitely just stole these because they were shiny. Can you show us where you got these, Bean? I'll buy you something else that's sparkly. Oh, honey, if you show me where these are from, I will gift you jewelry from my personal collection, Namuri vowed. It would be amazing if I could nip this issue in the bud before any more damage can be done. My district deals with enough hardships without this. Bean agreed easily and led them on a shadow chase through the city. Every once in a while, Izuku liked to visit what he called the Glitter District at night. It was not a good place to be as a human, particularly as a teenager, but as an animal that people barely paid attention to. Small enough to squeeze into nooks and crannies where people stashed things or lost things. Yeah, it was the best. He self-limited how often he went on account of the side effects that came with eating or drinking anything while here. More than once, he's caught a rat that definitely ate something weird before he ate them. He'd avoid eating or drinking any human food well enough. But the rats? They mocked him. They needed to die. His pride as the city's best hunter was on the line. But then he'd forget the rest of the night and or wake up somewhere other than his den. Limited visits, indeed. Well, tonight he decided to come shiny hunting to celebrate getting into UA in his own Dragon Y way and hopefully find trinkets for potential new friends in his class. or at least shiny enough to bribe them into leaving him alone if they decided they didn't like him. Coins, possibly. Bullies like money, right? Anyway, tonight he found a bunch of shiny papers, which was perfect because students need paper for school. They could have the shiniest school notes. Or maybe they could do origami. Maybe he could do origami. Yeah, that was a perfect plan. He'd make origami swans for his classmates for luck. That plan went up in flames when he spotted Midnight with a shadow following her. He knew she was a friend of Eraserhead, so he intended to scratch out the eyes of her stalker. Until he got closer and realized he recognized that shadow. Eraserhead was patrolling with Midnight. After approaching them and showing off his shiny papers, he found out that said papers had something to do with a cult. It was hard to read in the dark. Even if he could see outlines and movement very well, details like written words or exact colors were always a little fuzzy. But Eraserhead and Midnight both promised him replacement shiny things if he showed them where he got them. That would take a little while since a lot of them were scattered randomly, usually tucked in building or car windows. There were 2 places though that had whole displays of them, like the little stands that hold flyers or pamphlets at the library. When the sky finally started turning purple with dawn, he had finished showing all the spots to the 2 heroes. Midnight said she'd send some things with show after she'd had a chance to go home for a bit. Eraserhead needed to head home to let his mate know why he was so late, but he'd be by Izuku's window later. He fully intended to ask for coins for his first plan. The night hadn't gone as expected, but it all worked out anyway. Now, he'd better have a nap before he had to meet Sue at the library. Okay, Bean was effing adorable. And even more skittish than Shoyuta had described. Probably because she was a stranger. It made her a little sad to consider that something probably happened to him to cause that. Still, the larger-than-she-expected little lizard was such a sweetheart. He didn't let her get too close, and without Shuta's help tracking him through the city she surely would have lost him, but the fact that he helped despite his obvious fear of her? He was a precious angel whom she'd kill for. She'd need to take a nap before she needed to go into work at U. Thankfully, she didn't have classes as early as Shoyuta, but before that, she'd pick out the jewelry she promised Bean. Then when she woke up and went to U, she'd bring them with her to hand off to Shoyuta. Shoyuta had already told her that Bean liked plants, and they suspected he had a plant-related quirk, so she stuck to jewelry with that theme. A golden, crystal-encrusted lotus pin with a cream pearl in the center, a silver necklace designed to look like branches linked together rather than a basic chain that was dotted with small sapphire flowers, and finally little hibiscus earrings that had petals carved out of seashells and rose gold centers. Yes, those would all be perfect. When Shoyuta finally managed to convince the little guy to live with him, she could buy all sorts of shiny decorations for his space or room. Most likely a whole bedroom. Given Bean's level of sentience, her friends would probably set up an entire room for him with accommodations. This lizard had been good for them and was practically a son to them at this point. And she would be the best auntie ever, spoiling him rotten with all the shiny things and cozy blankets that he could ever want. She could even custom order some lighted display cabinets for his collections. She'd bring whatever sweets and snacks he liked too. If Nizu could be her employer, Bean could be her nephew. She'd fight anyone who said otherwise. Waiting atop an adjacent apartment building, Izuku watched for Eraserhead. He had already texted Sue to let her know that he wouldn't be at the library today but was okay. Just had something to do today that would probably take until after the library was closed. Finally, Eraserhead stepped out of the building's front entrance and began walking in the general direction of UA. Izuku's tail coiled slightly around the bundle he'd brought with him as the man walked away. He waited until he was out of sight before flying across the rooftops. Landing at his usual vent on the roof, he untangled the bundle so that he could cover himself. With his purple sheet in place, he picked up the items he'd brought in his jaws and then slunk into the vent. He exited into a now familiar apartment and started his search. There were only 2 doors he'd never gone through because they were always closed. The first one turned out to be some kind of office. The second one was what he was looking for though. He struggled a bit but got the door open. He really preferred push doors or lever handles. Nosing the door further open, he sniffed the air, smelling the same sort of sick he'd caught on Eraserhead last night. On the bed, bundled in so many comforters, was his stranger. He had to be in really bad shape to have not woken up from Izuku's fight with the stupid, round door handle. Shaking his head, he hopped up on the plush surface and set down his things. And promptly got attacked. Weight pinned him as he squawked and thrashed. He didn't bite because his stranger was sick. Then he heard his stranger's confused voice. Bean? Sheet, hold on. A dim light seen through his sheet let him know that the man had turned on a lamp. He huffed, straightening himself up and then sitting back down delicately. He chirped scoldingly at his sick stranger until the man cut him off. Hold on, Bean. I can't hear you. Let me get my ears. Does what? He peeked out under the edge of his sheet, watching the man grab something off his bedside table. When he started putting them in his ears, it clicked for Izuku. Hearing aids. When his stranger turned to look at him, he scrambled to put the sheet back, making sure he was covered. Hisashi sounded so guilty and sick when he next spoke. I'm sorry, Bean. I thought you were an intruder. See, I know shows at work, and the cat is smaller than you. So. His stranger trailed off, followed by a loud sniffle and a cough. That reminded him. He pushed the items he'd brought over to the sick human. Chirping insistently, he pushed them at his stranger until they were picked up. This for me? A pack of tissues, a can of soup, and a bag of acorns. Izuku puffed out his chest proudly. He'd gathered only the darkest, shiniest acorns for his stranger. The man chuckled and patted his head through the sheet. Thank you, Bean. Since Eraserhead worked 2 jobs that kept him out for large stretches of time, it was up to Izuku to protect the man's mate while he was vulnerable. No one would hurt his stranger, and if his condition changed for the worst, he would be able to get help quickly. For now, he would just make sure that his stranger ate, got plenty of water, and stayed resting in his nest. And also, that he wouldn't feel lonely on top of feeling unwell. With classes, we're looking at starting with the new year once we return from the break. How is everyone's first-term preparations going? Are there any concerns? Nizu addressed his staff. That pink-haired girl coming in with the first years, Higuri mumbled with a light shiver. I want extra fire extinguishers in the workshop this year. Done, Nizu agreed easily. Quirks are becoming more self-destructive with each generation. Aizawa, Vlad, remember to pay close attention to your new students and send any my way that seem to struggle with side effects from their own quirk. I've already booked an appointment with Miss Uraraka after seeing the rather severe effects of her quirk on herself during the entrance exam. Of course, Shuzenji-san, Vlad replied. Shoyuta nodded in silent agreement. Snipe spoke up next. Can someone please get Togata-kun a school uniform or 2 in the same fabric they managed to make for his hero costume this past year? Even just pants? Everyone grimaced and vocalized their agreement. That boy has flashed too many people. It was quite endearing watching Bean build a cocoon of sorts around him out of blankets. The lizard also growled if he tried to get up, never mind the fact that he was so well swaddled that he couldn't have gotten up even if he wanted to. It was slightly more terrifying to hear pots and pans crashing in the kitchen because Bean wanted him to eat the soup he brought. What were the chances of Bean starting a fire? Luckily, when Bean came to free him from the cocoon so he could go eat the soup, his kitchen was still in one uncharred piece. How on earth had the lizard actually managed the feat? Are you having any? Hisashi asked, looking at the single bowl on the table. Bean huffed and shuffled over to the fridge, bonking into it before opening it and retrieving something. He returned to the table and put 3 raw eggs on the table for himself. All right then. You're an odd one, he muttered fondly in English. Not expecting to be understood. Noon you, Bean rasped back at him. Wait, Bean, you know English? Hisashi squawked in surprise. Just how smart was this lizard that he was multilingual too? Oh goodness, what else could he do? Other than cook, apparently. Bean ignored him and pulled one of the eggs under his sheet, swallowing it whole with an audible gulp. Hisashi shook his head in disbelief and started eating his soup. His human soup that was made in a human kitchen by a literal lizard. Seriously, how? Letting himself into the apartment, he decided not to call out since Hisashi was probably asleep. Instead, he just headed straight to their bedroom to check on his husband. After getting drenched by a water-quirked villain, he had developed a bad cold by nightfall. The man's lungs were particularly sensitive to respiratory illnesses because of how his quirk affected them. It was best for him to stay home and get over this as quickly as possible rather than heading into any of his 3 jobs. His husband was a workaholic, so it had been difficult to convince him. Until Hisashi fell into a coughing fit just trying to wrestle his boots away from Shoyuta. Obviously, that proved Shuta's point. Expecting to find his husband asleep, he was surprised to see the man peeking at him over the comforters with an excited expression. "Sho," the blonde whispered. "Be quiet but come see." He crept closer and found a familiar purple sheet bundled up and pressed against Hisashi's shoulder. What was Bean doing here? Was he asleep? That was new. Hisashi looked like he was trying to contain a squeal of happiness. Look, isn't he so cute? He showed up with tissues, a can of soup, and some acorns and then spent the entire day taking care of me. Isn't he just the sweetest little angel? Why acorns? Was all that Shoyuta could think to say. Not sure. But he seemed proud of them, Hisashi shrugged. Also, I learned today that he can apparently cook on a stove with a pot, since he cooked the soup he brought for me, and that he understands English. He spoke back in Japanese, though, so I'm not sure if he can speak it too or not. Either way, he was a very good little caretaker today. Give me your cold, Shoyuta decided. What? Kiss me so I get sick too. Why would I do that? Hisashi hissed. So that I can get bean cuddles and homemade soup too. It was canned. Still not fair, Shoyuta retorted, pouting openly. I knew him first and you keep getting breakthroughs first. Oh my god, that's because he's exactly like you and I'm used to you. Give me a kiss. No. Hisashi whisper shrieked. Shoyuta, no. Back off. Stop being stingy and share your cold. What is wrong with you? A deep growl cut off their little spat. Oh no. Bean was scolding them. Sleep, Bean ordered in a strained voice. Sorry, Bean. They both apologized in unison. Shoyuta got up to change into lounge clothes so that he could nap with his husband and soon-to-be lizard son. If he couldn't have a sick day with Bean, he'd have to make do with the nap he could get. Of course, when they woke up the next morning, Bean was long gone. This was it. The big day. Geez, Aizu-chan. Breathe. Tsu urged as Izuku panicked across the street from Yue's front gate. He whined involuntarily in response. I haven't been in an actual school for years. What if it's just as bad as before? What if it's worse? She squished his cheeks and made him look at her. Listen. First, Yue has a strictly enforced anti-discrimination policy. Second, you are not the same as you used to be, so anti-discrimination laws do apply to you now, Karo. And third, you have me with you. I will throw hands with anyone who dares to bully you, okay? Big siblings have the right to beat up bullies. I'm older than you, Izuku snorted. And no, I don't think that's accurate anyway. Whatever. I'll still do it. Karo. Before he could argue with her on the actual legalities of that, Kaminari strolled up to them. Hey guys. Why are we standing here? Do we have to wait to be let in or something? No, Karo. Tsu shook her head. Aizu-chan's just nervous. Oh, do you have trouble with big changes too? The blonde asked genuinely. No, I've just maybe a little. But it's more that, Tsu took pity on him and chimed in. He's been homeschooled for a while, Karo. This is going to be his first time in a classroom environment since, what? Early elementary, Karo? Izuku nodded when she directed her estimate toward him. About then. The blonde frowned in confusion, looking between the two of them. How did you meet, then, if not through school? Are you guys neighbors? We study at the same library, Karo. Tsu answered with a shrug. So you two just happened to meet at a random library, being about the same age, with the same hair color, same eye color, similar quirks, and both having goals of going to UA? They looked at each other. That was a lot of coincidences. Yes. Izuku replied hesitantly. Dude, that is so cool. It's like the universe wanted you to meet. If Izuku hadn't already befriended Togata, Kaminari's bright optimism might have taken him by surprise. He thought about Yagi's sunshine demeanor too and quietly wondered if blondes were just like that. Or, at least, the golden blonde variety, he mentally corrected, thinking of Kaken. Maybe, Izuku shrugged as Tsu let out a solemn, definitely. Obviously, the universe knew you needed a big sister to keep your scales from drying out and to keep you from worrying yourself into an early grave, Karo. I'm still older than you. I don't know, she gives serious big sis vibes, dude. Tsu grinned at him smugly. Don't put your feet on the desk. Ida's voice boomed before they even opened the excessively large door to the classroom. Don't you think that's rude to the upperclassmen and the people who made the desk? Leaning back in his seat with his feet propped up on his desk was Kaken. Oh no. Sure, Izuku had known Kaken would be here. Not only did they both always say that they'd go to UA and be heroes, but his name had been on the entrance exam's top 10 list. He just hadn't exactly planned anything, really, for the inevitable confrontation. Dark red eyes glared at Ida in affronted confusion. Honestly, Izuku expected a fight to break out, so he was surprised when Kaken spoke gruffly, but calmly. Pretty FNG rude of you to police the actions of others without seeing if there's a reason for something first. You can't use language like that in the classroom. Who are you to decide that? Are you our teacher or something? Kaken pet his head. Ida spluttered out a negative response. Then the blue-haired guy, who was surprisingly robust for how nerdy he looked, spluttered even more. His face was turning slightly pink in outrage. Not that Katsuki really cared. He let his gaze slip past his new classmate to check out the others that had just walked in. The girl with green hair that he'd seen at the entrance exam, a blonde with a black lightning bolt stamped into his bangs, and his heart stuttered to a painful stop at the sight of the last guy. Izuku? But no, that wasn't quite right. This kid looked like his Izuku enough to confuse him, but it couldn't be. Izuku didn't have semi-translucent green scales on his cheeks, he had oddly uniformed freckles. Izuku didn't have distinctly reptilian eyes with flecks of yellow and brown, he had large, dark green eyes that gave him a permanent doe-like expression. Izuku didn't have animalistic ears that could flex and swivel around, he had normal ears that he never actually used to listen. The resemblance otherwise was uncanny though. Maybe they were related? Honestly, he didn't know much about Izuku's worthless sperm donor except that he left even before the quirkless diagnosis. Still, he vaguely recalled that Izuku inherited his messy curls from that guy and that the man had a fire-breathing quirk. Dad with fire breath plus lizard quirked cousin or something? Dragon-adjacent quirks could run in that side of his family. Because this kid couldn't be Izuku. His Izuku was dead. He'd mourned him. He forced his intense staring off the kid, who looked mildly scared of him now, and returned his attention to the still sputtering bossy guy. It's not really your business, but I'll let you know so that you can learn a lesson about assuming you know everything. My quirk gives me high blood pressure. Elevating my legs is supposed to help with that. Course that's been shot to hell with you stressing me out, and probably everyone else here, so once again, F-. Listen. Some girl with pink cheeks said softly, coming up behind them. The seating chart says you're by me. Why don't we go sit down? Ida. That explained a few things. A legacy kid and surely not the first he'd meet at UA. Haltingly, Ida followed the girl's light pulls on his arm, as if not sure how to respond to either of them but wanting to say something. Well, the sooner he left Katsuki alone, the better. He looked at the lizard kid once more with an unnerved feeling before turning to glare out the window. That couldn't be his Izuku. It was just a coincidence. Or maybe a punishment. Had Kaken not recognized him? Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. When he turned, he saw Tsu glaring at Kaken. She noticed him looking at her and her eyes softened. Let's go check the seating chart, okay? He nodded and they went to look. Tsu promptly cursed. F-. Indeed. Not only was Tsu all the way across the room from him, but he was in the seat right behind Kaken. He had no idea if Kaken hadn't recognized him or if he thought he wasn't worth making a scene over, but sitting that close all year, Izuku was sure to annoy him with his oddities. That would either get him recognized or on the blonde's sheet list in general. Will you be okay? Maybe we can ask the teach. No, it's fine. I'll be fine. He cut her off, shaking his head. Besides, in his experience, teachers never helped with anything. They did their jobs to minimum requirements, and that was that. He went over to his desk and hunched down in his seat, waiting for class to start. It was only after the room had filled more, with all 20 students, that he smelt him. Turning toward the door, his gaze caught Aizawa slinking in view through the doorway, bundled in an ugly yellow. The man noticed Izuku noticing him and simply held a finger to his lips. Izuku looked away. I wonder if today's just the entrance ceremony and orientation. I wonder what our teacher's like. Aren't you nervous? He overheard Uraraka saying to Tsu. Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. The whole room went quiet, turning to look at the yellow bundle on the floor glaring at them. This is the hero course, Aizawa reminded them sternly, unzipping the bundle, a sleeping bag while draining one of his usual jelly pouches. What a performance! Okay, it took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough, Aizawa scolded them as he stood up and shed his sleeping bag. Not to mention, only 2 of you even noticed me earlier. Poor situational awareness will get you killed in the field. Izuku wondered who the second person to notice was as some students started to whisper. A teacher? Which means that person's a pro hero too. But I've never seen a hero who looked that worn out before. Aizawa rolled his eyes. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. Nice to meet you. Homeroom teacher, several whispers quietly exclaimed. It's kind of sudden, but put this on and go out onto the field, Aizawa ordered, pulling a school-issued track suit out of his sleeping bag before dumping the rest in the bag out onto the nearest table. How had he fit in there with all those tracksuits? You have 10 minutes. And with that, the man left. While Shoyuda waited for his new students to meet him on the training field, he mentally reviewed what he had seen of his class so far. Low situational awareness was to be expected from first years, though he wished that wasn't the case. But 2 students noticed him almost immediately. First was Midoriko Iza. One might think his enhanced senses would be the sole reason why he had noticed Shoyuda, and yet the 2 other students with hearing enhancement quirks hadn't even glanced his way. The second was Shinso Hitoshi. That kid didn't have any enhanced senses. He may wish his students had better situational awareness from day one, but realistically he knew that the reasons for such young kids to have the skill were rarely good. He made a mental note to keep an eye on those 2. Especially when they were the first 2 dressed and out on the field with 6 minutes left on the time limit he gave the class. They stood where he indicated upon spotting them and remained quiet. Shinso looked guarded with a forced relaxation about him. Midoriko, on the other hand, looked incredibly nervous and fidgety. Both kept a distance from their peers as the other students started trickling out onto the field. Until Azui came out and stood by Midoriko. Despite his speed quirk, Ito wasn't even in the first half of the kids to make it out, but he did join a little group that seemed to congregate around Midoriko. At least the kid had friends. Shinso, on the other hand, the teen resisted all attempts to talk to him made by classmates. 5 whole minutes after the 10 minutes he gave were up, the last 2 students, Kaminari and Siro, finally joined the class, slotting themselves into Midoriko's group. They would all need to work on their times, especially those 2, and he told them all as much. In heroics, how quickly you got ready could mean life or death for victims or even bystanders. You needed to be fast. Alright, now that you're all here, we'll be doing a quirk assessment test, Shoyuda told them. A quirk assessment test? Several students murmured in curiosity and confusion. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Uraraka asked. A waste of time in his opinion. He'd rather assess his class's skill levels and potential. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events, he replied dismissively. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. You kids have been doing these since junior high, too, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. For some reason, Midoriko's lip quirked up slightly at that. Did the boy find this amusing? Well, he can reconsider that from the spotlight. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. Midoriko, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? The kid's near smirk dropped instantly. Oh, I don't, spit it out, he ordered. The kid actually squeaked in response. I was homeschooled. I didn't have physical exams. My classes were all online, Midoriko replied, his scales flushing darker against his cheeks. So the near smirk earlier was probably just about the irony in Shuta's speech for his particular case. Understandable. Bakugu, you came in second in the exam. What about you? The scowling blonde shrugged. 67 meters. Then, try doing it with your quirk, Shoyuta instructed, directing the boy to a marked circle on the ground. Bakugu stood in the center of the circle and Shoyuta handed the kid a softball. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up, give it all you've got. Bakugu stretched his arms a bit first. New students often forget to do their stretches and wind up injured within the first week. When he was done, Bakugu gripped the ball and wound up to throw it. Just before he released it, a loud blast exploded from his hand, launching the ball further than it would have gone with a non-quirked throw. As he let go, he shouted, "Die!" Moving on. Know your own maximum first. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero, Shoyuta said to his class as he held up the distance reader. 750 meters? Seriously? Kaminari exclaimed as most of the class wore various expressions of shock or excitement. Excluding the few outliers, Shinso looked jealous, Azui looked furious, and Midoriko had flinched, cowering partially behind Azui. More to look into. What's this? It looks fun. Ashido chirped, jumping in place. We can use our quirks as much as we want. As expected from the hero course. Kirishima added, grinning with unusually sharp teeth. Shoyuta smirked. This was his favorite part. It looks fun, huh? Well, you only have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have this attitude the whole time? I'll tell you what. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. If you intend to treat this as playtime, you have no business being here. They all looked back disbelieving and nervous. Staff are free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students, he pointed out. Welcome to UA's hero course. Last place will be expelled? But it's only the first day of school. No, even if it wasn't the first day of school, this is too unfair. Uraraka protested, unexpectedly bold. Natural disasters, major accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. People who lose everything to circumstances no one can circumvent. Japan is covered with unfairness. Heroes are the ones who reverse those situations, Shoyuta lectured. Heroes are the ones who reverse those situations. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond, plus ultra. Overcome it with all you've got. With those words, expressions of determination formed on the faces of all his students. Alright, the demonstration's over. The real thing starts now. Given the class size was much smaller than the entirety of the hero examination, Izuku didn't have any problem changing among everyone else. It wasn't as crowded as the exam had been. Still, he changed quickly and wound up heading for the training field at the same time as a guy with purple fluffy hair. Since they were walking together, should he introduce himself? Hi, he started shyly. I'm Midoriko Izuha. Shinso Hitoshi, the other teen replied gruffly. They walked the rest of the way in silence. Over longer than 10 minutes, the rest of his class made their way to the field. Tsu and his newer friends gathered around him, chatting amongst themselves quietly. Kaminari and Shiro were the last 2 to arrive. Izuku internally winced at how late they were, knowing how Aizawa was. Alright, now that you're all here, we'll be doing a quirk assessment test, Aizawa announced. A quirk assessment test? Several students murmured in curiosity and confusion. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Uraraka asked. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events, he replied dismissively. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. You kids have been doing these since junior high, too, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Izuku tried not to smile at the predictability of the man, and the fact that he never actually took one of those exams as an online student. He wasn't even sure what they consisted of. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. Midoriko, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? Oh, Spit it out, Aizawa ordered. It wasn't said meanly, but it was said sternly. I was homeschooled. I didn't have physical exams. My classes were all online, Izuku explained, feeling himself blush under the attention of his whole class. Bakugu, you came in second in the exam. What about you? 67 meters. Then, try doing it with your quirk, Aizawa instructed, directing the boy to a marked circle on the ground. Bakugu stood in the center of the circle and Aizawa handed him a softball. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Hurry up, give it all you've got. Die! Bakugu shouted as he threw the ball with an added blast from his quirk. Know your own maximum first. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero, Aizawa said, holding up a little machine. 750 meters? Seriously? Kaminari exclaimed. What's this? It looks fun, a pink-haired girl said. We can use our quirks as much as we want. As expected from the hero course. Aizawa smirked. Izuku shivered. Oh no.